It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, November 1st. 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be back on a lovely Wednesday here in New York City. And yes, the Halloween regalia is still up. In fact, I must say, at the end of Monday's show, and what a show it was, appreciate everyone who tuned in, I came back into the studio after going to the restroom, and all the regalia was gone. And I said, I love the regalia. I love the decorations. I'm a festive guy. This is tremendous work on GC's part. You got the pumpkin over there. You've got the pumpkin over here. You got the leaves. You've got the cobweb. You've got the spider web, whatever it is. You got the actual spiders. Fake, but actual. You get what I'm saying. And they said, well, November 1st, Halloween is over. But I feel like we can. I mean, there's still a bit of a trickle-down effect, right? There's still some afterglow.
Looking in the chat right now.
What are people saying?
It's November, lol. Why the Halloween vibe? They wanted to get every drop out of those spider webs, eh?
1,000%. And so this actually brings up a great question. This morning, as I was taking my kids to school, I did ask my daughter when we have to take down our Halloween decorations. You know, we don't go crazy like some houses, but we've got a few things up. You know, skulls and some blow-up thing, witch thing. She said today, I kind of feel like you have a week, no? Do we not have a week?
Solid week.
You got to move into the winter decorations, maybe a big blow-up turkey in the front yard.
I think, do you have a jack-o'-lantern, like a carved pumpkin?
We did, but then it started I think we did it too early.
That's the thing. If it starts to decay, you got to get rid of that's like an omen.
So here's the question. Other than the spiders, this is all very Thanksgiving-y, November-y stuff, no? I mean,
spider webs as well.
It's like...
Yeah, we also have jack-o'-lanterns for the bug. My lights are...
Yeah.
Hats. I had to put these back up, too.
Do you think this is inappropriate? Do you feel like we are...
No.
Are we like one of those people? I mean...
If we want to talk behind the scenes, people are going to take sides. People are going to choose as who's right here.
Ministry said.
Yeah. I said to take them down.
You did?
Yeah, I gave the old orders, and that's why they got taken down. So, that's on me. I deconstructed this whole thing, too. So, yeah. And then you
every day is Halloween.
Put them back up.
I was trying to give you props for all your hard work.
I appreciate it. I like the carryover. It's like a
why not? It's the week. It's 9. Listen, if it was November 5th, then I'd say okay. November 1st, I think we're allowed. I don't know.
Can we bring some heirloom tomatoes and everything to put on the desk?
Well, now that we're doing this, and I think we've done it. Did we do one? We did like a Christmassy Hanukkah hybrid. I remember because the Dylan Dennis episode last year had that. We've done this. I think we've done it for other. I feel like the pressure's on for Thanksgiving. Have we done a Thanksgiving one?
Yeah, we did. Thanks for remembering. Yeah.
There's that thing. What's that thing?
Cornucopias.
What is that thing? It's like a
cornucopia.
Is it what is it? Is it like the thing with the stuff coming out of it?
Yeah, cornucopia.
Oh, what is that thing? I love that thing.
It's a cornucopia. Like 19 times now. I had one on the set last year. We had the turkey bug.
Oh, I love the cornucopia. Yes. Yeah. Who uses the cornucopia? What is that for?
That's a throwback,
Well, it's an ornamental container shaped like a goat's horn. A symbol of plenty consisting of a goat's horn overflowing with flowers, fruit, and corn. Oh, I love it. We're getting
What is that thing again? What is that?
I think it's cornucopia. Wait, are we getting more cornucopia?
We'll have a cornucopia.
You know yourself. I love a good cornucopia. All right.
We'll do the Wednesday show the day before.
So, see, in that case, like I feel like we can get the cornucopia on Monday, if I'm being honest.
All right, so we're doing it.
It's Thanksgiving week.
There's something about the vibes of Thanksgiving week, too, that's just great.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at you with all the stuff, I do feel like it's a little bit outdated at this point. I feel like I
already have the mustache for November.
I know.
November. So like we've officially crossed over, but we're still heading on to Halloween here. But
by the way, shout out to you. You did shave. You said you're going to. We were all wondering if you would follow through.
Every year, man. I've been doing it for like 5 years now.
5 years straight. And where can people donate?
Actually, yeah, I got a graphic.
Oh, there it is.
Get into it later, but yeah, there it is. I mean, we've upgraded. We got QR codes.
Wow.
$4,200 over over the last 2 years. Obviously, everything goes to Movember.
And
Good
what is
cause.
Movember for those that don't know?
Yeah, men's mental health, suicide awareness, cancer, male cancer checks. It all goes to help fund that. So
Love it.
Fun cause to support.
What was it like shaving the beard? Because it was pretty thick.
I like it.
You
I
like
like
it?
it, actually. I have the beard 11 months a year, so it's nice to go
fresh.
I mess with it too much. I'm always touching it. Now there's nothing
Pro?
to touch.
Did you go to a pro to do it, or you do it yourself?
No, I do it myself.
Oh, it's not like Frank.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a waste of money.
Well, good on you, and it's great to be here post-Halloween. As always, today's program brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Of course, UFC back in Brazil. Yes, our good friends over in Brazil. They are back in Sao Paulo for that big heavyweight main event. The Battle of the... Imagine they call it the Battle of the Baddest. Just to take a shot at Francis, it's Jailton Almeida, who GC is rocking some merch of, going up against the Black Beast, Derek Lewis, who, yes, it was reported yesterday by several outlets in Houston that he had been arrested recently for driving very fast, excessive speed. What would you call that? Is that what it's called? Something
Reckless driving?
Reckless? Okay,
Criminal
fine.
speed.
You said it, not me.
I'm pretty sure that's the actual charge.
Pretty high numbers, but he is in Brazil, and the fight is, at least as of right now, proceeding, so it doesn't seem like there's a big concern. Of course, we found out about Izzy and his issue with the law before the Strickland fight. We only found out afterwards about that, but didn't preclude him from fighting, so I don't think this will. Nevertheless, that was a big story that came out last night while we were trick-or-treating. Great to be trick-or-treating with the kids, although I must say I was a little bit sad. Just the daughter. It was just the daughter and my wife and I. The boys wanted to go with their friends, so we have reached that point. I was very much in my feelings, very nostalgic, very sad about it all, but they have to grow up, Frank. At some point, you have to let them fly, as you know. You have an older son yourself, and, I didn't think it would happen this soon. I'm sure there's a lot of parents out there who can relate.
Did you give him a touch of the guilt trip where you're like,
a touch?
Come on. You're going to break up the whole family here?
A touch? I was laying it thick.
Wow.
Saying, wow, we have a tradition.
Did you make them bring you the candy first so you can sort through it?
I sorted through it all, but I said we have traditions, we have customs. We don't have many. You're just gonna spit in our face like this? You're just gonna let us all down?
Face. You just want to go hang out with the
and
fans.
then to top it all off, pick them up at the friend's house at around 9 o'clock.
Late night.
School night. Wake up today a little bit dicey. Friend lives 25 minutes away. 10 minutes into the journey back home, I'm dozing off. This is very late. My son says, I don't have my bag.
No.
We realize he didn't bring the bag. He left it at the house. All of a sudden, it gets very quiet, and then I start to hear the sniffling. This is the 9-year-old son. And now I'm like...
You lay down the hammer that we're not turning around. That's what you said?
No.
Bag of candy, all the hard work?
I turned around.
I'm saying at first, though, when the silence fell, you're like, we're not turning around. And
I never said it. It broke my heart.
Okay.
But the parents said, you're soft, and I can't believe you turned around for a bag of candy. We could have brought it tomorrow to school.
Hey, he worked hard all night for it.
He worked hard. It's a big night. October 31st.
You a candy picker? You go and like take a certain candy from
1,000%. Big into
my mom
the
always took
Reese's.
Snickers. Yeah, nice.
Reese's. Nice. The pumpkin ones are fun.
What about the nondescript orange wrappered ones?
No, I don't go nondescript.
Wait, what?
Who buys those?
Can I tell you a big
wrappers?
pet peeve of mine? I don't know what you're talking about, Frank, but a big pet peeve of mine, massive pet peeve. And for some reason, I feel like Rick is one of these guys, but I could be wrong. The people who are like, shout out to all those families out there, like my family, who give out the full candy size, full candy bar size, whatever the fuck you call it. Like those people are so annoying to me. Okay, your flex that you give out a full candy bar is not that impressive. All right.
Hold on. You're annoyed that they give out the full size candy bars?
I'm annoyed that they puff their chest.
The Barry H on it.
Yes, I'm annoyed about that. No, enough of that.
I don't know. I kind of dream of being a full size candy bar
Every year, there's a bunch of people on Twitter. It's like, don't come around these parts looking for that small stuff. We only go full size around these.
They're flex.
They're Halloween vegans. I get it. It's not enough to just give out the full size candy bars. They have to tell you about.
Yeah.
Oh, see, are you on my side on this?
I'm not.
Oh,
see, now I'm offended that you thought I would be in that group, but no, I am not in that group. Snack size is great. Like I'm just buying the mixed bag of candy.
Who cares? Who cares? You're not impressing anyone with your full-size bar. No one gives a crap. And guess what? If you do it, let the neighborhood know. You don't need to tell the world on Twitter.
Yeah, you don't need to tell everybody.
Oh, wow, we're so impressed. Oh, my God.
What are you going to do? You're going to go door to door in the neighborhood to tell
Oh.
everyone? It's much easier to just make a tweet.
No, they just know.
Let the
they
word
know.
spread.
When we go to the Burke's house, we get the full-size candy bars, and then you'll be the popular house on the block. But you don't need to advertise.
One day, you know
it.
when
I
I've
agree.
really made it? There will be signs. You'll know that I made it when I'm giving out the king-size candy bars. And then I will definitely do a
that's
full
a flex.
breakdown on
Wait,
it.
is this
Those are called shareable.
king over regular size?
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
See,
Size.
If
Go
you
ahead
give
and
out
get you one.
king size, that defeats the rules. You're allowed to advertise
Take
that.
two. Take two.
I'll
if you
go
want.
with that.
We're not worried about it. We got plenty.
King
back
size
here.
is a real
Go ahead.
flex.
Full bags
King
of
size.
candy.
All I'm
Not
saying
full bags.
is,
You just
no,
give
that's
out
if you
the
have
next
to
step.
advertise it to the world, it's not a flex, okay? No one cares. Yeah, like I too can go to CVS and get the box of the full size. No one cares. It's
Yeah,
just
but you
easy.
didn't.
But you don't.
You didn't put in that effort.
I don't
You didn't
care.
put in that. I saw someone giving out 2 liters. Who wants a warm 2 liter to
What?
carry around?
What's a
Yeah,
2 liter?
And they were like really proud of it. Like a 2 liter of soda. Like a 2 liter of
The
Coca-Cola.
street was littered. and-
Their whole house was filled with them. They were
What?
giving them out.
No, they aren't.
That's the worst.
Yes, I swear to God.
Giving out
That's the
2
worst
liters.
thing ever.
Yes, Joe saw
That's
it too.
horrible.
It like went viral on Twitter yesterday. Like they had like friggin' their whole house was filled with 2 liters.
That's ridiculous.
I'd be pissed if someone gave me a 2 liter on Halloween. Warm soda
Who wants to carry that?
around.
That's disgusting.
You know
This
what I
person
did?
was flexing like they were giving out king sizes.
You know what conclusion I did come to though? The conclusion is that everyone shops at the same places. So ultimately it's like the same 5 brands that you're getting.
Of course, yeah, you're getting like the Hershey's brand.
It's not
Like
that exciting
Reese's,
anymore,
Hershey's.
you know? Like actually didn't see any Butterfinger. Butterfinger is always fun. Didn't
I
see
could
those.
change the recipe.
I actually just crushed a Butterfinger back.
man.
Free Halloween candy. Better give me. What's their slogan?
No one
your hand off
better
my-
get my
Yeah.
fingers on your
Get your
Butterfinger.
finger off my Butterfinger.
Right. That's like a Simpsons one. The best was going out and then coming home and watching the Simpsons special. That was
Oh, the
best
Treehouse
as a
of
kid.
Horror.
Yeah.
That actually doesn't premiere until Sunday this year.
Oh, I feel like it would just always air on the day. Am I crazy?
No, it definitely. No, I don't know anymore.
Like if Halloween was on a Wednesday, they would have a
I think they
special
would
Simpsons.
play
maybe
a
they put it on.
rerun at least.
Yeah, at least rerun it. I mean, you are right though. The breaking the candy down, TV on, everyone in the family room. Those were some elite times. I mean, I have some real nostalgia thinking back on that.
So good. And I feel like I was robbed of that yesterday. Honestly, I feel like I was robbed of that. So I was a little bit salty. Anyway, good to be back. A lot to discuss. We're still glowing, not only from our jack-o'-lanterns, but from the aftermath of Saturday's event in Riyadh. I want to say hello to all my friends over in the kingdom who are watching us live. Today's program will feature a lot of discussion on that, but we do turn the page as well. Back into the show, we'll make our picks for this weekend. Well, not we, the collective we, but it's more them.
Wow.
It's more them. Parlay Boys. Prior to that, we'll be joined by our old friend Chael P on a Ariel and the Bad Guy Wednesday. So good to get his thoughts on what transpired this weekend. I'm sure they will be hot and heavy, the takes, that is. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Eric Nicksick, who is the shoe-in for Coach of the Year, the head coach over at Xtreme Couture in Las Vegas. Of course, he was in the corner of one Francis Ngannou this past weekend. And prior to that, we'll be joined by Marquel Martin, his agent, who has, been the subject of much criticism over the last couple of years, but he is riding high. See, that's a guy who can flex right now, not the dudes who are, giving out full-size Snickers, all right? No one's impressed by your 99-cent purchase, okay? Just want to let you know. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the king of kickboxing, Rico Verhoeven, who is returning to action on November 4th. That's this Saturday at Glory Kickboxing. He is defending his title against Tariq Osaro in a unification bout. Tariq is the interim champ. Rico, of course, is maybe the face of Glory for all these years, and want to get his thoughts on Tom Aspinall, who he trains with. Want to get his thoughts on Francis Ngannou, who he has trained with. Want to get his thoughts on Tyson Fury and so many other things. So stay tuned for Rico, the movie star. But we like to shoot on Wednesdays. Went a little long with the intro there. Few minutes at the top, most of it on the back end. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week to start.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
I see what you're talking about. The orange. We don't get nondescript. I don't know if it's the who's passing out candy without any branding on it.
Exactly. It always bothers.
Do you hand out candy?
No.
People don't come to your
I guess
abode?
it's not a big thing in Brooklyn.
Is it?
You
No.
go to stores to do it.
Yeah, that was kind of sad when we were living in a neighborhood with like a ton of stores, bodegas and stuff, Upper East Side. It's like, what? No one wants to. You want to go to people's houses, right?
I mean,
Rick, do you guys give out
bodegas have the
candy?
full-size bars.
Yeah, we give out candy, and my wife this year took a policy for giving and receiving of no candy that could be like unwrapped, like sealed wrappers only, due to the influx of stories about all this stuff that people are doing to candy.
People are doing stuff to candy? I mean,
yeah.
I feel like that's a tale as old as time, though.
Yeah, I know. But he's saying there's an influx of these stories.
More stories about it. They're stoking the fears of moms out there.
Okay, has to be sealed tight.
So yeah, has to be sealed. Not even like a lollipop that can be unwrapped and then rewrapped. Has to be sealed.
Wow.
This is
for their safety and for ours.
This is blown my mind. We like to put like a few pretzels in a Ziploc and hand it out. Would you not eat that?
That would never fly.
That's y'all?
That's us.
Homemade pretzels? Or like
Yeah.
This guy, he's like, you schmucks giving out full-size candy bar. I like to give healthy snacks in a Ziploc bag. You're a lame.
Really do give out
Get
pretzels?
out of here.
Tattoos,
you do Halloween wrong.
Pretzels, tattoos.
The tattoos can be kind of fun, but I mean, we're really getting pretzels.
Pretzels
in a
like
Ziploc bag.
The sticks, pretzel sticks in the zip. Yeah, it's a family thing.
Tell me the truth. Did anybody leave a note about how disappointed they are about what you've provided? Did they just throw it back? Do you have ring camera footage of kids like throwing
only
the pretzel back
sticks?
at you?
Just the pretzel sticks. Yeah,
I'm
just
a bit in shock. Yeah. That's the
Might
only.
as well give them floss
no
and
variety
a toothbrush.
Yeah. He's giving out gold star stickers.
I'm waiting for this for the punchline.
I know there is no punchline, but I just got a text from Chael because I like to remind people about coming on the show. Hey,
this is a nice change of topic.
He writes, you know what he wrote back to me? I don't have much choice since I work in media and your quote unquote friends control it. Then he writes, by the way, on the unfortunate off chance that you get hit with a bus, make sure you delete this thread.
What?
Oh, Chael.
Cole is up first. Hey, fellas, in response to GC's video of him on the jumbo screen over the weekend. Oh, yes, I saw this. Obviously, the man in the video wasn't Frank, but seeing him throw down those glizzies made me think. This question is for the whole crew. What food/candy can you absolutely not help yourself around and can find yourself eating too many too quickly? Thank you for your time and love the show. So yes, GC, you were at a minor league hockey game on
minor league hockey
Friday,
game.
Right?
Yep, Hartford Wolfpack. We actually have the video.
Oh.
We have it ready to roll here.
Here it is.
Those that didn't see it. This is my guy, Jerry. A lot of people thought it was Frank. I mean, there I am in the background. It was $2 beer, $2 hot dog night at the old XL Center in beautiful downtown Hartford.
Is it old, the XL Center?
Did I say old?
Well, you said old XL, but I think it's relatively new, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, some
I know what you mean.
at this point. Offshore Book found a line. Lost $100 on the Hartford Wolfpack. That was cool.
Wow. You bet on minor league hockey?
Listen,
who'd they play? The Syracuse Crunch?
The Springfield Thunderbirds.
Okay.
Thunderbirds 1-4, hadn't won a road game in 9 straight. Wolfpack were 4-0. Felt good. Minus 130 Wolfpack, but to no avail there.
Why did you go?
Because I was in beautiful Hartford, man. 860. Got to represent. Got to go see a minor league game.
You were like thinking of something to do, and you're like, let's go to a minor league hockey game?
I got invited to it, and then they said $2 beers, $2 hot dogs. I was like, I'm there.
So was that guy a friend of yours?
Yes, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Close friend.
But not Frank?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, Frank, you have to speak on that.
I love how Ariel's asking as if he doesn't know
He's
the answer.
confused.
Well,
It's not Frank?
I need it for the record. Is that Frank? I saw some people wondering if it was Frank. The question that I wanted to know was the answer to how did you know you were going to be on the screen, or like because you're who's recording that video?
Right. That's not me recording.
Yes.
I'm not even aware, and then I see it, and I'm obviously hyped up. It was someone else that was with us, saw that the camera was pointed at him.
And they were ready to go.
Yeah, because he knew, because actually, I should have dropped in another video. This is not his first time making the Jumbotron at $2 beer, $2 hot dog night. He's actually made it before and did the same thing. So, I mean,
the woman next to him,
favorite there.
Not the one between you and him, but the woman that touches him, was she with you guys?
Can I see it one more time?
Watch this. She looks at him like she's telling him to stop.
I was just fixated on him.
She taps him on the shoulder.
Yes.
That his wife?
Was also with us.
Okay.
No, not wife.
She's telling him, buddy,
see,
I'm
about to take a sip of my $2 beer.
You're loving it.
It was a great time. Oh, I was loving it.
What I love about it is like your reaction seems like of someone who isn't usually on television or on screen. You know what I mean? Like you're so
I
excited.
hit the Jumbotron at Dog for Wolfpack game. Had to been 1,500 people there. As you can see, it was 4-2 Thunderbirds with 1:43 to play in the third period. So times were not good. So this was it was a mood booster. It lifted me up a lot. So.
Anyone recognize you at the game? No.
Please. The camera guy did. Obviously.
There was a guy in a Georgia hockey jersey, though. We had a great conversation. He had a lot to drink, but it was still good.
Shout out to your friend, by the way, rocking the Nordiques hat.
Yeah, great guy. Shout out to Jerry.
Yeah, never met him.
Knows how to put down a dog.
Apparently. So anyway, the question is, what is the food/candy you can absolutely not help yourself around and can find yourself eating too many? For me, it's pizza. I have to treat pizza like someone who is somewhat of an addict, and like if you open that door, it's hard. That's my thing. What was that noise, Rick?
I totally get that.
Pizza. Like, I can eat a full large pizza by myself.
Yeah, I've been there, as we've seen.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
there was a point in time in college where like it was almost like therapy for me. I would order a pizza, I would get my green olives and pineapple, sit down, watch pro wrestling. I mean, I was crushing life. I was crushing. Full thing, large, straight up. Domino's. What
Whole
about
thing,
you?
one night?
One sitting. What do you mean one night? One
I
sitting.
still haven't tried.
One night, it's one meal. You don't even move on from it.
Yeah, freaking loved it. What about you guys?
I've been there. For me, I'm a sweets person, so like I'll crush a bag of candy just because, but it's not like it's just because that's what I like. It's not like an addictive thing. There's two things that do it for me. Number one, gooey butter cake. And if you're from anywhere that has it, it's just next level. Shout out to Home Run Inn in the Chicagoland area.
Oh yeah,
shout out to
our friend Tessa Hirsch. She makes them, or her father has those at the restaurant. They're just next level. Gooey butter cake, number one. And number two is many, many years ago, my wife on the back of a pack of Philadelphia cream cheese found like a no-bake cream cheese peanut butter thing. It's like a Reese's cream cheese no-bake pie. And that's next level. Like Reese's does it for me, so it's those two things.
Wow.
Oh man, sweet tooth to the max.
Wow,
sweet tooth to the max.
Frankie,
chips and salsa.
Wow.
What about chili con queso?
I was going to say that, but like, it's just a thing. If there's chips and salsa available,
you're just going nuts.
I can't even talk.
Not even guacamole, just the salsa.
I mean, look, I love dips.
Clearly.
Yeah. Shout out to the wife.
The buffalo. Yeah.
Chips and salsa.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big chips and dip guy. Pizza too. Any junk food, I just like can't stop eating. I just love food. Period. There is one it's oddly specific from Trader Joe's.
The truffle ones?
Nah, the elote street corn chips. They are so good, and you get them with the cauliflower jalapeno dip. It sounds like the craziest combo of all time. If I open the bag is gone. That's how much I like these. I can't stop eating them.
Wow, never tried them.
Oddly specific.
It's funny. All you guys are savory, and I'm the only sweet one.
I'm a big sweet guy too, but just pizza to me is just so hard.
Pint of ice cream. If I open like a big thing of ice cream, I will eat way too much of it. Yeah.
We move along. Juan Sanchez. Hello, Ariel and crew. I really enjoyed your impromptu interview with UFC interpreter Fabiano Busque. Yes, that was tremendous. 30 minutes. Although I think I pissed off Luciana because I think I made a comment or two about how good he was and all that stuff. And well, it's been a rough go over the past week. I've been getting a lot of the champion has a name. No, the name has a champion. I screwed up the screw up. Jeez. Anyway, Fabiano was a lifesaver. I mean, you guys don't realize how much Fabiano saved us. That turned into like a 35-minute interview as we're trying to track down Charles Oliveira. God knows where he was. Anyway, his perspective within the UFC is very interesting, and we don't usually get to hear from someone like that. It got me thinking, is there any other person within the UFC staff that you'd be interested in conducting an interview with to get their perspective on the sport? That is a good question. Well, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of fascinating people who work there. I would love to interview Hunter Campbell, who's a very important person within the company right now. I mean, I've had a chance to talk to most of them. Lawrence Epstein's a really interesting guy. Zach Candido, who has taken over in large part their production. Very interesting guy with a great resume at this point, considering all he's done since coming over to the UFC. Those are some names that come to mind, but those are kind of behind the scenes people, if you will. There's this guy named Dana? No, I've interviewed him before. I can't put him on the list. But Fabiano is one of those front-facing guys. Is there anyone else? I mean, most of the broadcasters we've talked to, I would say those are some names that come to mind. There's a ton of interesting people in the world of combat sports, and I appreciate the fact that the fans appreciate those types of chats and don't just want to hear from superstar fighter X. Coach Jay, Ariel, first things first. You had the king of an entire nation call into your show and tell you that he looks forward to meeting you. I don't know if he's the king, by the way, but okay, fine. I don't think that has ever been done on any other show platform. You are officially the greatest to ever do it in the sports media game. Wow. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate that. Shout out to His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh. On to my question. With Francis winning Saturday night and further proving he has done right by his post-UFC career decision-making, do you think this will open the eyes of some of the other UFC stars who can maximize their star power and earning power, crossing over into boxing or other avenues? Here's the thing. He mentions Sean O'Malley, Jorge Masvidal is still under contract. Yes, I suspect we'll get some Jorge Masvidal news soon, Jamal Hill, etc. The thing is, you have to recognize how many things had to break in favor of Francis Ngannou. We've gone over it ad nauseum at this point. So, no, I actually don't think. They make it very, very, very hard for you to leave. And I think you have to have a certain amount of courage to bet on yourself and be certain that things will work out in your favor. I mean, we just kind of go over it. But think about January to February to March to April. I mean, they only announced the PFL deal in mid-May. Those are a lot of, I would imagine, he kind of brushes it off, but sleepless nights, questioning yourself, discussions, proposal, pitches. Not everyone has the stomach for that. And on top of it all, they just make it very hard for you to leave. Whether it's, dangling a carrot or champions clauses and things like that. And I actually think that Francis's success will deter them from allowing someone in his position, i.e. another champion, from being able to leave, even though it was so hard for him to leave. So I don't think this is the start of some kind of revolution where fighters go on. No, maybe it's the start of UFC being a little bit more open to booking these fights and taking part in these fights, but doing it solo, it's just so hard. It's going to take a long time for that trend to break, if you will. Sankit, hello, Ariel and the crew. With the Francis fight done and the impact he had against Fury, do you think Tyson would try to set up a fight with Jones in the future to kind of defend boxing against the MMA fighters? There is no feud between Tyson Fury and John Jones. The feud is with Francis Ngannou at this point. And, maybe if Tyson does a fight with John Jones, maybe Tyson gets what he gets. John is going to have to share the pie with the UFC. That was the beauty of this whole situation. Francis didn't have to share the pie with the UFC. But at the end of the day, Francis versus Tyson 2 is a bigger fight than Tyson versus Jones. No one disagrees with me, right? Rick, you agree with me, right? Tyson versus Francis 2 is way bigger now than Tyson versus Jones.
No, disagree. Jones versus...
What? You're crazy.
Oh, sorry. Tyson versus Jones, not Ngannou versus Jones.
No. Tyson versus Ngannou 2 is bigger than Tyson versus Jones 1.
Oh, yeah. See, I was doing Ngannou versus Jones. No, bigger, yeah. Certainly bigger than Tyson versus Jones. Yeah. No doubt. Of course.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no need for it. There's no need for Tyson to even go down that path. Like the Fury and Ngannou fight, the rematch is right there. And that's gigantic
But
because it has the story.
Ngannou versus Jones, I think, is above all of them.
Disagree.
That's the one I would put ahead.
Ngannou versus Jones is bigger than Ngannou versus Fury too?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be. What? Are you kidding me? No way.
Ngannou versus Jones is the biggest one.
In boxing or MMA?
Either. The current reigning UFC champion, Francis is the lineal champion.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. For my money, the baddest man on the planet, and this is coming from somebody who's long stood behind John Jones in terms of that designation. The reigning UFC heavyweight champion versus the guy who left the organization and then did that with Tyson Fury, to me, is the biggest fight.
Yeah, I think that the rematch is gigantic at this point. Dare I say the rematch is bigger than Fury versus Usyk? That's how big I think the rematch is. But we'll see. I don't think any of those things are really in play at the moment. So let us see. All right, we got through a solid 4 questions. We'll get through the rest of them after Chael P joins us at around 3 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. For now, though, let us talk about a fight that is happening. It's happening on November 4th. That is this Saturday, live from the Gallery Dome in Arnhem in the Netherlands. It's Glory Collision 6. You can watch it on gloryfights.com if you're living in the United States, and exclusively on Videoland in the Netherlands and various broadcast partners around the globe. It is a unification bout in the Glory heavyweight division. It's the interim champion, Tariq Cookie Osaro, going up against the king of kickboxing, the face of Glory kickboxing, the reigning defending champion. He has been at the top for a very long time. In fact, he's on a 20-fight winning streak. He has not fought under the Glory banner in about 2 years. So it's great to have Rico Verhoeven back, and it's great to have him back on the program. He joins us now via the Magic of Zoom. Hello, Rico. How are you?
Sir, what's up, Ariel? It's been a while.
Yes, it has, my friend. Welcome back. It's great to see you again, and very much excited that you are back in action this Saturday. For those that don't know, could you tell us how difficult? And I know you fought just a few months ago, but that wasn't that was outside of the Glory banner. To come back 2 years later, you suffered a serious knee injury, right? How difficult was the recovery, and how bad was the knee injury?
Yeah, so like you said, I fought about a year ago, and a few months later, had a crazy ass knee injury, and the recovery was tough. And like, for my feeling, like throughout my career, I've pretty much like slided through, didn't have too many injuries, and now this happened. Like, I'm like, well, what is this? Is this a sign or something? Like, is this the time to quit? But went through surgery, and really had a dark 2 weeks. Like, it hurt like hell. And I really decided, like, okay, if I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna quit on my own terms, and I'm not gonna let my body decide like this is time to stop. So we put in the work, and we got back like pretty fast, actually. So normally for an injury like this, they put out like 9 months to a year, and I did it in 6, 7. So
wow.
And fully fit, fully functional, and I feel better than ever.
Wow. Congratulations on that. So there was a point
Thanks.
that you considered maybe not fighting again, not going through it all again?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
100%, because it was just like, the pain and not being able to walk normally, function like you want to, and you feel like, what is this? Like, I've been like flowing through my career like pretty good, and now this happens. And how serious is it? So a lot of friends calling and professionals getting their opinions, and they just said, like, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. But it just takes time. It takes patience, takes a lot of work. But I never shied away of a challenge. And hard work is what we know and what we embrace. So an uncomfortable situation, we made it to a comfortable situation, and now we're here.
So, and just so I understand, your last Glory fight was 2 Octobers ago. This fight that you're speaking of against Hesdy Gerges was last October. Why did you have that, prior to the injury, why did you have that long layoff, a year between fights, and not fighting under the Glory banner?
Yeah, there was a little bit of timing wise problem. So I fought for glory, and then I went straight into shooting a movie. But in my contract, we negotiated that I was able to do my own event as well. So we already scheduled my own event, and I was supposed to fight earlier this year, but yeah, then the injury came, so we
Okay.
weren't able to fight. So because of that, it just kept on pushing forward. So like I said, I went from the movie straight into my own event, and then got injured, and yeah, that's how everything got pushed.
Is the movie career blowing up? I saw you, White Lotus, I believe it's called, and you have another movie,
Black Lotus. Black
I
Lotus.
screwed that up.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
You have another one coming out in 2024, right? How busy is your acting schedule?
We try to manage everything. Yeah, Black Lotus was like my first lead role. Insane, crazy. It came out globally. We actually came out on Netflix a few weeks ago. We were in 1 or 2 days. We were at #1, so it was crazy.
Wow.
It was wild. So no, it's been insane. And this year, I also been on set with Gerard Butler. Got a nice little part in a new movie. So yeah, it's like I said, it's just been crazy. It's just good things. Things been happening.
Is this going to be the post fighting plan? You'll go
100%.
all in to acting. Is that what you're going to do full time?
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
And okay, so you're well on your way, but obviously you have fights left. Is there any chance, considering the feelings that you had, and here you are back defending your belt, it's unification bout, all that stuff. Any chance Saturday's fight is your last fight?
No.
No.
It's like I've been enjoying this so much, especially now coming back after this injury and this leg like feeling better than ever. It's I got a few good more fights in me, 100%.
Okay. This past weekend we had the battle of the baddest, right? Francis Ngannou against Tyson Fury. Is there any part of you looking at all this baddest man on the planet talk and saying, what about me? Can I be included in all of this?
Yeah, of course. It's just like this whole situation of the combat sports growing is, I love to see it. And it's amazing that from whatever we're going to, from social media and YouTube superstars embracing the sport, the combat sport, the boxing sport, just whatever, MMA, kickboxing, and just the full range of martial arts is beautiful. So the growth of the sport is beautiful to see. And like talks of baddest of the planet, I'm definitely in that conversation because yeah, you have boxing, we have MMA, and we definitely have kickboxing. So yeah, let's go. That's actually what I'm open to, because being champion for 10 years in the sport of kickboxing is getting there is one thing, but staying there is a whole different type of monster. And I've been there for such a long time and enjoying it, but a challenge like that I would definitely be open to, especially seeing the fight this weekend and being known and comfortable and common with both grounds, because I did a professional MMA fight, I did a professional boxing fight. So yeah, whatever comes to the table, I'm open for it, especially seeing how Francis has been competing and really putting up a good fight. Yeah, I think I got a good shot.
By the way, who do you think won that fight?
I think Tyson won that fight on points, but yeah, the moral winner was definitely Francis.
Were you
especially
surprised?
giving him so much trouble? 100%. But I think that's more a personal problem and a mental problem than a physical problem, I think, because I think Tyson made it a difficult fight for himself.
What do you mean by that?
Because of his ego.
Okay, like he was looking past him.
No, not past him, but like, hey, you think you're big, you think you're strong, you want to fight? Let's fight. This is mine. Like he said, like, I'm gonna take you to school.
Right.
But like, then he starts fighting with a guy with Francis' physique and Francis' power and Francis' timing, because I've trained with both of these guys. You know, with Tyson, I've trained, like, it's been a while, but I trained for years with this guy, and with Francis, we just trained once or twice. But I know he has an amazing timing and just a natural physique of power and strength and timing. So, and he thought, like, okay, let's go toe to toe. I was like, why? Why would you go toe to toe with somebody you can just outbox? Because what I do believe is that's what we did see. If when Tyson was just boxing smart and like a thinking man's game, yeah, it was hard for Francis to cross the distance and get there. But as soon as Tyson thought, like, okay, let's try and take him out, he got in trouble.
It is fascinating perspective because you have trained with both. I know you've trained with Tyson more than Francis. I'm just wondering, given your experience with both, who was the trickier guy to fight?
The tricky, it depends on what rules. What rules are we talking about, Ariel?
Well, what did you do with them? I'm assuming it was boxing with Tyson. Yes.
Yeah. And with Francis, we did some stand up, but he just had surgery. I don't no surgery. He had surgery on something in his face or something. So we didn't do any sparring.
Okay.
So, and with Tyson, we just did lots of rounds.
Wow.
So that was just a different, like I said, he's a different type of animal in the boxing game. But especially from what I've seen this weekend, I saw options. I saw an opening.
Okay.
Thought, like, hey, this is. I would love to change places with Francis. I definitely saw some opportunities. So and like I said, I'm known in all the situations in boxing and in MMA. So I feel comfortable in whatever.
So it's interesting. I heard you say in one of the pre-fight videos leading up to your fight on Saturday that you are no longer motivated by the opponent. Your motivation is yourself, right? You used to be motivated by the opponent, but now it's the battle with yourself. How much can you improve? How much better can you be, etc. Is that a tricky game to where, like, I would think, I understand what you're saying, but I would think a fighter needs to look at someone and say, like, this guy motivates me to get out of bed and I want to beat him to show that I'm the better man. If that is no longer there, can that be a tricky thing to deal with mentally if you're no longer motivated by the foe?
I don't think so, because what do you do, Ariel, when you've been the best for so many years and when you're on top of your game, like what you're doing? Who's your competition? Like, you've been the number one commentator and sports analyst for so many years. So you're not competing with anybody else. You're competing with you. So you try to be a better version of you every interview you do. Every time you get into an interview, you talk to people, the pre-work you do. That's how you evolve, and you look at whatever, a Jimmy Kimmel or whatever. It's a different vibe and it's a different area, but still you're trying to learn from different situations, from different areas, from different perspectives, and that's how I look at the game now. I just try to be a better version of me. So I look at my previous fights, and every time I see flaws, I see mistakes, and I try to analyze with my trainer and with my team, like, why did I do so? We talk about it and we look at it, and I said, okay, this is something we got to work on, and this is something that I don't want to happen in this upcoming fight. And then it doesn't, but then other things happen. So it's a continuous cycle of improvement. Like every day I try to listen to a podcast or whatever, read a book, and just try sometimes instead of trying to get into an argument, just listen and take it. And yeah, just like I said, just keep learning because we're never too old to learn.
Okay, no, totally understand that, and totally fair as well. We've also seen in MMA, we've seen this often, like some of the big dogs who have been champion. Like I remember when DJ lost, Demetrius Johnson, or Anderson Silva lost.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like they were relieved when their winning streak came to an end because of the pressure that comes with being a champion. And you know about this, right? You just alluded to that. How do you handle that pressure? And do you think there will come a time where you will be relieved to take the crown off? Do you understand why they may have felt that way because of everything that comes with being a champion and the bullseye that is on your back?
Of course, you have the bullseye on your back. You're carrying the kingdom on your shoulders for so many years. But yeah, it's for me. I understand it, but yet again, like I said, with the injury, when this would happen, I want it to happen on my terms. So that would mean I would win, and I would decide to say, okay, this is it. Take the crown off and leave. But leave as the very best. So that would be my ideal situation, to be able to stop this whole winning streak and champion thing as a champion.
How many more do you think you have left in you?
I don't know. I think I don't want to give it a number, but I think I got a few more good fights in me. So like I said, I'm just excited to be back now for the 4th this Saturday. I feel so good. I'm in great shape, and I can't wait to just perform and show everybody I'm still the heavyweight king.
Tariq, the interim champion, big boy, has said some big things. He seems very confident. He's going to throw bombs your way and all that. And I see you at the press conference just kind of laugh it off because you've heard this before. Is there anything that he does that you feel like you haven't seen as of late?
Yeah, what I like about his style and what I didn't see in previous opponents, that while coming in, so a lot of guys, so for example, they're orthodox and they come in and that's how they pressure. They pressure on an orthodox stance. But what he does, he comes in orthodox, and while charging, he throws the right hand and then changes to a southpaw.
Wow!
And then continues his. So that's a very tricky and good way of attacking. So yeah, I've been definitely working on that. So, and I think that's how he surprised a lot of fighters as well.
Okay, interesting. Is that common? Is that more common in kickboxing than it is in boxing? In MMA, people switch stances all the time. In boxing, it's a little less common, especially like effective switching stances. Is that more common in kickboxing, and if so, why?
No, not really. Not really. You don't see too many guys doing it and guys that do it. But like I said, I hear what you're saying. But what I also don't see in boxing or in MMA too much, they're doing it on the attack. That's what he does really well.
Okay.
So he does it on the attack. So he's in orthodox stance, and then, for example, double jab, and he throws the right hand. Then while throwing the right hand, he changes and charges in with it. And so that means you throw all your weight behind the right hand, and you're crossing a lot of distance. So I haven't seen that too much, and I've seen that in his previous fights that it's really effective. Because yeah, you can step backwards, but he's crossing so much distance with that big right hand and that step with the right foot that they just don't know what's happening. So that's a challenging thing. But yeah, let's see. And in MMA, I think that this would be a really tricky move, because then they probably take him down. So that's it. It's like I said, MMA and boxing or kickboxing is just, they're three totally different sports. You can't compare them.
After the fight on Saturday, Tyson and his team brought up ring rust, the layoff. They mentioned it a couple times. You know, he hadn't fought in about a year. Do you believe in that sort of thing? Are you worried about that, considering it's been about a year for you as well?
Yeah, 100%. But it's I've been in this situation a few times for the last 5 years. So multiple times that for some kind of reason I didn't fight for 6, 7, 8, 9 months, 12 months, 14 months. But yeah, I pretty much always kept on putting in the work, especially the sparring rounds. Sparring rounds are very important, but still, yeah, like you said, the feeling and the tension that comes with stepping into the ring with so many people in attendance and that extra tension vibe that it takes with it is different. And it gives that extra pressure, but I always try to just embrace it, and it hasn't like really being in the way of my performance yet. But yeah, let's see what it does this Saturday, especially after this injury. It's like again a different situation. I haven't been in this situation before, so yeah, let's see how we're gonna work with it.
This is a big show for Glory, obviously a big show for you, a big fight for you. Like on the Wednesday before a fight like this in your home country, what do you like as a person? Are you anxious? Are you irritable? What is Rico like just days before the fight? It seems like you're not. Are you in a hotel right now, or are you at home? It seems like you're
No,
just.
no, it's always like the last week, the last 2 weeks. I always go in a like a separate home type of vibe, like close to the woods, so we can go out, we can walk with the team. So the whole team is here. The family comes in just 1 or 2 days a week just to hang out. We got a chef that cooks us food the whole day, and it's just the vibe with the team because I just like slowly I change, I transition. I'm always the same guy. You can put me in interviews on TV, on whatever show. It doesn't matter if I'm at home. I'm always the same guy. But stepping into the ring, I'm a different guy. So, but changing to that person that happens like slowly in the last few weeks, and then yeah, I just like get excited, but also like you feel that tension, and there's not much that you can take, or a certain sound, or a certain person that says something that lets you. I don't like you. I snap, but
Yeah.
I snap to you like in a nasty way, like oh, like, but it's not fair. So I try to distance myself from certain situations, and so nobody has to be bothered with this person. But the funny thing is, like everybody of my team also has that same anxiousness and that same excitement. So we're all the same to everybody else, but not against each other.
Okay. All right. I like that. Unity.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, 100%.
I was talking to a good friend of yours who speaks very highly of you, the great Tom Aspinall, who has a big fight himself next weekend. You've trained with him as well. Did you train with him in this particular camp?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you make of Tom and his skills and how he's evolving as a fighter?
Yeah, it's a funny story actually, Ariel, because I think Tom and I we met for the first time years and years ago in the Fury camp.
Wow.
And he was also one of the sparring partners, and I couldn't like really place him, but still I like because my trainer said, yeah, Tom Aspinall is coming over to train with us, and oh, that's that. I don't remember the name, but yeah, it was the guy training with us, and then oh yeah, and then he came over, and then it was like straight away a good like click vibe and flow of energy. He's the nicest person, and he's so anxious to learn and eager. And so now for the last few years, he's been coming over to the Netherlands to train with us together with his dad. And yeah, it's been great. And the crazy thing actually is, like, for some kind of reason, our stars are aligned or something, because he got injured in his leg, and I also got injured.
That's right.
And now, yeah. And so we've been going through the same situation. checking in with each other, like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are you doing? How's the progression going? And now he was here. He wasn't supposed to fight, but he came in to train with me because he knew I was preparing for a fight. He wanted to work on his stand-up, and that's just what I like about him. He just comes in to get better every time. He just comes in and he just sorry about that. He just comes in and works. He has the mindset of a champion. And now, for some kind of reason, our stars are again aligned, and I'm defending my title, and he's definitely gonna win this title. So I'm crazy excited for him, and this guy has so much potential, so much potential. His stand-up is on another level than that I've ever seen on any other heavyweight MMA fighter.
Would you ever accept a fight like that on 2 weeks' notice? It's common in the UFC, but not really in boxing or kickboxing. Like you're not ready, you're not in camp, and they call you up and say, "We need you to fill in." Would you ever do something like that?
Listen, Ariel. The beautiful thing is Tom is always training.
Right.
He's always putting in the work, so he's been ready. And again, like I said, the crazy thing is, we were talking about this. We were talking about exactly this situation. My brother said, just stay ready, because I don't know why, but sometimes stuff just happens. It just happens and everything falls into place. And last week, just
crazy.
You gotta. Okay, I'm ready, because he's been training. I said that's the only thing which can be tricky in two ways, because it can be very positive or it can be negative, because his opponent has been in camp for, like, say, let's 10 weeks or whatever. I don't know what his training camp's been looking like, but let's say 10 weeks. And he just comes in. So his focus and his game has been on fighting and preparing. And Tom has been training, like always, putting in the work. And now on 3 weeks' notice, he just flows in. So for me, I think it can work in his advantage, because he doesn't have the tension and the whole feeling of that fight for such a long time. He just, like, flows in that vibe, and now it's like, okay, let's go. 3 weeks out, so that could definitely work in his advantage. But like I said, I'm excited to see it, because he's such an all-round fighter, and especially his stand-up is on a different type of level.
Last Wednesday, we had Alistair Overeem on. He officially retired. What was your reaction when you found out about that?
I couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less.
Does it not a blow to the sport? Not a void? Not something that you wish, maybe I know you guys have circled each other for a long time. Nothing like that.
Not really. We were supposed to fight, and for whatever reason, it didn't happen. And he did fight Badr Hari. He got suspended again, so it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I don't like to fight cheaters, though.
So you this is not like a regret that you never got a chance to get in there with him or anything like that. No.
Like I said. For me, Ariel, I'm a guy. I just bring it straight forward.
Mm-hmm.
I just bring it straight forward, and this is a serious game that we're in, and everything should happen fair and square. And if you're, like, the biggest one in the classroom, and for some kind of reason you still have to do certain things that are not allowed to get even bigger or get a bigger ego or feel strong enough, then doesn't make any sense to me. And then for me, you're not even welcome in the ring. You shouldn't be there, because you should be there on your own strength, your own mindset. It's the same as in whatever Formula One. One of the drivers has an extra motor or whatever, extra boost engine in their car to pass everybody, because you can make serious damage, because whatever substance you're using, you can punch harder you can literally like bring damage and brain damage to your opponent that without it, maybe you couldn't do.
Mhm.
So you're cheating. So, and if you're cheating, yeah, you shouldn't be allowed into the sport.
You will be fighting on Saturday. Tariq Osaro, your
Yes, sir.
opponent, will be fighting the interim champion. It is, again, on gloryfights.com here in America, on Videoland in the Netherlands, at the 20,000 seat plus stadium known as the Gelredome. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Gelredome? Yeah.
Gelder.
In
Yeah.
Arnhem. Is it outdoors? Is it open stadium, or is it closed?
No. This is luckily for
Yeah.
us, it's a closed stadium actually,
Okay.
because the weather here in the Netherlands hasn't been too pretty, to be honest.
How do you envision the fight going? How do you envision this playing out on Saturday?
I'm not like really a prediction type of guy, but for me, the most important thing is just like stay focused, stay close to the game plan, and then it shouldn't be any problem taking home the win.
Well, I look forward to it. I'll be watching anytime you compete. I watch, and it's good to have you back in the glory ring, my friend. Welcome back. Thank you for the time, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much, Ariel, for having me, and good talking to you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Amen. We shall. Take
All
care,
right.
Rico. There he is, the reigning, defending glory heavyweight champion, defending his title for the first time in 2 years. This Saturday, November the 4th, and Glory has had a pretty big year. They had that sold-out event in September in Paris. They debuted in Bulgaria. They've had 11 events total across the Netherlands, Germany, France, Mexico, and Bulgaria. There was a time that they were pushing mightily to really, get a stranglehold here in America. It didn't quite happen, but I like the fact that they've pivoted to just focusing primarily on Europe. I know they said they've had an event in Mexico, but there's a huge audience in the Netherlands, of course, but all over Europe, and it's great to see them focusing and growing over there. So that is one Rico Verhoeven, and they also announced recently that they are bringing back the Heavyweight Grand Prix 8-man, one-night tournament, which is always very fun. And there's going to be some wild card spots, all that stuff and more. The winner gets $500,000. So Glory on the move, and they've got their king back, one Rico Verhoeven. All right, let's go back to Saturday night. Let's go back to what we witnessed, the incredible scenes. We're still buzzing here talking about it. We had a fun time on Monday, breaking out the receipts, of course, talking to Francis as well. But there are many layers to this story. And like I said at the top of the show, one guy who can flex, unlike the people who hand out large-size candy bars on Halloween. That is not a flex, if you ask me. One guy who can flex is Marquel Martin, the agent for one Francis Ngannou, because Lord knows he has walked through hell over the past couple of years, but he has come out on top. It's a massive moment for him, for his guy, for the entire team, because obviously they left, they bet on themselves, they got the PFL deal, then they got the massive fight, and then, in my opinion, they won the fight. And now they are the most wanted commodity in combat sports. Crazy how that works in the span of less than a year. So I wanted to talk to Marquel about that, and he's kind enough to join us. So let us say hello to Marquel Martin. There he is. Marquel, kind enough to join us. How are you, my friend? Are you still floating in the air? I don't even know. What dimension are you on right now after what happened on Saturday?
Man, I know there's cloud nine, but if there's anything above that, that's what we're all on right now. It's surreal, Ariel, for sure. It's been a long time.
Yes.
Long time coming.
Well, I'm excited to talk to you about it. By the way, how many times have you watched the fight?
I haven't rewatched it yet.
Really?
Yeah. Not yet. I just been enjoying this time back home with the fam and everything like that. But I think this weekend I'm going to sit down and just have my time, have some cookies, and watch the fight over again.
Okay.
It's in my mind.
Yeah, I can imagine. Before we get to Saturday, I know you guys were out there for, a couple of weeks, right? At least. But
3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah. But it really all started ramping up, like obviously a week out. And as you're in the midst, you're not just a witness to it all. You're not just a bystander. Like you're there with your guy, and it's like every famous fighter on the planet, all these famous acts, all this, this pomp and circumstance. Like as you're witnessing all of this come together, and it's looking like one of the most surreal events of our lifetime as far as sports are concerned, and everything they have planned. Like, what was last week like for you? Forget about Saturday, just like the whole buildup, dealing with all of that. Could you even possibly put into words? We're watching it, we're seeing the clips, we're seeing. What was it like being in the eye of that storm?
Yeah, being in the middle of it all, it was we were all kind of like taken aback by the sheer like magnitude of, like, if you go around just the arena. We took a tour of the arena, and one of the gentlemen from the Saudi team was telling me that they built that arena in 3 months, right? So that's when it, like, people don't understand the amount of work that went on. I mean, 24 hours a day construction going into the event. We got a tour of where the main event fight was going to be, and that's where it really set in, because it's like, I think it was like 19,000 seats or something like that. You saw the stage. They walked us through how the walkout was going to be, because we had planned on all of that. And that's when it just kind of set in, because, you know, we're used to the UFC shows being the biggest and the best, right? And this, I mean, it trumped it by a million times, you know. And that's where it was just like, I'm just so happy for our brother Francis, because that's what he deserved. One of the gentlemen from interviewed him and said, "Hey, your life story deserves this," and that's what it felt like. His life story deserved that level of fight and promotion, I should say.
Speaking of promotion, you know, when you're fighting for a promotion like the UFC or even Bellator, PFL, like, you're just kind of there, you go through the motions, but you're really just focused on yourself. With you guys having more of a stake in all of this, you know, gimmick promotions, and Francis, you're not there represent. That brings a level of stress and planning and all kinds of stuff. And I know there were other people involved, but it's like, I've talked to some, without naming names necessarily, like, I've talked to fighters and their management who have left the UFC, and it's like, it's a different beast when you're not part of the machine. Now you got to have to do it on your own. What was that like for you?
It was so fucking exhausting. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was exhausting. I mean, because, and that's where I have to give UFC a lot of credit, right? They're a well-oiled machine. And mind you, this is all of our first time being away from the UFC machine, right? But at the same time, it's like, I didn't know how much goes into it, right? You're talking about travel, hotel rooms, right? Accommodations. The scheduling alone is always on the fly. It's not just like, hey, we wake up and then everything is good. It's like, you know, my phone is going off the hook with making sure that, you know, not only Francis is set, but the rest of the card is set, right? From drug testing to everything. So it's a lot that goes into it. And so my hat's off to, obviously, like, His Excellency and his team, because, like, they really don't sleep at all to pull off this kind of event. So it was just surreal. And to your point earlier, like, having all the champions there, you know, obviously Mike Tyson, but, you know, Roberto Duran and Oscar De La Hoya, like, I grew up watching these guys, and they're here to see Francis fight. You know, it's nothing that will ever be duplicated again. And it was just, like, very, very humbling. And, you know, I'm just full of gratitude for being a part of that historic event.
The whole thing is transpiring, it's unfolding. And, you know, some people thought he'd lose in a round. Some people thought he'd get carried, he'd embarrass himself. As this thing is starting to play out, like, I thought Tyson won the first, I thought Francis won the second. Obviously, he drops him in the third. And now, from that point forward, it's like, holy shit, this is winnable. He might do this. What the hell are you thinking as you're watching all of this unfold?
Man, so the team knows, like, I'm the guy that's, like, praying in the corner. So I'm usually in his corner, right? But I was just cage side for this fight.
Ringside.
So
ringside.
Ringside. Sorry.
Old habits.
Yeah, old habits, right? And the first round, right, I was just trying to see, like, what the pace of the fight was going to be, right? Obviously, Tyson got off some good jabs, right? And then the second round, I saw Francis kind of settle in, and I saw, like, the coaching, like, and the moment kind of not overwhelm him. And then, of course, in the third round, when he dropped him, I mean, I felt that if Francis connected, he would drop him, like, no problem. And he did. And it was off of, like, his back foot. I have to rewatch the fight, but he didn't put his full power into it. Like I said, I think on the last interview I did with you, I was like, that's what's going to happen, because Francis's power is just next level. So just seeing him in that moment be calm, right? It reminded me of when he fought Stipe the second time. He was calm. I can tell that he wasn't like, overwhelmed by the mystique of Tyson Fury, and he was just fighting his game.
How did you score it?
I scored it. I had Francis winning by 2 rounds.
Okay. When it went the distance, did you think he would get the nod, or did you think that boxing would come into play?
I got to be honest. Like, something told me that they weren't going to give him the decision, even from the beginning of negotiations, when we understood that the British Boxing Board of Control was involved. And listen, like, I'm not trying to just crush them, but at the same time, it was very much home field advantage for Tyson Fury, and we knew that from the jump. So when you're listening for the decision to be read, you're hoping that Francis didn't get robbed, because I felt even visibly, he did enough to win the fight. Right, he dropped arguably the greatest heavyweight of all time, right, in his prime, right, at his first boxing fight. So yeah, I had that hope, but when I heard the crazy scorecard of, what was it, 96-93 by that judge, that's when it kind of set in, like, holy shit, they're gonna steal it from our boy, which they did. But at the end of the day, I think the world knows, the people know that Francis won that fight, right, and most importantly, he won the respect of the entire globe.
So it's interesting. I mean, obviously the win would be perfect, but can you walk away with the moral victory? Like, do you feel like this is the closest thing to a victory?
Yeah, you have that love-hate relationship with the moral victory, but yeah. I'll say that, it is a victory in a lot of ways. Obviously not on the official scorecards, but it's a victory in so many ways, of that Francis, showed who he is and what he's capable of, right? I think he defeated all of the doubters and the naysayers, right? Media, fans, other fighters, right? So there's a lot, to be proud of. And I'm just so incredibly proud of Francis and the way he handled himself, right? That's not easy. People don't understand, yes, he's the lineal MMA heavyweight champion, but coming into an entirely new sport with all of that pressure on your back, with your family there for the first time, he was nothing but a true champion from day one. And I'm just glad that people see what we've all seen for the last few years. So couldn't be more proud of him.
That was the first time that his family was there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. His mom?
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember, I mean, it's incredibly difficult to get a visa out of Cameroon. So a lot of them, it was their first time ever out of Cameroon.
Wow.
Right. So that was so emotional. The day of the fight, we had a Francis kind of send off, and it was his mom and his brothers and sisters, right? His entire family was there. And, a lot of us almost got just choked up just seeing that, because, they're there getting the royal treatment in Saudi Arabia, seeing Francis, on the biggest stage ever, right? And yeah, we were never able to make it happen before. And, again, can't say enough great things about Saudi and the hospitality that His Excellency put on, because he made that possible for his family to be there.
Wow, that is incredible. I was listening to a boxing podcast afterwards, and they were like, "Oh, Ariel's out there, and he's taking this victory lap tour because Francis beat boxing and all that stuff." And I texted the host. I was like, I hope you guys recognize, and I want to get your assessment on this. This, to me, wasn't Francis versus boxing. This was really Francis versus MMA. It was Francis versus the establishment. It was Francis versus everyone in this community that he resides in, and that I, for a good portion, they were all doubting him and almost wishing harm on him. So do you agree with this as well? I feel like boxing has accepted Francis. It was everyone else that was shitting on him that I felt like. What do you make of that?
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. That was my assessment of it. It was just the shock was like Francis was the first and maybe the only to get out of the UFC contract, right? Fighters should rally behind him and say, yes, that's great. Fans should rally behind him and say, yes, that's great. I was trying to think about when Conor fought Floyd. I felt like the MMA community was behind Conor, but it was completely the opposite. It felt like, to your point, like, people were just saying that he fumbled the bag and there's no chance in hell. It sucked, you know what I mean, to be honest, right? To not feel like the community that he's put so much work in is behind him. But at the same time, one of the guys that was interviewing us, he's been doubted all his entire life. So it didn't affect Francis. I think the team just kind of like noticed it, but hopefully that will change going into the next fight, because Francis, the boxing community is now recognizing him, and hopefully, I think the outcome of the fight only helps MMA.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, 100%. Crazy to me that people were doubting him, rooting against him. I think the difference might have been the UFC was aligned with the Conor fight in 2017, so it was safe to cheer him on. Here, it was a different. I can't really wrap my head around it, but that's my only theory. But let us talk about the next fight, because we spoke to a few people on Monday. Turkey popped on. Unannounced. That was wild. We had Don Davis pop on. Eddie Hearn has had his say. Everyone has had their say, not only on the show, but all kinds of shows. But you're the man on the front lines. And I was told from Turkey himself that there's an offer on the table and he's going to consider. So what is Francis going to do? Tell us. Break the news right here, Marquel. What is the news? What is he doing in 2024?
Era, you know we love you, but I definitely won't disclose what's next. What I will say is that, rightfully so, Francis controls his own destiny, right? He gets to do whatever he wants. He has an amazing business partner in Turkey Al Shay and the kingdom behind him and supporting him 100%. So right now it's just a function of him being back home with his family, relaxing, right, getting some much deserved R&R, and then I'm sure there will be some announcements coming out soon. But my job in this whole thing for these past few years is just to try to do my best, and as a team, our best to support him, to get him to where he wanted to be from day one. And I feel like he's there, right? But I can kind of take a step back, because there's not much more that you can ask of a man, and Francis, like he's done it all. He's earned his right to say, I want to fight this person on this date, right? And this is how, right? No one controls his destiny, right? So I'm just happy for him, man. Francis is his own boss, right? Like he's always been, and I'm just incredibly proud to just be a part of the ride, part of his family.
When do you think we see him again?
I think we see him again Q1 of year, whether that's with his partners in PFL, right? Or a hybrid of some sort. I think, all options are on the table, and it's going to be exciting of who wants to really fight him now.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not so much Francis chasing.
Oh yeah.
Anymore, which is a good situation to be in.
Yes, a lot of people are chasing him, which is incredible to see just a few months after they were mocking him. I respect and understand the fact that you can't tell us what he'll do. Could you tell us that has a decision been made yet? Is there an answer to this question?
I would say the decision is probably 90% made.
Wow.
It's not 100%.
Wow, this is exciting. Can I ask, what discipline is it? Is it MMA, boxing? Is it mixed? What could you tell us?
No.
No. No is what? No means you can't tell us that?
I can't tell you that. I can't.
Is it something big?
What would you like to see?
That's a great question. Okay, I'll answer it. I like the Francis boxing journey now is extremely fascinating, right? Like we've seen the MMA journey. I don't think that there's anyone who's available to him in MMA, honestly, other than John Jones, that I'm really like foaming at the mouth to see him against. And we know that John Jones isn't going to happen for two reasons. A, UFC. B, he's out for a year.
Are you foaming at the mouth for that?
I would love to see it just because it's been like 3-4 years. But it's like there's a reason why I'm not even thinking about it because who he fights for, but also the dude is out. Like he's just had surgery, so there's no point. And I certainly don't want Francis to waste a year sitting on the sidelines now that his stock is so high. So there's two things. Boxing, I would love to see him either in a rematch against Tyson, against Anthony Joshua, or Deontay Wilder. That's it. Like anyone who's trying to tell me, he needs to go fight Derek Chisora or some low-level boxer, like you can kick rocks. Or this mixed rules idea against Deontay in PFL interests me because I think Deontay is the only crazy guy out there enough to go over to MMA or whatever this rule set is. And that's kind of interesting as well. So those are the two things. There's a part of me that really is just fascinated by this boxing journey and would just kind of like to see him in there as well. Like I was trying to think of this. Francis versus Deontay in this mixed rules thing or in boxing? What interests me more? I kind of think, and I hope the PFL doesn't get mad at me for saying this, I kind of think in boxing interests me more, Because like it's just so fascinating to see him go in there and shut everyone up continuously. If he beats Deontay in the mixed rules thing, people will be like, oh, well, that's his, skill set. He can't, you know what I mean?
But Francis went into another skill set and did great. So it's almost, you can make the argument that the boxing community should rally behind a boxer trying to get into MMA.
That's why it has to be Deontay over there. Like Francis versus PFL heavyweight X is of no interest to me at this point. We've seen that, and it just feels like a step back. It has to be against It has to be against another big name. Those three that I mentioned. So are any of those three on the table at the moment?
Those three names?
Yeah.
Of course. Okay. Yeah. Those are some of the options that we've been discussing for a long time. Mm-hmm. I think what kind of emerged as of late was Anthony Joshua, right? We've had the conversations with Deontay. Obviously Tyson's there, but now Joshua, can be a potential suitor. Obviously, Eddie Hearn, I have a ton of respect for him as a promoter, and he does a great job. He thinks that Anthony Joshua can make light work of Francis. And it's just actually the team, we were hoping before the Tyson Fury stuff ever came to be about, we were hoping that we got a chance to fight Anthony Joshua. Like I personally think like that's easy work for Francis. Like I'm not even, and I think Anthony Joshua didn't really want that, but now, if he's smart, right, and Eddie's smart guy is like, there is something to be said for Africa and those two, right? Knowing that AJ is Nigerian, I believe, right? There you can make the case for Deontay Wilder because stylistically, power for power, everyone wants to answer those questions, and I've been saying that publicly for quite a while. Like Francis, his power is unmatched by any human being on earth, right? So you have that spectacle. And then of course, I know Francis as a competitor, as an athlete, right? He's going to want to prove to the world, like, not only did I beat him the first time, but I'll beat him again, even more convincingly. Oh yeah. If you guys ever did. So that's the exciting part. So Francis is going to make his choice. He's going to make, that fuck you money that we talk about. He's in that position, man. So I'm just over the moon, happy for our brother Francis. And, I see his glove on the table.
There it is. Yes. Shout out to Gymshark. They hooked us up. Tyson didn't like that I had it on the desk last week, but I sort of forgot that it was even there when he was on, and he was a good sport about it. By the way, I saw an interview with Eddie. We had him on Monday, but I saw an interview with him yesterday with IFL TV, and he said that he has sent something to Francis's team. So I'm assuming that's you. Like there's he has reached out to express his formal interest. So could you tell us about that? Is that accurate?
Yeah. It's accurate. He reached out after the fight, congratulating Francis, and naturally, wanted to inquire about, setting up a fight. But obviously, same thing. We can have all the conversations in the world, but at the end of the day, the boss is Francis, right? Rightfully so, and he's gonna be able to make his own decision. So until Francis decides, there will be no conversations on my end or anything like that. Like I said, like he's at a position where, he can do whatever he wants, when he wants, how he wants to do it.
Can I ask, you asked me what would I like to see. Can I ask you, what would you like to see? If Francis said, all right, Marquel, what's your vote? What do you say?
Francis and I go back and forth all the time. And I love that about us. But me, I would probably do, knowing that Tyson is there, I would like to add to the drama. I would love to see Deontay come into MMA and test his hand in the mixed rules, right? And then that would set up that kind of narrative, or just so the world can see the difference between the two. That's why, I like to show it from a standpoint of I don't think, MMA fighters get enough credit for what they do, right, in the world of combat sports. So I'd love to see that, right? And then knowing that, Tyson has his fight with Usyk, right? Afterwards, there's going to be an opportunity to do the rematch. So that's my quick take on it.
Do you think Tyson will go after the rematch, or is this going to be one of those where he's like, nah?
Oh yeah.
You think so?
Oh yeah. I have too much respect for Tyson to even think that he wouldn't consider it.
Okay.
As a competitor, when you're in your prime, at the top of your game, like Tyson Fury is, right? You're not going to sleep unless you yourself know that you won the fight fair and square, right? In my mind, even his team, seeing him at the airport, his team didn't have that vibe of we just won. His team had that vibe of we got away with one, right? And as I would like to think that as a competitor, that he would welcome that rematch as he should, but there's nothing but mutual respect between those two. I think it was an amazing fight. I think Francis did enough to win, but obviously it didn't go our way. But next time you guys will see for sure who's the clear victor, and that's Francis Ngannou. He's the best combat sports athlete in the world. He's the best draw. He has the most power. He has the best story. You name it. Francis is number one. And he should be treated as such. And hopefully he's done enough to earn the world's respect.
People keep saying, this is a movie. This is a movie. His life is a movie. Is there a Francis Ngannou movie that's going to come out at some point?
100%. Yeah, we've been talking about that for years. The hard part is what's the ending?
Right. Yeah,
right.
That's right.
the story's still being told.
Right.
And now that people have awoken to who Francis Ngannou is and his story to even get to this point, right? You have a documentary, you have the book, you have the movie. He'll be the most sought after athlete, or at least in all of combat sports, for the next few years, for sure.
Incredible. It's really one of the most amazing stories that we've seen for a long time. And I know for you, it was very personal as well. And the video that you posted yesterday was pretty remarkable. Wow. To have the presence of mind to record yourself as you're being laid off from your job, which, in this case was the UFC in 2016. We're showing the footage here. First of all, I'm wondering, why are you wearing a cape as you're packing your stuff up, going into your car? This is 2016 Marquel saying that everything's going to work out. You're wearing a cape, which takes some balls, walking out of UFC HQ. Why is that?
Yeah, the whole team knew that when I came in, because everyone had this it was just so dark and dim that day, because everyone knew that there was cuts that day when WME had bought us out. You just didn't know who was going to get let go. So you're hearing phones ring off the hook. You never know when your number is going to get called. So me just being, just trying to be positive, I brought in my cape. Obviously, Halloween was coming up. I had a cape and I had my UFC shirt, and I said, I'm going to be the company man today. I brought in my Connect 4 to just try to keep people's spirits up. I played music. A lot of us in the office were just trying to just kind of not be so, doom and gloom. And then, my phone went off, and then I said to Britt, my coworker, love her. I said, you know what? Capture this moment, because I'll always have good memories and great respect for UFC and what UFC has done for me and offered me the opportunity. So it was pretty cool to look back on that time.
Oh my God. I can't imagine. Could I ask, How many X did Francis make on Saturday from what he last made in the UFC? And how many X do you think he makes for his next fight based on what he last made in the UFC? Can you give us a ballpark?
Oh, you're killing me, Ariel.
You said that FU money. I want to know what is FU money for Francis?
Oh, I mean, how many X? I mean, it's jeez, it's up there. I would say it's in the tens of
Oh my God.
multiples. Like, you know, I saw a statement. Let me make this clear. It's like someone said, I forget who it was, that, oh, between the fights that he missed out on or whatever, like he still fumbled the bag. You're absolutely incorrect. Like, I know what the pay-per-view numbers look like. I know what he would have gotten paid. There still, you add up all of that, whatever you want to say. No, Francis did not fumble the bag. He's got in just that one fight more than everything he could have made combined. Mm-hmm. And then the next fight, to answer your question, like I said, he'll be able to retire. Like, he's already at a point where he can retire and be happy. But you know, looking back on it, it was the best decision that Francis could have made. You know, it was brilliant. It was brilliant on him. It was brilliant on the team to have that, you know, just even into consideration. Not many, you know, people would have advised Francis to take that route. Not many fighters would have taken that route. You know, but all credit to Francis. You know, patience is a virtue that I've learned from him, and now he's here.
Last question. I was asked this question at the beginning of the show. Someone said, do you think this will lead to other fighters doing something like this? I said, I don't really think so. Because they make it very hard for you to leave, as Francis and you experienced. And it's just like so many things have to go your way. And then ultimately, like, you know, you have to cross that bridge and not be deterred and not worry that it's not going to work out and all that stuff. Do you think that this will lead to other fighters doing this and be successful in doing this? Or is Francis just this incredible anomaly?
No, other fighters, yes. Other UFC fighters, probably not. Mm-hmm. Right. You know, just because it's just a different situation that they're in. And I've always said this, and like, I'm not trying to discredit anyone, but at the same time, it's like, you know, when you have not only fighters, but maybe their representation that they're not really trying to, you know, really lay it on the line on their client. You know what I mean? And that's where, like, I feel so proud just personally. Like, I can stake my reputation on I did my best for my client, irregardless of you know, losing favor of the UFC and all of this and that. And that's where I'm, you know, I want to continue to do is help athletes, right, in that regard. These athletes that I see, you know, working their ass off, having big dreams, like, I want to help them. You know what I mean? Irregardless of my favoritism or whatever. Like, it's my job. It's what do they call it? Your fiduciary duty to do so. And I hope that more fighters take a lesson from Francis in that, you know, of course, you don't want to do it in a disrespectful manner, but a contract is a contract. Learn your contract, have a team around you that supports you, know what your value is, and fight for that. You know what I mean? And it's crazy that fighters sometimes fight the least in terms of their rights, right? Where other athletes around the world do it all the time. So I hope that a lot of fighters will follow suit. Will it be UFC fighters anytime soon? No. I think it's too jaded in a lot of ways. And I think there's a lot of misrepresented athletes out there. There's some good ones, don't get me wrong. There's some really good, you know, managers out there, like, you know, that comes to mind, like Tim Simpson. That's my brother. Like, mm-hmm. You know what I mean? One of the best in the business. So I just hope that changes in the way, and hopefully what we were able to accomplish as a team, as a group, you know, serves as a case study for future athletes.
Delighted for you, delighted for the team, of course, delighted for Francis as well. Congratulations, Marquel. Well done, man.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I forgot. I got to give a huge shout out to our brother Rico. He was one of the instrumental pieces to put this fight together. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention his name. just because there's so many people that deserve a lot of credit. Obviously, I want to shout out the team, Eric, Dewey, John Mumba, Randy, everyone. That's family. But in terms of behind the scenes players that made this happen, I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out Rico for being an integral part in putting this together. And, obviously we're here now, and thank you, Ariel, for always supporting us, man. And even though you didn't have to, so much appreciated, brother.
Much love, man. Congrats. Looking forward to the next step. Get it done.
Yes, sir.
Get the bag. Don't fumble it, all right? Thanks,
All right,
Marquel.
brother.
There he is,
Bye.
Marquel Martin, the agent for one Francis Ngannou. So that's sort of the business side of the story. Let's go to the coaching side of the story. You know this, man. We have our awards first week of January. Spoiler alert, I think he's going to win Coach of the Year, maybe even in boxing as well. Let's talk to Eric Nicksick, the head man over at Xtreme Couture. There he is, Big Eric in the house. Hello, Eric. How are you?
Doing well, brother. Good to see you again.
Could you chill out on all these history-making moments? I mean, geez, this is like a once-a-month occurrence for you now. This is unbelievable stuff. What a life you're living right now. This is nuts.
Yeah, I'm blessed, man. I got some of the best athletes in the world that I get to work with, and they make me look good. So I couldn't be happier for them all.
So now you're so big time, you're doing that turkey hair thing too, right? I see you with the short hair.
I got it.
Look at you, man. Wow. How is it?
So funny. It was cool, man. Like it was a funny story because so they hit me up about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. So I said to Francis, I was like, hey, let's go to Turkey together, because he had that little spot in his head he didn't like, and he's like ripping on me. He's like, bro, I'm not going to Turkey. Why would I travel all the way to Turkey? I'll just stay in the States and do it. Yeah, giving me all this shit. And then I look like a month later, the guy went without me. He went and got it done. So I was like, bro, you're supposed to be going with me, So yeah, it all worked out because I was heading that side of the world anyway. So I popped down there and just got a little bit of, a little tread on the tires, if you will.
I love it. It was great to see you walk out there with the fresh cut on Saturday. So come on, be honest with me. Really, when this was all, announced and in the works and all that stuff, did you think this could happen? Did this play out like you thought, or did Francis exceed your expectations?
I mean, we know the author to the book, man. Like there's nothing that surprises me anymore when it comes to Francis. So when this opportunity jumped on our lap, yes, of course, we knew it was going to be a tough mountain to climb. But I felt like we had the right team, the right ideas, the right athlete, to possibly shock the world. And man, we live in this eyesight versus mindsight. We see what we see, and that's what we believe, but we think of things in a different, higher capacity. And I think that's what always makes our team so successful, is that we see it, we believe it, and then we go out and achieve it.
Game planning, prepping, training, coaching for a boxing match as opposed to MMA. Were there any stark differences for you?
Yeah, there was quite a few. And this was such a fun camp for me because we sat down in July. It was the five of us, Marquel, myself, Dewey, Randy, and Francis. And we just started laying out the ideas and the thoughts and how we wanted to approach this camp. And I said right away, I know Francis wanted to get like a true boxing coach. And my thoughts were, I didn't think it was a great idea to go into like this pure boxing camp and try to outbox Tyson Fury. And you and I talked about this quite a bit. And I mean, people, I don't think really understood my point. It was like, we're not going to beat Tyson Fury on like pure style of boxing. We have to kind of equate the things that we already do really well in MMA and try to cross it over and be erratic and be unorthodox, but also, you see the stance switches and things that we do really well that maybe a conventional boxer might not be accustomed to. So bringing in a traditional boxing coach might disrupt some of those things. And, I said right away, I think Dewey's our guy. I think we lean heavy on Dewey, and he has the crossover between boxing, the kickboxing, and the MMA. And I said, I think we just lean heavy on what Dewey already has. And not only that, like you and I know, Francis has a trust factor with a lot of us, and bringing a new energy in the room and a new cadence and a new coach and a new this and new that might not be the best idea. And, Francis kind of listened, he stuck to it. And then he brought John Mumba in, who I think really fit the team and cleaned up a lot of his boxing, but also kept the same ideologies that we had in this like MMA field that we were trying to accomplish when it came to the boxing side of things. So it was very different in a lot of ways, because everything was just predicated around Francis and not like a huge team. And man, I loved it. Like I love the energy. I love the vibe. It reminded me of the COVID era, when it was just like the small group of us that were all training and we were very concise to our game plan and our what we were trying to accomplish rather than a team element.
You guys have incredible, I don't know if patience is the word, but just like poise, because you have to listen to everyone weigh in on the decisions that you guys make from a business standpoint, from a training set. Like everyone has an opinion on Francis, especially over the past year. And I would see people break down his like open workout videos and be like this, I see people like doing breakdowns of this. And so when you see people saying like, is he trolling? Is he that bad? Is he this, that? What are you thinking when you're seeing people on the internet break down his open workouts and whatever the stuff is that we get to see?
Usually I'll just gloss over one or two things. And honestly, just if you sit and bask in that, it just makes you mad. But you could read it once or twice and you know what? I just shut it off. I don't even listen. And I would tell people this, like, try to hold pads for Francis Ngannou and not like get your arms broke or look like you're getting hit by a freaking truck. It's hard, man. And it's hard to hold pads for the guy and look especially clean. And, a lot of those things, I think when people see like Floyd Mayweather hit pads and that's what they expect out of boxing. And, Dewey and Francis and myself, we've been hitting pads for over the last 5-6 years together. Dewey even longer. So we have a great rapport and a great synergy when it comes to our pad holding and stuff. So when people want to critique it and everything else, I mean, to be honest with you, they don't know what we're trying to accomplish or what we're looking at. We weren't trolling anybody, but dude, it's hard to get hit by a truck every day. It's not easy. You get the crap beat out of you. So, it is what it is.
Okay. So we get to the fight, and at what point does, like, obviously you're nervous, right? Obviously there's anxiety. This is all like a whole new world. When does the confidence start to grow? When do you start telling yourself like, holy shit, this is actually going to work out. We're doing well.
I wasn't nervous at all.
You weren't nervous? Come on.
Nah,
not really?
I promise, bro. I wouldn't lie to you, man.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Like especially as of late, I don't want to have nerves coming off of me and then my fighter feel it. Dude, I just plug my headphones on and listen to like some Motown music and I'm pretty chill and
wow.
I don't know, man. Like it's the best part of my job is that, and of course you get to walk out and I'm just looking around thinking to myself like, man, I can't wait to tell my kids about this or my grandkids one day. Like it's the best job in the world. So, take time and relish in it. It's an opportunity that a lot of people don't ever get to have. So, nerves weren't really there, to be honest with you. I was just excited.
Incredible. So what are you thinking in the first 3 rounds leading up to the knockdown? Are you loving what you're seeing? Are you surprised by anything that Tyson isn't doing? Are you surprised by how much success Francis is having? What are you seeing?
Just starting to break him down, just trying to collect data. First round, Tyson Fury was jabbing our rear hand just to occupy, which is something that I thought we would see. He was just going to try to nullify Francis's right hand, keep it busy, keep it active. He wasn't really jabbing Francis's face. He was just jabbing his rear hand, So I was like, hey, we have our whole split series. So catch and split, catch a jab, throw a jab, split it off of it, come over top of it. So we made the adjustments going into round 2. I think that's when we saw Tyson switch to southpaw. And then that's when in camp that happened quite a bit. We were going with a couple of sparring partners. They had switched southpaw. We'd mirror it. We'd just go right in our southpaw series. We saw Francis switching to southpaw. I think Francis did have a little bit of trouble in a southpaw versus southpaw with some of his defensive holes. But when Francis was southpaw versus orthodox out of the open stance, dude, that's a whole series we run off that. And we started lacing that left hand, occupy series, reload series, step over series. Everything that we wanted out of the southpaw stance was nice. And I think Tyson Fury kind of got stuck in the mud when Francis was southpaw. I think Francis has a better cross out of southpaw than he does out of orthodox, to be honest with you.
Wow. And that is something that is not seen often in MMA. You see people switching stances freely, but in boxing, people are a little bit more conventional in that regard. One thing that really impressed me about Francis was, as you know, I don't have to tell you, Tyson likes to feint a lot, and he loves to move. And Francis wasn't biting on any of them. Is that something you specifically worked on?
That was a lot of Dewey. Like Dewey was telling him that, like he called him a snake charmer. Same thing that we call Izzy. Like the feint game's going to snake charm you. Don't buy into it. Don't buy into the feints. Like don't even buy into it. Just throw off of them. Try to disrupt his rhythm. And I think that's what Francis did really well. And right away, I think the first 2 rounds, like we felt really comfortable. And then there was the knockdown. Obviously in the third, And then, I yelled at Francis because, he was dancing over him, and I was like, get away. Like, you got to get the count going, bro.
Right.
And then he was in the corner, and I looked over and I was like, hey, he's no boogeyman, is he, Bubba? And he's like, nope, he ain't no boogeyman. So I was like, we're in this fight, bro. Like, let's get after this dude and let's have some fun.
The commentary was saying that he was headhunting a little bit after the knockdown. Do you feel like he was trying to go for the finish a little bit too much in those fourth and fifth rounds?
Honestly, I would have to go back and watch it, but yes, in the fight, that was something that Dewey and I expressed after the third round, that, hey, I think Tyson's ego is going to try to come out and get that round back. He might come out with a little bit more urgency. So let's play back a little bit more and stay behind our jab and actually try to outbox him more this round and stay defensive. But then I do know, like, Francis was swinging a little bit out of his shoes, and a lot of the combinations were predicated off of our jab to the body and our body work, like small, lesser target, because Tyson leans so far out of the way, but his chest and body will always be there. So a lot of our rhythm of our beginning of our combinations were starting off to the chest and body. And that was something Dewey was expressing to him, was, hey man, let's get back to our game, get back to how we knocked this guy down was because, we stay within our game. So let's not get overzealous on trying to knock this dude out and get back to our game plan.
I scored it for Francis. I think Francis won the match, the fight, the night, everything. Blown away by what he did. If there's one thing that I wish that could have happened, just to put the exclamation point in, there would be no robbery or whatever you want to call it, is maybe a little bit more activity in the 9th and 10th. Do you wish the same as well?
Couldn't agree more. Something we said in the stool. I know I said it, and I know Dewey said it. I don't remember which round it was, but I alluded to his cardio. I was like, hey man, you're in really good shape, and I really want to try to get on the gas pedal, especially in the last minute of the round. I said, we're having a lot more success when we're getting them funneled into the turnbuckles. So if you want to kind of bide your time and funnel him over there with your footwork, and just, we don't have to go full bore and move him over there, but you can just move him over there with your jab. But once we get him into those corner posts, let's really start exploiting it. And because optics, right? Optics look good when he's over there. We're banging his body. He's leaning against the ropes, and we're throwing heavy shots at him. And let's try to get that out of us in the last minute of the round to really put a stamp on the end of these rounds. And then that really happened in my opinion, round 9 and round 10, because going in around 10, he was like, we got him hyped. We're like, yo, bro, like, we're right there. We're going to win this goddamn fight. And he jumped off that stool and started bouncing, and dude, his energy levels were through the roof. And he even said it himself on the stool. He's like, I don't want to leave anything behind. I'm like, dude, you can go out and bang this dude up for the next 3 minutes. And he's like, yeah, let's go. I'm going to go hard this next 3 minutes. So I think that over time, that was the first thing that, like, looking back at, we can be better at is how do we, manage our energy throughout the rest of the fight, like, how do we exploit the first couple minutes and then seal the rounds up as we go.
Did you guys work on the Superman punch, or did he pull that out of his hat?
Dude, that was all Dewey and him. Like, we were coming up with all kinds of stuff, like all camp, like, what can we do? What's legal? What's not legal? We got to stay on one foot. And then and then him and Dewey were hitting the Superman punch. Like, after every practice, we were just throwing the lead uppercut, Superman punch, lead uppercut, Superman punch. So we're in the back of the house doing the warm up. And then, like, right at the end, Dewey looks over at Izzy. He's like, Izzy, check this out. And Francis just freaking wham, smokes it. Izzy starts grabbing the pillows and throwing the pillows off the couch, jumping around. Like, it was hype, bro. It was cool. So yeah, that was something that, like, they were working on for a long time, and we wanted to try to land it. Mostly when we got Tyson backed up to the corner posts where he couldn't really move out of it. And that's where you saw Francis throw it, was right at the end of the round, of round 10.
Obviously, you're predominantly in the MMA world. Can you rate Tyson's elbows? Can you rate his elbow game for me?
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad, actually. Rolled the knuckle over, had the elbow come right down on the forehead. Yo,
that landed clean. That landed clean, huh? Clean,
bro.
Holy
Our
crap.
boy ate it.
Yes.
He ate it.
that to me told me, like, he was a little bit shook. He didn't really know what to do at that point, right? Like, it seemed like Tyson was like shocked by everything. Forget the knockdown, just like what he was seeing and what he was having to deal with.
I'd imagine so. I mean, right away, I think he knew he was in a fight, especially even after the first, second round, his demeanor changed immensely. And then obviously getting knocked down, and then his game plan changed. He won the boxing match. We won the fight. He went right into boxing mode. We're just going to try to just outpoint and steal rounds away. And, for us as a coaching staff, that's where we have to be better at. We have to understand, the scoring of boxing. So it is what it is. I mean, do I feel like it was a robbery? No. Do I feel like we won? Yeah, I do. But at the end of the day, we go back to the drawing board. We're better for the next time out.
Obviously, you want the W, but are you content? Like, can you walk away happy and proud? Obviously, with the performance, but like with the moral victory, are you okay with that? Because I have had some people saying like, "Hey, man, you're celebrating." Like he did lose. There is an L on his record. So how do you process it?
I'm more on like the side of celebration. Like I couldn't be more happy for our guy and our team. Everybody. To be honest with you, like the workload that was put in and the effort that was put forth in this whole entire camp and even prior to that, it is an L on the record that does like sting just a little bit, but we still won the night and. Now, he writes the rules, man. Like it's everything runs through Francis now. So we're the A side when it comes to the next negotiation.
Unbelievable. What would you like to see him do? If he asked you, what would be your vote? You want me to tell you what Marquel said when I asked him this question?
Yeah. Let me hear.
Okay, Marquel said he likes the idea of the mixed rules fight against Deontay Wilder. That was his vote. I said I like the idea of the boxing match against Joshua or Wilder. He also said he really liked the Joshua fight too. But if my memory serves me correct, that was his vote. So what about you?
Yeah, I'm in for it, and any of those. To be honest with you, I think it'd be kind of fun to go. And I mean, Wilder jumps into MMA, it's gonna be bad for him. It's gonna be real bad for him. That was the first thing I said when I saw Tyson Fury. I was like, dude, you're built like Gru. Like you got these little baby skinny legs, bro. Chop that dude in half. So just a couple leg kicks and a takedown. It's gonna be a quick night. So yeah, if these guys want to start crossing over to MMA, it does us the favor. But in a perfect world for me, man, like I still want that John Jones fight.
You still want that, huh?
John Jones fight.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I do. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Why that one?
I mean, just because, man, I want to compete against the best, and I think John is the best, and I don't want any more guesses on who's the baddest man on the planet. Let's run it. Let's do it. And you can make that happen. Both sides can make that happen if they really wanted to. Set your egos aside. Let's get Allegiant Stadium. Let's get what the fans want, and let's get John and Francis, and let's see who the baddest man on the planet is. And I want to compete against the best, man. I've said that time and time again. This is no disrespect to John. I think he's the best to ever do it, but I want that opportunity to coach against him, and I want that opportunity to go beat the guy.
Do you think it could happen? Obviously, John is injured, but let's say next summer. Do you really think the UFC would be open to that?
I mean, I look at it like this. It's like if you have Otani and you let him walk for free, right? Mm-hmm. You don't get anything out of it. They didn't get anything in back from letting the baddest man on the planet walk away. Nothing, right? They didn't go put on a super fight. They didn't do anything. They just let him walk for free. And I think that now, like, you can kind of right that wrong and give yourself the opportunity to go and cross promote, right? Do a PFL UFC and let's put the baddest man on the planet up against the other one, right? And let's figure this out. Let's do it at Allegiant Stadium. Let's sell the place out. Let's sell all these pay-per-view buys. Everybody wins at the end of the day, right? Everybody wins. Mm-hmm. The fans win. The fighters win. The promoters win. And, possibly even the UFC, because, look at it this way. Like Francis obviously is kind of making them eat their words. He walked away for free and he's going out and doing his thing. But at the end of the day, that's what we wanted, man. We wanted to be able to box and do it under the Zuffa banner and co-promote. So I think anything's possible. I think that Dana and the UFC are smart businessmen. And if the business is right, the money's right, the logistics are right, I think you set your ego aside, make it happen. Do you think we ever see Fury and Ngannou too? I do. I actually do, man. I think because of the showing that we had, I would venture to guess that Tyson wants to get that one back and show that he's a better boxer than what he is. And, maybe being in there with Francis and understanding the pace and the rhythm and the style of fighter that he is, threw him for a loop. And now that he's been in there with him for what, 30 minutes now, maybe he wants another shot at that. And, but shit, that's another option for us as well. Regardless of Jones, mixed rule, we are going to see Francis box again, right? In a traditional Queensberry rules boxing, we have to continue on this path, right? This is too fascinating of a story. Yeah, 100%. And I think that just with his last showing and now with the money that he can generate for future boxing endeavors, it would make no sense for him not to, right? I wouldn't have a problem with him if he just decided to box the rest of his career, you know, if that's what he decided to do. But I know that he's still in love with MMA, misses the sport, misses his growth. You know, we accomplished a lot of things, and we're just barely scratching the surface as far as his skill set goes when it comes to MMA. So, you know, he's a very scary man when it comes to you know, what he can accomplish in his athletic career. So, you know, hopefully we get back to the MMA side of things quick too.
It's just a shame that Anthony Joshua would beat him in 3 rounds. That's what Eddie Hearn said. He said he would smoke
Yeah,
him.
no, I heard that.
It's just a shame, right?
Hey, it is what it is, man.
They're still
You know?
doubting him.
I love it. Keep it up. I keep it up.
And now you've got an influx of guys who want to go and box as well. Sean Strickland wants to box too. I saw that. Do you think he'd have success? I mean, we saw the Philly Shell in Australia.
Oh yeah.
How do you think Sean would do?
I think you'd do great, to be honest with you. I mean, that's he goes and box spars once a week and spars with like high level boxers once a week and does great with them. So I actually think he would cross over really well, to be honest with you. And that was the first thing I wrote him after Francis fought. He was like, that was a robbery. I was like, hey, when are we moving over to boxing? He was like, next week, next week, bro.
When do you think we see Sean back?
I mean, Sean's back in the gym. He's training. He's ready for whatever that phone call happens. So I think just everything might be predicated on the promotion, and if Hamzat's the next guy in line, and then his hand injury, how long it's going to take to get him back. So it sounds like that's the matchup they're looking to make, and you know, I'm all for it, man. I love Hamzat. It's a position that he deserves and he's earned. So you know, unfortunately, we're all friends, but it's business. It is what it is.
I do hope that they don't keep him on the sidelines for too long to wait for Hamza. Like, there's other options. DDP obviously beat Robert Whittaker. If you had your vote, who would you like to see him fight in his first defense?
Well, I really don't care. I think both of them are very deserving. You know, DDP, of course, he did his job. He's been waiting for his opportunity. And then Hamzat, you know, I don't think he looked especially great against Usman, but I give him the benefit of the doubt because, you know, short notice fights even for the guy who has an opponent change because your styles change, right? So sometimes those are the hardest ones to deal with is a new guy coming in that's a completely different style, flip up from Usman to Paulo Costa. So he did his job, he got his win, and you know, you can make an argument for either.
I noticed, by the way, a new addition to the wall over there. Is that Sean in Australia right there?
Yeah. It's me picking up Sean right there. Yeah,
that is tremendous.
We got the one that you have on the way, you know, and then I got you something too. I'm going to send out to you.
Oh,
I got you. Yeah, that'll be coming to you soon.
Oh, damn. That is incredible.
Yeah, so
wow.
That was Francis's glove.
Pull the bag. That's incredible.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I got that coming out for you.
All right. That is tremendous. Wow. What a stretch for you. In conclusion, could I just ask, like, are you being hit up by every fighter on the planet wanting to come train? Is it hard because if I'm a fighter, I'll be like, I want to go to this guy. I want to go to this team. I know you say it's not just you, and I love that about you, and that's what the good coaches say. But now with all this attention that you're getting, especially just the last 2 months alone, you've been getting attention for a while. It's not like you're just some new kid on the block. But is it hard? Is it hard to say no to people? Are you having to say no to people?
Yeah, you know, I actually learned that from Marquel. Like, Marquel would just tell me, he's like, hey, man, there's a lot of power in no. Like, you don't have to say yes to every interview or every this or every that. Or now anything that comes along isn't a yes for you. Like, you're going to have to say no and really manage your time. It is hard because there are a lot of people that I would love to be able to work with, but by doing so, you dilute your product and you don't have this time and energy to put 110% into each fighter. And then furthermore, you lose even more time with your family. So I just have to say no to certain people. It's not because I don't believe them or I don't want to work with them. It's just the ones that I do have that have been loyal to me. Like, I don't want to take more time away from them. And I'm very happy with my roster that I have right now, you know, and there's a couple guys that I've added on that I'm going to be working with. And then, you know, the one guy too, that hopefully we get him back in the cage soon is Paul Felder. So, you know, we get Felder back. There's another guy on my roster, and a guy that, like I say, there's get tos and got tos. You get to coach a guy like Paul Felder, right? And I want to limit the got tos. I want to have all get tos on my roster, guys that I love to enjoy coaching and spending my time with and being around. And, you know, you lose that time with your family, but it goes into good places. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at right now, Ariel. I love my position that I'm in, and, you know, but moreover, I certainly value the time that I have with my family.
Yeah. Wow. Paul Felder. So he's going to be full time with you?
Yeah, I think so. So he's gonna do most of his stuff out in Philly. But when hopefully when he starts camp, he's gonna be out here a lot more, and then kind of do a little bit on and off out in Philly. So that's the plan, and hopefully we get him back soon. But man, he's been working hard. He's been loving training. He's been training with Coach John out there in Philly, and cross training out here with us at Xtreme.
That's incredible, and maybe we see him back UFC 300, maybe against a Jim Miller or something like that. That would be a lot of fun. What was it like for you to be there on Saturday? And it's not just the boxing royalty, but there was MMA royalty, including Randy Couture there, and guys like Conor McGregor and guys like Junior Dos Santos. And I mean, it was just like a freaking who's who, surreal to watch. To be in the middle of all of that, giving your story and how far you've come, what was that like?
Man, it was so cool. Like I had this like total fanboy moment. Lennox Lewis came up and said hi, shook my hand. And I just I've always been a huge fan of Lennox Lewis. I think he's the best heavyweight to ever do it. I damn near was fighting back tears because Lennox was like, "Hey man, it's great to meet you." I was like, "Holy shit, it's Lennox Lewis." And he's like, "Next time you guys have a boxing match, I'd love to be involved." And I'm like, Randy's standing next to me, and I'm like elbowing Randy. I'm like, "Bro, it's Lennox Lewis." Yeah, bro. I was blown away. They really did outdo themselves. Anywhere and everywhere you turned was the who's who of combat sports. And man, that's the future, man. Saudi's going to be the future of a lot of these combat sports, and what they've accomplished out there was unreal. They took care of everybody. You know, the hotel was magnificent. We had our own security team. We had our own cars. You know, they flew us all business class. I mean, just the promotion really took care of everyone. So it was an amazing time.
The way it should be, Eric, the way it should be. Congratulations, man. Incredible to see, and congrats on all your success. We'll be talking about you very soon when we do our awards. But for now, enjoy the rest of the year. Good luck the rest of the way. You have anyone this weekend? No, hopefully you're not going to Brazil, right?
No one this weekend. I got Puna coming up December 2nd in Austin. And then I'll have Cody Garbrandt and Casey O'Neill here in December to round out the year. And yeah, man, I'm just looking forward. I just got done holding pads for Puna, who I called pound for pound the hardest hitter in the gym.
Oh
that dude can crack. Yeah, that dude can crack. So I'm excited to get him back in the cage and get back to work with him.
Always appreciate your time. I know it's a very busy schedule. So thanks so much. Congrats. Enjoy it all. And we'll talk to you soon.
My pleasure, brother. Always good talking to you.
There he is, Eric Nicksick, the head coach over at Xtreme Couture. What a run for him. Of course, he was in Australia a little over, well, now it's November, so I guess I could say a little less than 2 months ago. He was in Australia, and I remember the post-show, I said, man, imagine in a month and a half if Eric's a part of, you know, the second biggest upset of the year, and he almost pulled it off, even though I feel like they should have pulled it off. All right, I'm very excited about our next guest. It is Wednesday, and on Wednesdays, not every Wednesday because he's so busy and he likes to talk to so many people under the sun. There are times where he carves some time out for his old friend Ariel. We used to do this on a weekly basis. Now we get to do it on a monthly or so basis. I can't wait to get Chael's thoughts on what transpired this weekend, in particular because of his thoughts going into the event. I'll get to that in a moment. For now, though, let us say hello to our old friend Chael. You know, this is very exciting. I noticed that you've changed the camera angle. You're a little bit tighter these days. I thought you were giving us the crappy angle, and I saw you doing other interviews with the better angle, but this is the angle that I've been seeing. I like this upgrade.
Observant. Yeah. I appreciate that of you. Yes, sets in the studios are important, right? And I appreciate the feedback. You never know if you get it right. You're always looking to improve. So thank you. I think you're the first one to actually notice.
Oh, I noticed. Yes. I saw one where you were like super close. That was a little too close for comfort. New studio, new set. What are we doing? New camera? This is like a very filmy look. What do we got here?
Boring topic. Back to the news. What did you want to talk about, the boxing event? Because that's what I want to get into. Is that the one that we're still talking about?
Okay, so this is what I love so much about it. There were so many haters. There were so many detractors. There were so many critics. There were so many people poo-pooing this event. And as is often the case, you are a thought leader. You're ahead of the curve. You are one of the very few that not only celebrated the event and thought Francis was going to shock the world. You were one of the few that put your reputation on the line and said this is an incredible stuff, incredible business, incredible theater, and he is actually going to do it. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, here's Chael back in July when the fight was announced, celebrating how great this was and putting his reputation on the line, saying that Francis is going to shock the world in this mega event. Take a look at this.
I will stand by this is the most lopsided sporting event, right? You're taking, just so you guys understand, you're taking LeBron, Colby, Rest his soul. You're taking the rest of the team. You're taking Phil Jackson. You're taking the great. You're taking the Lakers. They're great. And you're putting them against Manning and the Patriots, but you're doing it in football rules. That's exactly what you're doing here. That is ridiculous from a competitive standpoint. That is ridiculous. To the point that what I just laid out for you has never even been attempted. It's ridiculous. Well, that's what's happening here. When I call it lopsided, that is exactly what's happening here.
Okay, I have to apologize. I think I had the wrong clip there. That's you actually shitting on the event and the fight. So maybe I got bad intel. Here you go. Here's the crow, Chael. Here's the crow. I wanted to feed it to you. I'm going to feed it to the camera right here. The crow, if you'd like to eat it. Here it is, Chael, eating the crow from Saturday. Here it is. Open big, Chael. Here it comes. The plane. There it is.
There he
Chael.
is.
Come on, Chael. We shocked the world.
Well,
please, apologize.
Ariel.
Apologize.
Ariel, there will be no apology. You must understand. Let's tell the story the way that it happened. This was an incredibly big surprise. Like, this was an incredible performance by Francis. And if I was to put myself in his shoes or just other things that I've observed, while you talk about you've got thick skin or ice running through your veins, other people can't affect you. You're a human being. Sure that they could get in. I mean, there was nobody that believed that Francis could do well, but that wasn't a joke. I mean, that was Tyson Fury himself. That was John Fury himself. They weren't attempting to hype or build a fight. This was one of those situations where, and I do maintain, this was the biggest mismatched sporting event of my lifetime. But Errol, that's what made this one of the great sporting events of my lifetime. And as I hear people talk about it and come out the backside, there is always a confusion. There's a confusion sometimes where somebody's talking about the competition itself, or they're talking about the spectacle and the night of business. And that is a split decision. I've never personally lived through a sporting event. I've heard about it. I heard the Miracle on Ice was like this, but I didn't live through it, where the buzz and the excitement, the celebration, appreciation, the headlines are more bountiful about the event after the event. And I bring that to you because, and your viewers know this to be true, though they will deny it today, they were not on Friday night having a hard time sleeping with excitement. They did not wake up early high on life because they were thrilled for a sporting event. They were not invited between 3 different parties where people were having them over. They were not at the water cooler the night before and trading around tickets. This, from a business standpoint and the pay-per-view numbers, it bombed. But it did what people thought that it would do. It wasn't expected to be a great event. It turned out to be wildly competitive, and it was incredible. That's the accurate story. And if you want to heap praise on Francis and Wonderfall contribute, of course I do. I was blown away. I was blown away by it.
Can you say now, though, in retrospect, and I know hindsight is 20/20, that the decision to leave the UFC, the decision to sign with PFL, who allowed him to fight in boxing, to go after the Tyson Fury fight, to have this fight where he had it, on the night that he had it, all these things over the past year that so many people, including yourself, criticized him heavily for, can you now admit that he was right and everyone else was wrong?
No. But if he said he was, I would. If he came in and said, hey, Ariel, in this amount of time that I've set out, which was almost 2 years, I mean, it was 3 months shy of 2 years, so a year and 9 months. In that amount of time, statistically speaking, I would have had 4 fights within the UFC. Shave one off, I would have had 5 fights. Let's call it 4 with my new participation since I was champion. If I was to look at the number in terms of dollars, that would have been larger than what I got against Fury. It's one of those things. But if he came out and said, I don't care about the money, it was about competition, it was about proving something and living a dream, then I would fully listen to him.
He did say that.
I would always respect somebody.
He did say that. It was about the respect.
I haven't heard him say it. If he came out and said that it was about competition, which so rare times it is in our sport, sadly, I would love that. I will always put a competitor first. But I'm only pushing back on you for one reason, Errol, and it's not to put a mirror in front of myself or my resistance to do so. The way that you're speaking is putting out a tone that if other fighters hear, I can do this to get to that. Look, this was a real rare thing. First off, it was not a great night of business. And second off, you had an entity, not a promoter, not a district, nothing unique with our sport. You had an entity who going into it was willing to lose. So it's a unique spot where did everything get played out and he pulled something off? I would not say anything negative about Francis or what he did. I'm part of the celebration party, But your message that this was a financial win, they're going to do it again. Just look, come on, man, you're not right.
No, well, financial win for who? For Francis, yes. Let's say he made in the 10 to 20 million range, right, as has been reported. His last fight was 600K.
No. Well, hold on.
Let's say.
Hold on. Time out. No,
ahead.
You just lied. You just lied.
I did not.
There's nobody. You lied. Stop. There's nobody that is. You just pulled me up on screen, which shows the internet. Pull that up. There's nobody, including a terrible dirt sheet, that has said 10 to 20 million.
Yeah.
Not to mention, how awful would they be? I mean, that's a vast prediction. That's 10 to 20 million is a 100% gap. 1 million to 1.5 is what a professional would do. And Errol, in all fairness, he got $10 million. He's always said $10 million. No one's predicted 20 million. The pay-per-view bomb. Don't come out and lie. 10 million is a beautiful number. Tell the truth.
First of all, how do you know the pay-per-view bombed? A. Who's reporting that? How do you know?
Ariel, what do you mean? How do I know?
And exactly.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? How do I know about the 10 to 20 million? I'll play that same game too. You think I'm pulling shit out of my hat?
No. It's not a matter of that.
It is a matter of that. Yes, it is.
You said no. It's not. Your words are what I'm challenging. You're the one that lied. And I said to you, and I'm quoting you. You said it's been reported.
Yeah.
You
on
could
the
bring
show.
up dog crap. You could bring up dog crap off the internet. I'll accept it. Pull it up. It's not been reported.
On this
you
show.
Made that up, or you misspoke.
On this show.
You said those
10
words.
to 20 million on this show. Now I'm asking you. What? Am I not a source? Can I not be a source?
It's been reported.
On this show.
It's been reported. By who?
Me. The greatest of all time. What are you talking about? I got
10
13.
to 20 million?
Yes.
You're like one of those weirdos that tell us dinosaurs lived between 10 million and 100 million years ago. You can't give yourself a gap of 100%.
Well, it depends on the pay-per-view. It depends on the pay-per-view.
Let me play the same game, and let me call myself breaking news. Let me play the same game. Francis made between no money and infinite money fighting Fury.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Chael, you should be reporter of the year.
Well, I have 13 trophies that say I'm the best reporter in this game. And so let me ask you, the reason why it's 10 to 20.
Between 10 and 20 million.
Because of the pay-per-view cut. The pay-per-view cut. And that's why I'm asking you about the pay-per-view numbers that you say they bombed. If they did bomb, then it's 11. If they didn't bomb, maybe it's 15. So then tell me, I gave you my source. Me. Now you tell me your source.
No, I called you out and you got caught lying.
I didn't get caught.
Just happened.
Who's your source on the pay-per-view?
You got caught lying.
Who's your source on the pay-per-view?
Secondly, Mr. Liar, for that to be a massive win, you know he got 10 million to show, and you know that full well. So you're discussing he could have got another 10 million in bonus point. I'm on Francis's side. I don't like how you're painting this picture.
Pay-per-view.
I'm attacking you saying things that aren't true. You're saying that there's up to a $10 million bonus.
Pay-per-view points. What don't you understand about pay-per-view points?
Ariel,
Jesus Christ.
Ariel, I'll make a point here as somebody in this space that's made money in this space. So allow me to at least tell you this before you make things up. You're telling your audience that there was a potential 10, anywhere in between, potential 10 million in pay-per-view points. The size of that pay-per-view era would be record-setting. And let me just tell you something. History matters. There's not a pay-per-view, whether it was wrestling, whether it was motocross, whether it was a concert, whether it was fighting. There's not a pay-per-view in history that is broken into the top 10, which this would have to do, that comes on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In all fairness, I work for the company that put this out. I plan to watch the fight. I thought it was coming on at 7 p.m., like a regular time. I was in a text message with Kevin Iole on unrelated matters when he told me I got to go. The fight's coming on.
No, I mean,
don't pretend.
In a million years, why would a fight in Saudi Arabia happen at 7 p.m. Pacific time? What are you talking about?
You know where Abu Dhabi is?
Yes, I'm aware of where Abu Dhabi is. Yes.
Did you watch Volkanovski versus Islam a week before?
Yes, also happened in the middle of the day.
Well, nobody knows. See, that's the problem. We're debating.
It happened at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. What are you talking about? You're talking.
I'm very happy for that financial win, but it's important that you understand the biggest lie that I lived through, right? I hear the term fake news in 2016. I didn't believe that was true. I thought that was just something you say. I lived through Mayweather-McGregor, where I stood on the floor of the arena and was instructed to tell the world it was sold out, and I could look, and there was thousands.
Yes, I saw that too.
But I bring it to you because those two wanted to rematch. Nobody wanted the rematch. And so it's one of these situations where when you talk about if you're coming from a competitive standpoint, I will jump in and celebrate. It was incredible, Ariel. I would love to have been in those shoes and to have that kind of a celebratory moment. If you're talking about from a business standpoint, for you to come out and pretend that just in bonus money, a guy got handed to. I mean, come on, Eric.
It's so funny how you're spinning this, because even if it is 10 million, even if the pay-per-view truly did bomb and it is 10 million, that's still what? 15x what he made in his last UFC fight. And then here's the best part. People like you are saying, but it's not as much as what he would have made in the 3 fights prior. Of course, ignoring the fact that he tore his ACL and couldn't fight. Fine. What do you think he's going to make in his next fight, Chael? You think he'll make 10 to 20 million for the next one? Or will it maybe be 30 to 40 million for his next one? What do you think he's going to make? Like, how can you continue? I saw you talk to MMA Junkie on Monday. You said he still fumbled the bag. Is that true? That was a misquote.
It's very hard.
It's a misquote, right?
It's very hard, Errol. I don't think that you're this dumb. I think you're making TV.
Nah.
But it gets my sweat going. No, you're going to let me talk. When you come out and say stupid and reckless things, and you have people that are relying on you, you're going to let me talk. So you came out and you want to make believe the 10 million. My problem with you saying that he made more in this than he made in all of his UFC fights, my problem is that you use the word made. If you were to be honest and you were to say he got, I'm with you. When it's a loss, right? When it's charity or somebody gives it away, it's very difficult to say that you made it. I share that with you because you're asking me about his next fight. Why would you have that conversation? You know full well he has a contract. So as far as what he's going to make in his next fight, he already has a contract. This isn't a discussion, but it's people like you that act like it should be. It's already done. That's what we did. Remember that day we gave you a $2 million signing bonus? Remember that day we gave you an opportunity to go over and do the Fury fight? It's because we wanted something back. We have there's no discussion on what the next fight is. Errol, do you want to know why, from a pay-per-view standpoint, Fury versus Ngannou didn't work? Turned out to be this incredible sporting event. You and I have more of a passion. I mean, look at us arguing, we're friends. But that's because it was so great. How rare, right? But do you want to know, if we were to back up, why it didn't do well on pay-per-view? Because that should be what you're really asking. That would be the exciting thing. Would you like me to answer it, Errol?
Sure.
I can't tell if this is just a fiction show. I'll play along. 10 and 20 million.
No, but I have a follow-up about what you just said before. But fine, for now, yes. Why?
It's super important that you understand this. Promoters miss this all the time. There's 5 guys in the world that know how to make money in fighting, but it's important that you get that, because there's a major lesson here that somebody could look at and observe. The reason this didn't, you have the UFC heavyweight champion who never lost his belt, at least not competitively, versus the biggest star in all of boxing. Any weight class, any way you want to do it. Nobody moves the needle. Like, why did that not work? The answer is significance. That's the answer, but it's important that you get this. There wasn't a significance. Win or lose, Francis, there's no rematch. Every time you have somebody, a Mayweather, a De La Hoya, Mike Tyson, the announcers will always, they'll let that part of the contract out. Should he lose, there's an automatic rematch clause. That was the problem with Francis. It's why promoters won't do a one-off. It's why a promoter didn't do this. It was done by an entity. But it's important that you understand that. Francis, win or lose, goes back to MMA. Win or lose, Tyson Fury fights that fat bald guy in the front row on December 23rd. So there wasn't a significance. It's important that you get that, because when you talk about his next fight, that won't be signed by a Bob Arum or an Eddie Hearn, because they can't. Those guys sign a minimum of 3-fight deals, because if you win, I need to know I've got you down the road. If you lose, I can't guarantee you a fortune. You're 0-1 right now with a lot of buzz. If you become 0-2, there's no buzz. We got 3 fights. We got Joshua. We got Fury. We got Wilder. If I don't have you both locked up, I'm not going to do the match. That's the thing that you miss. That's where free agency is a problem. Deontay and Francis could be made right now. That would be a massive event. But when you're selling the story of the event, you're doing it just because. You're doing it just to see. You're doing it just so we know. You're not doing it in something that will lead to something else, because you don't have them on a multi-fight contract. That's the part of the business everybody, including yourself, misses time and time again. These deals aren't one-offs. They're 3-offs. And you're not going to get a guy to sign a contract for the next fight and the next one, promising you, if there's not an escalation, and you can't promise too big of an escalation because you don't know if he's going to win the previous one. It gets complicated, and you don't understand that.
And here's the part that you don't understand. You keep talking about the entity. It's right in your face, and you're blowing right by it. You're applying 2010 rules, 2000 rules to 2023. These are new rules. These are Saudi Arabia rules. They don't play by the same rules that you're used to. They don't play by the same rules as Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum. They could do whatever the fuck they want. They just paid, and to your point, probably lost a lot of money, right, to bring in all these guys to put on this event. It was the Super Bowl on steroids, and they'll do it again. And they'll do it again, and they're doing it this weekend with WWE, and they'll do it with Fury Usyk, and they'll do it with the next. Francis Ngannou fight. And so you're applying these old rules, 3 fights. I think you were referring to PFL when you said they. The chairman and founder of the PFL, Don Davis, was on this show on Monday. You need to start watching this show more. He said, and I quote, "We get him either in March or December." His next fight doesn't have to be in PFL. His next fight could be back in Riyadh against Deontay Wilder or in Africa against Joshua. What are you talking about? He is going to make 20 to 30 to 40 million in his next fight. He made 10 to 20 in this last one, and one day he'll prove me right. So what are you saying? Just those 2 numbers together are more than what he would have made with the UFC. And oh, by the way, if he was booked to fight John Jones in Madison Square Garden, if he would have taken that fight, the fight wouldn't even be happening. They would have done the same thing that they did to Stipe. Hey, we're not going to put you in an interim fight. We don't want to insult you with our bullshit interim titles. So we're going to book Aspinall and Pavlovich on 2 weeks' notice because John Jones is out for a year. So how could you now say, knowing how this whole story played out, that this guy made a mistake, that he fumbled the bag, that free agency doesn't work? Now, does it work for everyone? No, it doesn't. I said at the beginning of my show, it does not work for everyone. If you're a guy in the UFC, look, if you're Sean Strickland, stay in the UFC. But to say with Saudi Arabia money involved and them having an offer on the table right now for him to fight in March, come on. You're applying old rules to the new game, Chael. It's right there. The entity that you're speaking of is right there in front of you. They don't play by the same rules as everyone else.
There's not a word of what you just said with the tone and narrative that you wanted to be interpreted that was correct.
What?
Your message since I've got on here today, Ariel, your message has been that this is good business, which would seep into somebody else's mind. If some other fighter attempted to do this, they need to know the dangers of being a lone wolf. And that is my message. I'm not painted against Francis or what he did. I'm painted against the narrative. It's very tough. You're talking about Saudi Arabia and it's this one-off, and then you mentioned they're going to do the WWE and they're going to do Usyk. I mean, it's one of these things. I thought we were talking about Francis. I thought they were going to book him and have him do something. Yeah. And either way, yes, if they wanted to do it, they wanted to put the money on. But if we're discussing things that lose, that would be like you becoming a financial advisor and then saying, just go play the lottery. Look at this guy. He won. I can't believe you're staying in college and reading these books. I can't believe you're investing into a 401k. Why do you even know what a Roth is? You go play the lottery. That's your message. I'm trying to speak a little bit clearer, and I'm trying to let people know in terms of the norms, which were created before you and I. We didn't change them. Created before you and I. One thing that the audience doesn't understand is promoters sign you to a minimum of 3 fights. And if your title fight is on the 3rd fight, it's not happening unless you do an extension. But there's a relevance, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason the WBC sanctioned that fight, but wouldn't put up Fury's belt. They couldn't put it around Francis, who they didn't have under contract. It's a very standard of the industry. And to look at that fight, which is one of the great sporting events I've ever had the privilege of seeing, more hype after than any sport I've ever seen, Errol. That's a big deal. And to know that it lost money the day of, you got to look at that and try to figure out why, if you're trying to learn about the sport.
Which sport are we talking about? Because I know more about boxing than you do, because Devin Haney was a champion with Top Rank and left to go to Matchroom just now, and he's fighting on December 9th against Regis Prograis. So you're trying to explain to me about a sport that I actually know more than you. MMA, you can try to like bully me into this type of thing, but I actually know more than you in this world, Chael. I really do. And I will tell you once again that we are not saying on this program that every fighter should play by these rules, but we have the benefit of hindsight. We know how the Francis story played out. You were one of the guys who was saying this was a mistake. You turned the gun on the promotion. You screwed up, right? You've said that. But now we know how it played out. He rolled the dice and he won. Should Sean O'Malley do it? Probably not. Should Sean Strickland do it? Probably not. But this one lone wolf did it and won. So why can't we say that it worked out for him? I'm not talking about did it work out for Top Rank or Saudi. Francis Ngannou's a winner. Financial winner. Your words. Financial winner. He financially won in a massive way, and he's about to win even more. Now, that's my point. That's the point. Can you not concede that he financially won in this arrangement? Now that we saw the whole story play out, the whole arc.
Not only is it not your point, not only are you shifting, not only are you shifting to try to fit the narrative, Errol, had it been your point, which it absolutely was not, had it been your point, you would have had this victory party 2 months ago when it got announced. You would have had this victory party when it got signed.
I did that.
You would, and I would have been making the show the day that he had it. What we're talking about in the celebration of Francis, who is owed his due. We're talking about a celebration about the competitiveness. We're trying to figure out how we shock the world. We're trying to figure out what training it is. We're trying to the problems with boxing. You know, I got to give Fury credit. There is nothing worse from a spirit of sportsmanship. It's very good for business, right? When you're in the fight business, never stop talking, never stop making excuses, ever. But from a sportsmanship, that's very turned off. It was great by Fury. I was hoping that Fury in the moment would have called it out for what it was. Fury very clearly and his father very clearly did not know if they won. And if they had to bet, they were thinking it went the other way. I had hoped that Fury would have actually said that in the microphone and given Francis his due. Let's set that aside. First off, Fury had his bell rung. He'd been down on the canvas. He just got exhausted, worked his ass off. It was super close. And he's now got to go into business with Usyk. So I can give Fury a little bit of wiggle room here. But I do think that it matters when you go over to Francis. He didn't call for the rematch. He didn't call for the rematch with Fury. Even KSI a week earlier knew to call for the rematch. And he lets Usyk into the ring, and Usyk disrespects him. Usyk comes in and he tries to say that Fury was coasting. That's the part that has always bothered me about sports from a negative standpoint that I appreciate that Fury didn't do. People have tried to say he was hurt. Fury has stopped them and said, no, I wasn't. They tried to say you didn't prepare. He said, stop. I prepared longer for this fight than ever. That's the hardest opponent I've had in 10 years. I appreciate those things from Tyson. But then I think that we should be looking into and trying to figure out what did make it so hard. Why have we always believed you got to be a second-generation boxer to make it to the highest levels? Why do we believe to make Olympic teams you've got to be a teenager? It turns out you can be a 37-year-old with bad leg that only trained for a couple of years. I mean, it's a really fascinating thing. And I don't know why you keep trying to change the story and make it ugly about money. Francis had the money. That's not the story here. Had Francis gone down in the first round where the result would have been the same, he would have lost. He'd still be 0-1 and not boxing in his next match. Be the same, but he didn't do that. He went out there and competed. He tried to bring honor to himself. He tried to show that this dream could come true. That's the story of this fight. Your message is to try to tell other fighters and hedge them into going into that direction. Errol, it's not true. It's not what you mean. You've stumbled over your own words here multiple times.
I said it at the beginning of the show.
From a competitive standpoint, he exceeded expectations. From a financial standpoint, he met expectations. This was a loss.
Again, you're missing the greater point. If he would have gone knocked out in the first round, you would be right. Okay, you bet on yourself. Forget the PFL deal. Forget the Tyson Fury fight that no one thought you could get.
No, you'd be the one that's right.
But now,
you'd be the one that's right.
now he's going to get a massive deal. Now you've got Eddie Hearn on his knees begging for him to fight Anthony Joshua. Now you've got Turkey in Saudi Arabia saying, "I have an offer on the table." You think they want him back if he truly slipped on a banana peel on Saturday? No way do they want him back. You think PFL's trying to do a Deontay Wilder fight? No, they're having him fight Ante Delelli at the Hulu Theater in front of 6 people on ESPN Plus pay-per-view in front of 5 people. But now he's the most wanted man in combat sports because of what happened. That's what makes this a bigger deal financially. That's what makes this a success. How are you ignoring the what's to come? You're focusing on the storyline from May, June, and July. You're ignoring what's to come in 2024 for the most wanted man in combat sports. Why can't you concede that? Why can't you say that this man got it right? Why do you have to be such a company man all the time and say that anyone who walks away from the UFC is wrong? Why do you have to do that? Why?
My source that I'm going to quote for you is going to be you. Okay. So 2 days ago, the most wanted man, right? The most wanted man in MMA 2 days ago had his promoter, Don Davis, on your show.
Yes.
And Don said,
MMA promoter.
We don't have anything interesting for him right now in MMA. In fact, the only interesting thing for Francis right now in MMA is John Jones, who's with another company. So your most wanted man got pushed on your show by his boss. Then Eddie Hearn came onto your program, okay, citing you as the source. And Eddie Hearn floated an idea to the audience of Rumble in the Jungle Part 2 and Ngannou versus Joshua. We're even going to take it to Africa. That was the feeling out process. He did not get the response he was expecting and has already moved on from that idea. I get that this is sought after. I also like Francis a lot in 3 matches, but 3 specifically. None in MMA in terms of what can be done. I like him with Joshua, but he's not under contract with Eddie Hearn. So now you've got a whole other contract. Can you work that out and get a buyout clause? I like him against Fury.
He's under contract with no one.
But you stated the only one that can pull this off is Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Eddie Hearn lives in England and wants to take it to a different continent. So you're kind of going over
Fury's
yourself.
Fury's not an Eddie Hearn guy.
Of course, you have Wilder. But Wilder is going to have a great misconception in terms of what he's worth if he's coming over to more of an MMA realm. And if you find a promoter that's willing to put Wilder and Fury together, it's going to be a very hard thing to find, because you're talking sought after. Sought after means numbers. It means you got a lot of suitors at the table. I'm only sharing for you. You've really narrowed it down. By your own words, you had one place, which is Saudi Arabia. Now I'm attempting to explain to your audience who you daily mislead because you don't know any better. I'm here to smarten you. You don't have multiple suitors, but the reason is this. Multiple suitors operate on the same business model, which I must have you for 3 fights. Wilder and Francis aren't in a position to do that. I'm only sharing with your audience how rare this one thing was. You're taking them directions about the business you don't know.
You keep sticking to this 3 fights thing, and that's not true. Francis is his own promoter. He can co-promote with anyone. He has his own promotion that he could co-promote with. And to your point,
can he co-promote with the UFC, Ariel?
Does
he co-promote with the UFC?
Yeah. Whose fault is that?
Yeah,
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? But now we're talking about MMA, and you keep saying that the 3 biggest fights for him.
When Eddie Hearn was on your show, did he say he wanted to co-promote with Francis?
Absolutely.
Ariel?
He knows that he has to. He knows
said
that.
Those words because I watched the interview. Actually, he did it. When Don Davis was on your show, did he mention co-promoting, Ariel?
Yes, he did. He mentioned co-promoting with the UFC, but he's probably smart enough to know that that will never happen. And to your point regarding, by the way, to your point about Don Davis is saying that the biggest fight in MMA for him is John Jones because he is so big. Because fighting some jabroni in PFL isn't big enough because he is such a big star. You don't have the biggest star on your roster. You don't have LeBron or Manning on your roster and have him fight some C-level fighter. That's because he is so big. So you keep talking. Chael, if he fights a boxer next in Saudi Arabia or Africa, he is not going to sign a 3-fight deal with Top Rank, with Eddie Hearn, with Queensberry. He's not going to do it. In fact, guess what? You know how I know that? Because he didn't sign a 3-fight deal with anyone to fight Tyson Fury, and he still got that fight done. Why didn't anyone make him sign a 3-fight deal? I don't know why you keep sticking to this 3-fight deal thing. He shocked the world by leaving the UFC. He shocked the world by getting the PFL deal. He shocked the world by getting the freedom of the Tyson Fury.
You don't know why
and now
I
he's
keep
going to
doing
shock
that?
the world again.
Harold, you don't know why I keep saying the 3-fight deal? You don't understand that I'm attempting to tell your audience who you mislead every day, including today. And it's by your ignorance. You're not like doing this out of fun. You don't know these things.
I do.
You don't understand that I'm trying to tell them, pick any promoter from the time they were born that they've heard about. You can even bring Don King in if you want to do me. You bring in any promoter that goes by the standard industry of boxing. They're going to have 3 fights. You keep bringing this one off. It's like tomorrow you're going to be screaming from the rooftops if Elon Musk announces he's going to start doing fighting, and whoever goes over there is going to be great. Like, if you're talking about doing losses, if you're talking about doing bad business, my mind doesn't even work that way. If you're talking about things that are not viable and sustainable, my mind doesn't even work that way. If you're talking about operating within the standards, how you could actually get Eddie Hearn to sign off on what he did, how you could actually get these things done by a standard industry. I mean, you came out, you tried to tell your audience that Francis is now a promoter. Really, Ariel, why don't you tell our audience the address of that office so they can swing by? Why don't you give them the phone number to Francis's secretary so they can set up a lunch? What? Because he filled out a piece of paperwork and wrote promotions on it. I'm not turning on him. You're misleading, and you know it. You know there's not a production company. You know there's not cameras and lights. You know there's not distribution. You knew what you were saying. You lied to your own audience, and you got caught for the 4th time in 20 minutes.
How did I get caught? No, I don't appreciate you trying to spread this narrative. How did I lie? He is not signed to any promoter. Show me who was.
You said he is an ability through his promotion company to co-promote with anybody.
Yes.
That's a quote, Ariel, from you.
He did that on Saturday.
We just saw it. You ran back.
We just saw it on Saturday. Okay,
great. So you had Don Davis on, and you had Eddie Hearn on. There's only 5 guys out there that put on fights. You had 2 of them on Monday. Did either one of them say they would do that? You said yes a minute ago, and they didn't, you liar.
Do what? Do what? PFL.
Co-promote with them.
Yes, they did. They did.
You said they would do that, and they didn't.
They did. They did.
You were my source.
Don Davis said he would work.
I'm quoting you.
I feel like we're now going in circles here. Okay, let me ask you this: if Francis Ngannou fights in a boxing match next, does he have to sign with a promotion?
If he's going to do it by the standard,
no standard. Don't give me the standard bullshit.
Then no, of course he doesn't have to do it. No, John Jones doesn't have to fight. No,
thank you.
Ariel, excuse me.
What? No, of course he doesn't. He doesn't. He gets to play by his own rules.
Rude. That is beyond rude to cut your guest off before he makes his point.
Oh, okay.
That is beyond rude to claim
calling me a
victory
liar
before a
4
point
times
was made.
What are you talking about?
How could you be right if a sentence wasn't completed?
You just said no.
That is a dirty move.
You just said no.
That is a dirty move by you.
Go ahead.
Can John Jones fight somewhere else in MMA aside from the UFC next? The answer is yes. Yes, he can. You're, of course, going to push back and say, Chael, that's not our standard. Now, they've got a contract. It's got exclusivity. We had Dana White on, and this is what he said. So you asked me a trick question. Can he box somewhere? Can he do it? Can we wake up on Mars? Every statement's true if you say the word can, and then you cut me off partway through. He cannot get signed and will not get signed by Eddie Hearn, by Bob Arum, by meaningful people within boxing who we would expect. It's like a guy says, I want to go and do WrestleMania. Well, if Vince won't sign you, I'm sure you can go do wrestling somewhere else. It's not the same thing that we're talking about. And the answer to your question is no. He will not get signed with your likely suspects if you don't have a multi-fight deal.
So how do you do it on Saturday?
Because you lack significance.
So how do you do it on Saturday?
You lack significance. The fight has got to be about something.
So how did he do it on Saturday?
How did Francis do?
Yeah, no, how did he do it? How did he have a fight on Saturday against Tyson Fury without signing to a promoter?
Well, first off, you had a sanction by the WBC whose president sat in the front row but didn't put the title up. I mean, not for nothing. You had a lot of really weird things here.
Sure.
You had a promoter who saw that this was going to be a loss, but it's someone else writing it. And it's important that you understand this.
You didn't answer my question. Can you answer my question? How did he do it on Saturday?
I am answering it for you. I'm answering it in more
WBC is a sanctioning body. They're not a promoter.
You can't get this kind of detail anywhere.
WBC is a
That's like trying
sanctioning
to
body.
tell me that Logan Paul and Mayweather fought. And I'll go, well, prove it. Show me on the boxing stats where it's at. You go, well, it was an exhibition. I mean, if we're going to play your game, we're going to keep putting weird pieces in place. There's no
how
point
did he
doing
do this without signing to promote? Your whole premise here is that he needs to sign with a promoter for 3 fights in order to.
Ariel, excuse me. This wasn't done through a promoter. It was done through an entity who openly lost money and was willing to do it. You keep changing the rules.
And why can't that be the next fight? Why can't that be the case for the next fight? And Francis goes and laughs to the bank. They seem very happy to partake in this business arrangement.
Excuse me. I didn't know we were operating in make-believe world. I thought you brought an expert in me on, not to think about what could be, to talk about realistically per the standard of the industry that we operate in, what can be done.
We had
you say, well, could have Francis kicked him on Saturday? And I go, no, we can't kick him. It's against the rules. You go, yes, he could. He could have kicked him, but it would have cost him a point. It's like, yeah, I guess.
His
Aaron,
Excellency,
I guess you're right. I didn't
Al-Sheikh.
interpret the question like that. I've literally never had you be this kind of stupid before. I'm not using other people's words.
You keep
I'm
insulting me.
yours.
You keep insulting me to try to win this argument,
lying.
and I keep proving you wrong and providing facts.
You haven't
His
proved
Excellency,
it once yet,
Turkey
Ariel.
Al-Sheikh.
Why was the WBC title not up?
Because Francis.
Why did the WBC? Why did the WBC champion fight? Shut up. Why did the WBC champion fight and not put his title up? And tell me another time in heavyweight history that's happened. Don't tell me Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes. Tell me a time that a sitting champion fought and didn't put his belt up in a real sport. Go ahead.
Because originally the WBC's stance on this was that because Francis had no professional boxing fights on his record, his boxing matches on his record, that they would not make this a title fight. That's why it was a 10-round fight, not a 12-round fight. In the end, they came around and and who knows if they got paid by this. And in the end, the British Boxing Board of Control also came on board. But when this was first announced at the very beginning in July, when it was a done deal, they felt like it wasn't a real fight because he had no boxing experience. That's why. And because Alexander Usyk is sitting there as the rightful number 1 contender, he has to defend against Alexander Usyk. And there is some belief that they only okayed for this to happen because the Usyk fight was going to be announced. And there was some belief that the reason why they announced it before the fight happened, which I criticized them for, was because the other sanctioning body, I believe it's the IBF, said, if you don't announce this fight by this day, we are going to strip everyone and we're not going to be involved. So this has to be the next fight. And so these are some of the reasons why it wasn't originally, and these are some of the reasons why eventually they came around, in my opinion. So again, the part that I don't understand about your stance is you keep saying by the standard, by the standard. What I'm trying to tell you is the Saudis are a new standard. And so we had the gentleman who made this fight, Turkey Al-Sheikh. His Excellency. He came on the show. He demanded to be on the show on Monday from his palace in Saudi Arabia. He says, I see a lot of jabronis on the internet, but you're the one that I need to talk to because you're number one. You got 13 trophies that back up that statement. And I have an offer on the table for Francis Ngannou to come back to Saudi Arabia. There it is. It's right there. From my show. Did you miss that part? Did you miss that segment? You keep quoting other segments and misinterpreting them. Did you miss that one? That was the biggest one. That's the most powerful man in combat sports right now.
Everything that you just laid out, while being accurate, is against standards of the industry.
Oh,
for somebody, if they wanted to be strategic, they wanted to sit down with a manager or an agent and or a promoter and try to lay out a viable and reasonable plan. Each thing that you said is one-offs. It's never happened before. And you're saying they're the new player and they're setting the new rules. If there was a consistency and they were going each a week and a person could make a living and have a job to do, I don't know that I would disagree with you. It'd still be a really weird point.
Why do you keep
that you would attempt
hanging
to argue,
on to the standard?
Considering it 72 hours since it happened, it's not like you could possibly be an expert in it, but you are pretending to be. And it's kind of one of these really strange situations. So I'm not sure why you do it. I don't know if you're getting paid or you just feel like his nuts are better to lick than mine. I don't really know why you're doing what you're doing.
Who?
But there's nothing about that plan that was wise to do. The competition is where the focus should be. The fact that the pay-per-view bombed, we shouldn't even mention. This is a celebration of the fight that happened. And it goes two ways. By the way, when you find yourself, Ariel, every upset you've ever seen in any sport, could be swimming, boxing, every single upset has one thing in common. The athlete that lost, the favorite, found themselves in a situation that was harder than they thought it was going to be. And when Fury found himself in that spot, he regained his discipline. I mean, it was really an incredible thing for him to gut that out and march forward. And then talk about Francis. Not only has he got that power, right? Not only were his strikes so good. Did you see that one where he took an elbow, a straight up illegal, where Fury just tried to cheat, but it's like, I don't care if I get disqualified. It's better than whatever's happening here. Francis didn't even flinch. I must have watched that thing 3 times and go, no, I must be seeing it wrong. It looks like he's hitting him, but Francis doesn't move. In fact, he comes forward. I kept rewinding because I couldn't believe how well Francis took that shot. So if you're talking about from a competitive standpoint, that's the focus of this. You're choosing to try to mislead with an overarching theme of bringing down the promoters, which is what keeps you afloat. I just wish that you wouldn't do that. It's misleading, and it's not true.
How are you getting that?
It simply isn't true.
I said at the beginning of the show.
You even tried to make a comparison. As weird as this was, I let it go because you just said so many stupid things. But I even let it go where you try to say, and John Jones would have been hurt anyway and pulled off. John Jones got hurt a week ago for a fight that's 2 weeks from now, and the proposed match between Francis and John was 9 months ago. So it was just a weird thing that you did for a reason that I don't really know why you did it.
Francis, you think would have been 100% for that?
I don't think Francis was 100% versus Fury, Ariel.
No,
we don't live on 100%.
He made the walk. He made the walk for that one. The point is,
that's my point. That's my point is he made the walk.
Yes,
don't try to steal it all of a sudden. You're a tough guy.
He made the walk, and
my point is he made the walk.
This argument is an argument. I have thousands of hours of footage over the past 10 months of me saying Francis made the right call. You have thousands of hours of footage saying that he made the wrong call. And I believe ultimately what I'm taking away from this is that you can't say that you were wrong. You can't say that you were wrong. You can't admit for once
Aaron, what I'm
that you were
taking
wrong.
away is I can't believe how dishonest you're being. I happen to know those thousands of hours, and you spoke about it. When you said Francis did the right thing, you spoke purely from one perspective, which was business, which bombed. I spoke about it from a competitive standpoint. I spoke about it from my respect to boxing that I found out. I mean, this is the second time in my life. Second time.
The 10 million is a bomb?
The greatest in the world got their ass kicked by a guy that's never done it.
How is the 10 million a bomb? How is the 10 million a bomb?
For you to come in and then say, there could be up to another 10 million in pay-per-view. Come on, partner, you made stuff up.
How is the 10 million a bomb? How is the 10 million a bomb? How is the 10? There's no UFC fighter on the planet.
You keep trying to assign it. You keep trying to assign it. You've got this real welfare mentality. I didn't know this side of you. How much did you make versus how much were you given are very different conversations. I'm trying to be responsible about this, Errol. There's not a viable idea when the account goes this way. That's just the truth.
Oh, you think Francis paid
about this
for the event?
Today's conversation should be about the competition. The competition is why Francis, to your point, is going to have another huge fight. The next payday, which is going to be big and will be made and earned, where somebody else will get a profit because of the competition. That's the spirit of today. Francis did a great job, and so did Fury. And we should have made it about competition instead of you trying to damage the bigger guys that you think somewhere around the way wronged you. And you know what, partner?
No.
They probably did. But for you to mislead your audience that was a good business move to let somebody else lose money, but it's what I got. Fair enough, partner.
Now I get
Play the lottery for your retirement
I get
plan.
it.
Words
I get it.
by Ariel Helwani.
I get what you're doing. You don't have the balls to come out and say it, so I'll say it for you. What you're trying to say is that I have a grudge against the UFC and Dana White, and that's why I'm trying to spin this into a narrative that Francis won. You danced around it. You almost tried to say it.
You think I didn't make that clear?
Oh no, you didn't say it. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You didn't quite say it.
You think I danced around it?
Oh, you danced around it.
I called you flat the F out on it. What do you mean I danced around?
You didn't have the guts.
I hit you in the face with
you didn't
like
have the guts to say it, so I'll say it for you.
I don't have the guts
you didn't have the guts to say it.
I'm the one that
Rewind this video
prick.
3 hours ago. Rewind this video 3 hours ago, and I was asked the first question of the day was, should other UFC fighters do this? And I said no. Not only will it not happen, I don't think it's a smart idea, and I don't think it's going to play out the way it did for Francis. Francis is an anomaly, and I even asked Marquel that same question. So you think that I have this vendetta against the UFC, that I'm going to try to unionize the fighters to go out? It would be incredibly dumb. They don't have they don't have the skills. They don't have the backing. There's not the demand, X, Y, and Z. And yet you are trying to spin this narrative so that you can get a couple of high fives on your YouTube channel later and say, you really stuck it to Ariel. You really exposed him. No, I know the score and I know exactly what happened. Francis Ngannou went out there and bet on himself and got one of the best deals that he could possibly get from the PFL. And then he got it while everyone was shitting on him, including yourself. And let's be honest, you have a grudge against him. You've talked about this. You guys almost came to blows in Dallas. You've talked about this on your YouTube channel. So there's a vendetta there too. There's probably a little bit of a, bad blood between you, and it's probably in your best interest to continue to shit on him. And I understand that. But what you are saying is incredibly, incredibly reckless, because you're ignoring the fact that $10 million is not a win for a guy in the UFC. No one's making $10 million if you're not named Conor McGregor. And then the money he's about to make the next time around, the money he's about to make is going to laugh in the face of everyone in the UFC other than Conor, because he gets to play by a different set of rules. So you can dance around everything you want, but next time, do me a favor, Chael. Don't fucking be don't be a fucking coward and dance around this shit. Say it to my face. Say it to my face like a man, because that's how I know you. Say it to my face and say, no, Ariel, you have a vendetta. You have a bias against the UFC, and that's why you're doing this. Say it to my face. Grow a fucking pair. And I'll say to you, you have a bias and a vendetta against Francis, and you're a company man, and you work for ESPN, and you don't want to upset Big Bad Dana because he's done some really nice things to you over the years. So you have your bias, I have mine. The best part about this story is we know how it played out. Francis won. He didn't have to pay a penny. He didn't have to lose a dime. He got 10 to 20 million. Oh, I can't wait for those numbers to come out. And then he's about to get even more come March whenever he fights again in the kingdom, backed by a guy who doesn't care if he loses another 100 million.
The spirit of today was for us to celebrate the competitiveness of Francis Ngannou, which is what I came here to do. If you want to talk the business side, it's very simple. It lost money, the pay-per-view. You're done right there. You stop right there. If your true intent, Ariel, with your big balls and all your courage, was to celebrate the 10 million that he got, which is all that he got, you would have done that 3 months ago when it was announced.
I did. I'll send you the clip.
I'll send you the clip. And the only reason your audience is still watching,
you're lying. You're lying. You're lying, Chael. I did. I did it on July 11th.
To do
you're a liar.
With the competitiveness.
Okay, Chael.
The only reason you're talking about
keep lying?
Ariel, you keep cutting me off.
Because you're lying.
I don't really
Chael, you're lying. You are lying.
About what?
I did celebrate.
Son? I would strangle you if I was
there.
You come and talk to me mouthy like this, you little...
Do it.
Ariel.
This is like a scene out of your movie, Low Job Diamonds.
Because I'm saying you didn't do something.
If
it turned out you did, by the way, it would make me wrong. It would mean that your buddies got it wrong. It wouldn't make it a lie.
Saying it was
you sure didn't invite me over here. I sure was on with you 3 months ago. I've been on with you since this fight was signed, and you never celebrated it. You never talked about the money. And it was so rude what you've done to Francis here today, where you pretend to be his friend, talk about behind someone's back. I'm going to be a coward behind your back, but I almost come to blows with Francis face to face. Do you think those two stories go together, you little weasel?
What are you talking about? You've talked about it on your YouTube channel.
Something else about it, Ariel.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is about the celebration of the competition that he had. And when you talk about it, it will parlay you to your next fight. These are wonderful things that I agree with you and that we can have a meaningful conversation on. But this is you taking things back. And to come and ask me when something is done, literally whether this happened or not? Of course it did. We're stating facts. I interpret that for me to educate people about the standard of the industry and what could be changed to make it better next time. It's a very rare event. It's a very rare sporting event in my lifetime where it's bigger after the fact.
That's why we can talk about it. That's why I'm asking you about the benefit of hindsight.
The timeline and how it worked. The fact that it was a financial loss while being the biggest and most celebrated after the fact is something that we can learn from. Those are relevant facts that your audience would want to know. They would want to know why today them personally are more excited about this than they were Saturday morning, the day of the fight. Those are interesting things.
Retrospect.
You chose
hindsight.
this to use a way to try to hurt the man. It was weird. I don't know why you did it, Errol.
What are you
I don't know why you did it.
I literally said, now that we have the benefit of hindsight and looking back in retrospect, can you concede
Errol,
that
you
this
know
worked
that's
out?
not what Errol, you know that wasn't your point. Or we would just do that now. We would we do that all day. What fun would that to be to listen to?
Because now we know how the story plays out.
Errol. It was filmed and put around the world.
Now he knows how the story plays out. Now he knows how the story plays out.
Things for that reason. You had a different message. And I do resent that you tried to act like I wouldn't say it to you. And you motion, come on over here. That's chicken stuff. I don't do that. I don't do that kind of stuff to you.
You're literally threatening me. You're saying you're going to strangle me, Chael, my own friend.
You called me a liar, Errol. You called me a liar, which in a worst case, I could be wrong.
Wow.
If I did something and I didn't have an intent, I could be right. You don't give me your friend the benefit of that.
Listen.
You don't give me the benefit that I could have been wrong. You came on and said that it's been reported that he made 10 to 20 million. It was your opening line, which was a lie. So I told you, bring it up. I don't care if it's a thread by an anonymous source on the underground forum. I told you I would accept it, but I told you it wasn't out there and you didn't actually read it and you didn't do it. You had to cop to the lie that you were the one that said it.
Yeah.
10 to 20 million is 100% difference. It's not a prediction.
Well,
it's
I don't know what the numbers are. That's why I asked you. We could go back. How do I know?
You know the paper.
How do I know? I don't work for the worldwide leader. I don't work for them.
Man.
I don't have an inside source. And by the way,
you're a weirdo.
By the way, you are a liar because
and
you
a dishonest one, which I didn't know.
You tweeted on Saturday that you were at the event, and we just found out you weren't at the event. Was that not a lie, or
did I say that to you today?
No,
did I
but
say those words
there's a
to you
habit
today?
of lying.
And how are you bringing it in?
Because you tweeted that.
How are you bringing it in?
So there's a habit. There's a habit.
But how
there's
would you bring that in? We're having a debate about today what we said. I didn't say these things to you today.
What are you talking about?
Why would you bring that? Should I bring up things that I know about you outside of the interview?
No,
is that what we should do to figure out who the weasel is versus who the tough guy is? Should we start doing that to each other?
I didn't bring up a single thing that you haven't said publicly.
Why don't we just call it? Why don't we? This is the road to nowhere. There was two things to observe. There was a competitiveness that was amazing.
It was.
There was a business life that wasn't viable. That's the truth. One wasn't viable and one was surprisingly competitive. I came here to celebrate the good, not only with Francis, but with Tyson. You came here to tell a message to Dana White, which missed, like it always. I got to go. I hate hanging up. That's what punks do. But I got to go, man.
That's
you're
a weasel
disgusting.
move. That's a weasel move.
And you're weak, Ariel. You're disgusting
That's a weasel
and weak.
Move. I'll stand here. You're trying to leave.
Weasel.
You're trying to leave, and you keep insulting me. You keep insulting. Bring on the insults. Bring on the insults.
And then you called me the liar.
Some friend. You did lie.
You opened this by saying that it did 10 to 20 million, as reported. You could have said, I'm guessing, I think, but you didn't. You lied. This is your opening line. I'm not going back, Ariel, like you tried to do with things on a different place that nobody here as your audience, our jury, can see. I went back to your first line. Your opening line to me, you lied.
Oh,
I called you out. You got caught lying. You said it did 10 to 20, and you said it was reported.
Yes, by me. By me. By me. By me.
And your little
by
weasel.
Me.
Goodbye, Ariel.
Keep insulting. Yeah, there he is. What a freaking bitch move that is. I'll throw an insult his way too. The first one after all that. Why is he so upset? Why is he so mad? It's no fun. It's no fun when the rabbit got his gun, huh? It's no fun. He's trying. It's the loudest one. Chill. What did I lie about? I'd love to know. I still don't know what he's talking about, but that was freaking weird. I guess it's hard to admit when you're wrong, huh? I guess it's hard to admit when you're wrong. I mean, we literally have thousands upon thousands of hours of YouTube footage of him saying how bad this was. I mean, let's go. Let's go to that clip. Can we go to that clip again? Let's see who the liar is.
By this is the most lopsided sporting event, right? You're taking, just so you guys understand.
Oh, this is great.
You're taking LeBron, Colby, Rest his soul. You're taking the rest of the team. You're taking Phil Jackson. You're taking the great. You're taking the Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
They're great. And you're putting them against Manning and the Patriots, but you're doing it in football rules. That's exactly what you're doing here.
I mean, Manning never paid for the Patriots, but I get,
from a competitive standpoint.
That's what he said. This is one of many.
Ridiculous. To the point that what I just laid out for you has never even been attempted.
It has been attempted.
It's ridiculous. Well, that's
McGregor did it against Mayweather.
Right? Well,
I mean,
exactly
I'll put up my reputation. I'll put up my track record. I'll put up my history against his any day of the week. And I don't even know what that was. I don't know if that was like a shoot or a work shoot. I don't know if that was him messing around. I don't know if that was him trying to create a moment. It seemed to have gotten heated, but you never really know with Chael. But he seemed pretty worked up, and I maintain once again, and I'll sit here with the microphone, and I'm sure he'll do many, I'm sure he'll do a video talking about this and profit on his YouTube channel. I maintain that now that we know how this story played out, now that we know how the arc ends for this particular chapter, this was a victory. Because let me educate you all on what happened on Saturday. Francis didn't pay a dime. Francis didn't have to put on the lights. Francis didn't have to build the ring. Francis didn't have to sell his own tickets. This was all done for him. He showed up, got a bunch of sponsors, got a cut of the pie, and made a fat check. But the beauty of what happened on Saturday is that it didn't end on Saturday. The beauty about what happened on Saturday was now the next one is even bigger. If he fights in boxing next, it's going to be even bigger. It's going to be maybe 2x bigger, 3x, but who knows? Depending on the venue, depending on the fight, depending on the opponent, XXX. All these people like Chael and all the other experts online and all the other ones that love to be in the good graces of, Daddy Dana, they wanted you to believe that he had made a mistake. And now that he actually walked the walk, got the boxing match that no one said he could get, gimmick fight, some big Mayweather fight, all that, this is the equivalent. Now that he did it, and now that he was actually successful, more so, Chael's right about one thing, never happened before. The only thing that never happened before was that the MMA fighter was successful against the boxer. That's the one thing that didn't happen before. Well, actually, Anderson Silva was successful against Julio Cesar Chavez, but you get the point, prime, whatever. Now they can't admit that the one-off, the one of one, the guy who was, brave enough to leave the sand mines, to be in a detention center, to live in a parking garage, all that stuff. Now they can't admit that guy won, that it was a success for him financially, that he wins out. They can't admit it because they don't want to upset the establishment. They don't want the establishment to say, don't put it out there that if you do this, that if you challenge, what's Chael's favorite line? Turn the gun on the promotion. He'll never go against the promotion. He'll absolutely never do that. Company man through and through, and God bless, it's a great gig to have if you can get it. Company man through and through. Breaks my heart that a legend and a fighter wouldn't back one of his own, another fighter. But I can assure you of this, just as I said at the beginning of the show, this isn't something that everyone should do. It's not for everyone. Not everyone has the cojones. Not everyone has the leverage. He was the heavyweight champion of the world, and he waited it out, and he bet on himself, and he got the deal with the PFL. And even if you get that big money deal from the other MMA promotion, maybe they won't let you go out and do something else, and they take zero cut of it. That's what was so unique about the PFL deal. PFL signed him, gave him a fat check, put him on the payroll, board of directors, PFL Africa, X, Y, and Z, and said, if you go out and do boxing and make 10 to 20 million, we're not taking a cut. That's a unique deal. God bless. Not everyone's going to get that. Most people will get a situation where the MMA promotion will say, hey, let me get a piece of that. If we're going to sign you and you're going to go fight and you're going to go embarrass yourself, let me get a piece of that. PFL's not getting a piece of anything. And as Don Davis said on Monday, if Francis decides to box again in the first quarter of 2024, they don't get a piece of that as well. He has to fight once in 2024 in MMA for the PFL, but that could be in December, as he said. So I don't know what Chael is talking about, and I'll just say, like, he could throw out all the, it's very en vogue these days to call me a weasel, to call me a rat, to call me a this, that, and the other. These are very en vogue things, and I wouldn't dare question why these things are being brought up. These specific words, I wouldn't dare. You all know, and you're all very smart, but I'll say this: I'll put up my reputation and track record against his any day of the week. If he was truly shooting right there, if he was truly being honest, we could have a receipt-a-thon on Monday. I don't want that. I love Chael. I've spoken very highly of him, and I have had his back in his dark times, and he has had my back as well. I hope that was a work. I don't want to pull out a receipt-a-thon. I don't want to get into this game with him. One of the people that I've said is like my actual friends in the business. I don't know why that went the way in which it went. My only hypothesis is that he just can't admit that he's wrong. And I get it. That's a great politician move, to not admit, to spin, and then to say that he's, catching me. And he said a litany of ludicrous things there. The whole 3-fight thing was ludicrous. The whole can't leave if you're a champion is ludicrous. I don't know what rules he's applying. And then, as I said, Saudi Arabia plays by a different set of rules. Saudi Arabia goes to WWE and says, we want these people on the crown jewel card. Like, here, get them on the card. Goldberg hasn't wrestled in a year. Get him on the card. Undertaker hasn't wrestled. Get him on the Logan Paul against Roman Reigns. Why do you think that happened? Because they asked for it. You can't apply 2023 logic. Excuse me, you can't apply old logic to 2023, especially when it comes to the Saudis. That man that you saw on the show on Monday, Turki Al-Sheikh, he is arguably the most powerful man in combat sports because he will get what he wants. He is the reason why, and I think it's why he wanted to come on, because I think he was thinking that I said or was implying that no one believed in Francis and implying that they didn't believe in Francis as well. He's the reason why this fight happened. If that individual isn't out there, and if Saudi Arabia isn't a place that wants to host fights right now, this fight probably doesn't happen because it's probably not lucrative enough for Tyson Fury to take this fight over a Alexander Usyk fight. But because they want to, put on big events, and because money is not an issue, and because they're able to fly out all these people from Kanye West to Eminem to every boxing legend on the planet, they were willing to cut the check. And that's why Francis took the fight. And that's why Tyson took the fight. That was weird. That was super weird. Frank, was that weird or am I crazy?
It was weird.
Were you guys in the back saying, like, come on, Ariel, stand your ground, hit him with the 1-2?
No, I was pacing around.
You were stressed?
Yes, I was stressed as hell. That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was super uncomfortable.
That did not feel like a work at all.
Oh, you think it was a shoot?
The shoot's the real thing, right?
The shoot is a real thing, yeah.
That's what it felt like, yes.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why it got so heated.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Oh boy. So what do we do
I have to
now?
admit, I feel guilty.
Oh, is this your fault? Why is this your fault?
What did you do, Rick?
I mean, I said I wanted to hear from Chael, and now I've just accounted for the dissolution of Ariel and the bad guy, just based on wanting to see Chael.
I know you did say that.
I feel guilty. I was like, oh, I want to hear from Chael, and now we'll never hear from Chael again. So
yeah,
that sucks.
This is your fault.
No, this can't be a thing.
What do you mean?
We can't end this way.
No, it can't.
There needs to be a reconciliation.
I'm fine with that.
There was some real heat at the end there.
Yeah, there was some heat.
What do you mean? Some. There was definitely some heat, man.
Nah, I'm cool.
Well, yes, certainly, but also they're both two seasoned broadcast professionals and recognize like what moment is occurring at the same time too. So there's like half that and half.
Well, listen.
Half the real feelings.
In my mind, the way I wanted this to go was like midway through, crack a joke and be like, "So, Chael, like, who do you think's gonna win, Jalton Almeida or Derek Lewis?"
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for like the break off.
Yeah, there was no opening because
then it started getting so deep. I was like
a weasel and a liar and a this and a that, and I'm like, "Yo, man, you can't just come on and start saying these things." I mean, I could say a lot of things. I'm not going to go there. And then he started dancing around the Dana thing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He never actually came out and said the Dana thing. I think towards the end I was like, now I know what you're trying to say. Now the light went off in my head. But it was weird. I think Chael thinks that he can intimidate me. And the reason why I'm not bothered by any of this is because that was like the first 3 months of Ariel and the Bad Guy. If anyone remembers, I don't know who watched the show.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah. Maybe New York. No, you weren't even working at ESPN at the time. The first 3
I was
months,
watching though.
Yeah, the first 3 months of Ariel. Remember, he used to get mad at me all the time when I would talk about the promotion and say that you never fought and you can't talk about this, that. I'll tell you one thing. I know more about boxing than Chael. Maybe MMA, he wants to say otherwise. Fine. He's been there. Whatever. Boxing, I know more about the business. I mean, he just learned who Eddie Hearn was last week. He doesn't know who Eddie Hearn is.
Ultimately, I don't think that the battleground, the conflict was based on who knows more. Ultimately,
what do you think it was?
It seemed like you wanted to talk about the business end of it, and this specific instance that Francis Ngannou got a leg up and won by leaving the UFC, right? Like in this specific situation, that was what your point is in that back and forth with Chael. And Chael's point was, well, everybody can't replicate that. I don't really think that that's instructive. And what I really want to talk about.
Didn't I say that at the beginning of the show?
Yeah, and you mentioned that. You said to him, "I've said this. I agree with you, but here's also, the other part of it."
You guys watch everything that is happening on the show. Have I not been celebrating this move since it was announced? That was the parts that
I mean, that would be an understatement. Like, yes,
so, like,
that part is obvious.
He's trying to say that like I'm late to the party, like I'm celebrating it after the fact. I was celebrating it back in January. In fact, I was being blamed for him leaving.
Yes.
And so how could
that part was inaccurate. But I think he wanted to only talk about the performance, or seemingly that was his point, right?
Do you know why?
At the end.
Do you know why?
I want to only talk about how well Francis Ngannou did and not the business. Because his other point was it stunk from a pay-per-view perspective. That was his other thing. That if we're going to talk about the business, it stunk from that
But you know why he doesn't want to talk about the Francis business perspective? Because he's wrong. Because he's been telling his audience for the past 10 months that Francis made a mistake. That Francis, maybe he didn't use fumbled the bag. He doesn't strike me as a fumbled the bag kind of guy. But he's wrong. And he doesn't want to concede. So what can he say? He could say, oh, let's talk about the fight. It was great. Because, you know, that's an okay thing. You know, a pundit could be wrong. Lord knows he's been wrong. Everyone's wrong. Everyone thought Izzy was going to win. Oh, let's talk about the pay-per-view. Because that stunk. No. I was here to talk about Francis winning. That's the story. Francis won the match. Francis won the fight. Francis won the night. Francis won the year. How could you say otherwise at this point? Truly. Because, again, Francis didn't have to pay a dime. He didn't lose any money. Now you're conflating the two when you're saying that event lost money. Francis didn't lose shit. Francis didn't have to pay a dime.
Yeah, Francis did not foot the bill for the aspects of that.
It was all.
I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I'm assuming, but it
was all a net positive for
Mr.
Ngannou. So it felt like he was trying to move the goalposts on us. Like it's like, yo, man, I'm here to say, I'm showing you the clip of you saying that this was a disaster of an idea and it's not going to work out this and that. Well, not only did the fight live up, the guy won, and now the best part about it is, as we spin this forward or attempt to, he's going to make 2-3x in his next fight. Now, the promoters who were laughing at him 3 months ago are begging for him to do business with them. Now, the promoters that were like, maybe you should fight a top 30 guy and work your way up, are begging for him to fight their top guy. How is that not a victory, financially or otherwise? And how could a smart guy like Chael, and I refuse to believe that he doesn't truly see this, not recognize that the Saudi Arabian group, whatever you want to call them, they get to play by a different set of rules. This isn't the old fight game. The game has changed. And I would think that someone like him would recognize that. And I felt, correct me if you guys feel otherwise, I felt like he wasn't conceding that point. He was just yelling.
No, he was not. He was not conceding that point. He was doubling down. He in fact said, and I don't want to misquote him. I think he said, from a competitive standpoint, he lost. From a financial standpoint, he did what was expected, and so that equates to a loss.
Yeah, it got to a point where no one was going to lose that argument,
or nobody was going to win it.
Yeah, no one was going to back down. Chael's a prideful guy. Do you think he didn't appreciate us playing the clip, feeding him crow?
You think the tone was set?
Yeah. Do you think he was like, oh, Ariel's coming at me? And so like then he was trying to bounce back at you.
I was. I would not put it that way. I mean, he knows. He puts out videos. He puts out statements. He puts out clips. He knows that things could be shown to him, and so I was just having a little bit of fun there. I didn't get the impression that bothered him, and I certainly don't regret it. If you're wondering, if someone had me on their show and said like, "This is what you said 4 months ago," and we're completely wrong, I'd be like, "Yeah, this is what I said, and I was wrong." But guess what? Still batting 1,000. Still batting 1,000.
I don't think it was that either, but it definitely felt like it got worked into a shoot.
Oh, that's possible. That's possible.
It felt like the longer it went, the more
I think
the
that's
more
the
it
perfect way to
escalated.
describe it. It got worked into.
I still believe it's a work. I still believe the whole
Work
thing is-
yourself into a shoot.
I'm not worked into a shoot. I don't know.
For my sake, I hope so, because I don't want that,
then you're gonna be-
weight on my shoulders. I'm
You're
gonna
be
feel the
blamed.
guilt forever.
You're gonna be blamed. This was. I did ask them who should come on the show on Wednesday, and your suggestion was Chael. So
I wanted
was
Chael
thinking-
desperately.
I was thinking like, oh,
look, who better than Chael?
Yes, 'cause the
we can
takes have
talk
been
about
so
the
bad.
promotion of it. We can talk about the fight. We can talk about future fights. I mean, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Little did I know.
That was so weird. Yeah, I probably should have went with DJ after all. You think DJ would have yelled at me and called me a weasel? Oh my God, that was crazy, brother. That was crazy. I mean, I don't know. First 10-6? Should I change the? I don't even know how to score that. I don't even know what that was. And then I was going to stand in the pocket all day. I would have gone till 7 o'clock debating this if he wanted to. Couldn't care less. Don't make a penny off of all of this. I'm just a guy who shows up and does a show and gets a check every couple months. He wanted to leave. He tapped out. He waved the white flag. He threw in the towel. A rare throwing in of the towel. Couldn't take it anymore. Do you see the sweat that was pouring out of his chest? Did you see the sweat pouring out of his forehead there? Look at me. Clean and dry as a whistle. Not a pit stain in sight. Freaking hell. Weasel. Rat. Oh, I've heard those before, Chael P. I've heard those before. Still here in the pocket. Head down. Overhand rights. Dan Hendo style. That was crazy. It was like he was in a schwitz or something. Maybe they need to fix the air condition in that studio over there that he got, that new studio. Almost popped a blood vessel, almost popped a freaking vein. Crazy. Anyway, should we move along? I don't even know how to move along after that. That was Bizarro World. Let's attempt to move on, shall we? Anyone else have any thoughts on what we just witnessed, or should we move on?
I think we should move on.
Yeah? I feel like GC's very uncomfortable after all of that.
You know, I mean, it's good friends going at it there.
Yeah.
Mommy's all right. Daddy's all right. They're just a little weird.
At any point, did anyone consider chiming in? Saying, hey, let me...
Absolutely not.
No?
What did you think? Like us getting on the air and chiming in?
Did anyone consider saying like, hey, Chael, Ariel did say at the beginning of the show that like this is probably not something other fighters should do, or hey, Chael, Ariel's been insufferable over the last 10 months talking about this and said that this was a good idea and that it would all work out. No, nothing like that. No. All right. I mean, you've heard me say these things, yes?
Yeah. Y'all were clearly, you know,
we were in a groove.
Y'all were busy. Yeah, y'all were definitely in a groove.
Hey, Chael, His Excellency was on the show on Monday, and he said he wants him back, and had a fat contract in front of him. No. All right, fine. Let's move along. Sankit. No, I did that one. Yes.
Don't read the last question.
Okay.
It was a duplicate of the first.
Oh, well, that's actually fitting.
I've been sweating this whole time. Like, God, I need to tell him.
By the way, that's fitting because the first question I stated I know what you do, so maybe I should read it, just for the record. Hello, Ariel. Ben P. Do you think the winner of Aspinall versus Pavlovich, obviously Aspinall, he says, will be one of those rare occasions where we see the interim belt get defended? I could see that for sure. Happened with Renan Barão. I could see the winner of this facing Cyril Gane, as Jones will be out for a while and will still have to fight Stipe when he returns. Yeah, I could see that. It depends on how Jones's recovery goes and how he's feeling. Jones also turned on me too over the last couple of days. Called me a backstabber. Sheesh. I mean, is everyone losing their mind? Am I the only one that actually reads what people says and say and remember it? And then, I mean, was John Jones supportive of Francis's move? Was he not the one trying to say that Francis was scared and was walking to the other side of the street and all that? I'm like, am I crazy? Am I taking bizarro pills? Am I reading things wrong? Do I need to work on my comprehension skills? What is going on?
Anyway, you're fine.
All right. I think maybe John, like, the deleted tweets don't count and only the ones he left up do.
All right, fair. Thank you for that.
Could be something like that.
Nim. All right, Ariel, Frank, and the crew. Oh, shout out to Nim, my good friend. Okay, this is going to be fun. So I break the fourth wall question here, and I'll go long. Bear with me, Frank. The recent almost social gathering between Frank and Rick had me thinking of a group social dynamic. In my friendship group of 6, I can probably enjoy one-on-one time with 3 of my friends, do okay one-on-one with one of my friends, and have the most horrifically awkward evening ever with the other one in my group. There's also a friend in my group who can enjoy one-on-ones with all of us. He's like the glue. So in the crew, Ariel, Rick, GC, Frank, Crypto Joe, Corporate Alex. Hey, shout out to Nim, getting the whole crew. 1, who's the worst one-on-one pair for an evening together? How would that evening go? 2, who is the glue, the person who can enjoy everyone one-on-one? Cheers, mate Nim. I mean, what a question. What a question. I feel like the person who is best equipped to answer this question is GC. If only because I feel like you have spent the most time with people outside of the studio. Maybe I'm wrong.
I agree.
Or am I wrong? Is it Frank?
Oh, I think GC would be the best.
Who's the worst one-on-one pair for an evening together?
Wow, this is really placing me on the spot here. I mean, we're about to have beef number 2. We're about to go at it again.
You can abstain if you want. How would that even?
Who would you say, Frank? I mean, who are you most likely to bail on?
That's a word. That's an amazing way of framing the question. Who are you most likely? Who will you feel least guilty about bailing on, Frank?
I feel like I need to bail on everyone just so you know it's not personal.
Have you ever bailed on Ariel? You've now bailed on me. I mean, more times. Yeah, I don't have enough. There's not enough hands in the world to count the amount of times you bailed on me. You've now bailed on Rick as well.
I think if I bailed on Ariel, he would be relieved. Like, oh, you can't make it? Great.
That you know what is not a bad shout. I'm always very happy, unless it's like a big thing that I'm looking forward to. If someone doesn't want to go out, it's like yes. But the truth is, Frank and I have never been in a one-on-one situation where he could bail. Correct?
Right. We have this is funny. Set up phone calls where it's like, hey, can I call you later? And they're like, you just call me right then and there. And
yeah, because I'm that kind of guy.
I think it, not to break the fourth wall here, but we've openly talked about anxieties, social anxieties, this sort of thing. And this is really all that is. It's like you don't want to wait for a phone call later. You want to know what the issue is now so we could solve it.
If someone says to me, we need to have a chat, I want to have the chat right then and there.
Right then and there. I feel the same way.
Get it over with.
Sometimes
Frank's going super serious to dodge this question. Just somebody answer this question. Like, okay, how about this? I'll start with the glue guy's definitely GC. Does anybody object to that? I feel like GC is the glue guy.
I agree.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a great shout.
GC can fit in any crowd with anybody. Everybody loves him. Like, there's no doubt. For the one-on-one thing, I mean, it's got to be between me and Ariel, I feel like. Because we're just the ones who are not in the mix as much and outside. And
I would actually say
it's tougher.
It's just been birthed recently. The one-on-one might be Rick and Alex together. I know there was some beef about switching, showing him on a certain screen. So like things could get awkward there. I mean, I just
I mean, one of them don't let me see Alex one-on-one. That's for sure. Don't let me see Alex one-on-one. We're gonna have some problems. Just cut the camera away.
I would say in terms of like rankings, pound for pound rankings of who's least likely to engage and wanting to hang out, I'm okay with saying that I'm at the bottom of that list. But I will say this, but in my defense, I will say I've come a long way in that regard, have I not? I mean, in the old era, Rick, like show was over, I'm leaving, you're going into your cave, you're here till 11 o'clock cutting the show. Like there was no camaraderie whatsoever. I would say that the team, while smaller now, I think, is actually way tighter than it was in the first era. And let's not even, like, the ESPN era was just a whole different beast because, like, there was the pandemic, that was weird, all that stuff. Here, I feel like it's a much better cohesive unit. But I've even heard as of recently, I think when we were in Manchester, there was a little group outing, right? Some of the people that were here. So, I mean, I feel like for the most part, no one's bailing on anyone.
Other than Frank.
All right, if we're power ranking likely to do something, I mean, if you're at the bottom,
you're up there. You're the most down. You're the most down to do something.
Connor.
You're the most down. Like if
I'm not going to argue with.
Like if we say like we're going to wrestling, you're like I don't care about wrestling, but I'm down, right? I mean,
right.
I would rank
not only
just
is he
above
down.
You.
I was going to say, not only is Connor down, but he'll also suggest activity. He's the proactive one.
Wow,
He's the one.
Really
let's go out and do something.
Praising session.
He's the number one. He's the number one.
I'm flattered.
For another question later on in OTN.
Oh yeah, right. Wow. I mean, I would have to. I mean, don't want to throw stones or anything. If you're down here, I mean, Alex and Joe have to be right up here. I mean, there's been several invites put out. Alex got the kid. Joe's got to get back to the apartment. I mean, and then Rick's only comes in on Mondays, so we don't really see him too often. Frank's gonna bail, and then there I am way up here. I mean, it's just it's an uneven playing field. If I'm being totally honest, I just have to pat my own back in the situation.
It's true.
I won't single out anyone. I'm just going to call out everyone. That's how I'm going to avoid this.
That's total glue behavior.
Yeah, truth be told.
That's what a glue guy does.
Just stick it to everybody.
I point out everyone else's flaws.
Truth be told, 100% honesty, there's nobody in this group that I wouldn't hang out with one-on-one. There's nobody that I'm like, do I really?
I actually have been one-on-one with everyone at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 6 of us, right? But I mean,
how soon we forget about Andy.
Andy coming back.
I'd love to hang out with Andy.
Yes.
When's she back? I'd love to hang out with Andy.
Andy's coming back. We had right before she left. No, was that right before she left? When did we have the birthday? Whose birthday was that? Was that GC's birthday? When we had the cake. That was July, right?
Yeah.
German chocolate cake.
Oh, it was tremendous, that cake. I think showing the kind of glue guy that I am, just for the record, did we not talk about having that shindig on a Wednesday? And I said, let's do it on a Monday so Rick can join because he usually misses out on the Wednesday shindig.
Big glue guy move from you.
But then I thought it was a little bit weird. Was this diet Rick? Rick didn't even have a piece of cake, which I thought was weird.
Wouldn't even look at it.
Wouldn't even look at it.
He didn't even have a piece of cake.
I changed the whole freaking schedule, and the guy wouldn't partake in a little slice.
Hold on. The main attraction there was Jersey Mike subs. I mean, talk about how Frank botched that too. The whole thing was Jersey Mike subs.
Yeah.
And I had that. And by the way, if I was at home, I wouldn't have eaten that. But I was like, you know what? I'm with the boys. We're gonna get this done. We're gonna eat the Jersey Mikes. Let's do it. But the cake was like a step too far. I wasn't like I'm so locked in right now. I'm so good right now. I'm so focused. The discipline is there. I don't want to break.
Yeah, overall, I appreciate Nim trying to break us up. But we're not going to turn the gun on each other here, like other friends. We're not going to be that guy, right? We're not gonna try to hit us below the belt.
Who could you be talking about? What are you talking about right now?
Yeah, I feel like you're hinting at something.
The one thing that he really didn't seem to like was me referencing that he's had a beef with Francis dating back. He's talked about this. He's talked about this on his YouTube channel. So I don't know.
I got to be honest. I actually don't even know about that. What is the?
He did a thing about this.
Is it worth discussing now, or is this further?
I mean,
digging into the?
Clearly,
yeah, maybe not then.
Yeah. In any event, so I think we answered it. GC glue. No one's not the glue. Great question, though. I mean, you clearly made us all uncomfortable and squirm and nervous. Ace.
We won't even look at each other back
Yeah,
here.
this is going to be super weird. I mean, thanks a lot. I've just lost like 7 friends on today's show. Ace Crouton. Hola, Ariel. I watched a video of you recently talking about shams with Pablo Torre and Katie Nolan. Yes, I was on the Pablo Torre Finds Out program a couple of weeks ago. Great guy. Met him. Katie Nolan, massive homeless cat. Yes. How did you? What? Frank, did you watch that too?
No comment.
Wow. I feel like everyone has like this secret life. Anyway, question 1. Any chance of some sort of crossover episode of your show with those guys or Dan Le Batard? I mean, maybe they're not huge fight fans. You know, I've talked about how I was close to signing with Meadowlark. In addition, not replacing this show, but it was in addition to the Ringer show. It didn't work out, but who knows? Down the line, love Dan. Truly, truly love Dan. Pablo's great. Katie's great. They're all great. Big fan of Anthony, Ryan Cortez, Mike, the whole crew over there. Of course, Dugats. Any chance? Sure, but nothing in the works. 2, Woj broke the James Harden Clippers trade 39 minutes before Shams did, but Shams' post included who is getting traded back to Philly. What do you think is better, Woj getting the first word or Shams having the complete trade 39 minutes later? New York Rick alerted me to this, that Woj was on... Well, he was at the airport and was afraid that he was told that he should not get on the plane because he might not have good Wi-Fi, and he stayed in the United Lounge at Newark Airport and then got kicked out and then stayed till like 5 a.m. and then took another flight to LA. He was coming to LA. That's crazy. I've never done that. In fact, I guess I could talk about this now. Do you guys remember the crazy Khamzat Chimaev, Nate Diaz, the whole thing back in September of 2022?
Of course. Yes.
And then we did that Spotify live show. GC spoke about how he was like glued. We were doing the Friday weigh-in show.
Yeah.
And it got up to 79,000 live viewers. It was insane. And do you remember in the middle of that episode, because it started at, I think they were in Vegas, so it started at noon, and it went to like 7 or something like that by the time they rectified it and announced the new fights and had the weigh-ins and all that stuff. And I had a flight, so it started at noon Eastern, and I had to go to the airport. I think it was around like 4:30, if my memory serves me correct. I had a flight to Pittsburgh, and I had to go to Pittsburgh for another work assignment, which I'm happy to talk about. And I was so worried because we were like in the mix. I'm on the phone. I'm doing the show from the security line. I mean, the whole thing was crazy. I'm in the airport. I'm in the Uber. Then I'm in the airport, and I'm texting people. I'm trying to find out what's happening. Who's first? Who's gonna replace who? Who's gonna be the main event? Who's gonna stay? Who's not gonna stay? What's the pay thing? Blah 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 blah. And there was a part of me thinking like, "Fuck, this is all gonna break when I'm in the air on this small ass plane going to Pittsburgh." And I'm going to lose this. And I'm not going to be able to partake in the show. So I guess if I were Woj, I would have missed the flight. I didn't really have that luxury, but it never really crossed my mind. I was just praying. And in fact, the story was resolved. The news broke as I was on the plane. I had already bowed out from the show. But as I was on the plane, they had the weigh-in, and it was like official. I think Dana came out right before and announced it, all this stuff. So I thought that was crazy when I saw that story.
So did you say you would have done the same as Woj?
No.
So okay, but to set the scene, right? You're home in Jersey.
Yeah.
Airport, whatever. And somebody tells you, "Hey, this is coming. This is coming."
Yeah.
And you're like, "What's coming? Like, how long am I?" Like,
he knew.
How do you navigate the idea of like, this could be something? Do I go? Am I hitting up an airport?
I'm not staying in the airport till freaking 5 a.m. I'm not staying there for 9 hours. I mean, that's crazy. First of all, like,
but what if you don't know how long it's going to be? Like,
first of all,
at a certain point, you're just tapping out.
You're on a flight from Newark to LA. There's going to be Wi-Fi on that plane. Now, is there going to be like a 20-minute period where there's no Wi-Fi? Yes. Are you unable to take calls on the plane? Yes. But man, I'm not staying at that airport. I'm just not. Now, Woj is a different level of crazy, and I don't say that in a negative way, but like he is just locked in. And there's only really 2 newsbreakers in that world. But as I said on the show with Pablo and Katie, that's a personal jail. That's a hell that I don't want to live in. And I would never say that I lived specifically in that jail, but pretty damn close. And I would say that jail that I lived in was a hell of a lot more unpleasant than theirs because I was battling a system who didn't want me to succeed, who was doing everything in their power to get me to not break news, who were threatening fighters and managers that if, in fact, I did find out and break the news, that they would cancel the fight, pull the fight, and sucks to be you. SOL. And so that's horrendous, guilt to put on someone. So these people would tell me, and they're like, yo, man, you can't break the news because they say they're going to cancel the fight, and this is the biggest payday, and this is the biggest opportunity, and this is a title fight. And that's a shitty position to be in. They would say things like, hey, this guy has to break the news, and if he doesn't break the news and Ariel breaks the news, we're canceling the fight. And if we find out that you told him, you're fucking dead to us, and we'll never, like, that's the stuff that I had to deal with. In particular, at ESPN. So as that increasingly happened, and as I left ESPN, I was like, this is not worth it. I'd much rather have people on the show and have those good relationships and have interviews and stuff like that than break a story which 2 minutes later will be forgotten about as far as who broke the story. That's the funny part about the whole Brock Lesnar situation from UFC 200. No one would ever remember that I broke that story. Could anyone name like the top 5 biggest fights that I ever broke? I can't even name those fights. And I can guarantee you no one would remember that I broke that fight, but it's living on in infamy because of the response. So it's all nonsensical stuff. Now, I understand that that's the currency that Woj is kind of dealing in because he gets paid a shitload of money to break news. That's his big, that's his big skill. I know he hosts a podcast and he appears on TV, but like that's why they pay him the money. So they can say, as first reported by ESPN, that currency means a lot. Now, here's the understudy Shams, who is trying to take some of that currency away and real estate away. And at times he nips at his heels. And it's become so personal between them because one guy was the guy who mentored the other, and one guy's, the old dog on the block, and the new kid is trying to, and they don't want to ever concede. This is why they will never, like when Shams broke the news, which I hate, there are people that I don't like, but if they got it first, I will always credit them. And they never credit each other. And I think that's bizarre behavior, to be honest. But that's their personal beef. And, who am I to judge? I just don't want to live in that orbit anymore. So someone comes on the show, like here he is front facing. This is why I don't break fights, because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. It was making my relationship with the fighters and managers uncomfortable. And ultimately, I like the currency of having the interview as opposed to having the fight first. I like that currency. And on top of that, it's just not a fun existence. It's not a fun existence to worry if someone's going to get mad at you. It's not a fun existence to check your phone in the middle of the night. It's not healthy. It just isn't. It may be healthy for them. God bless them. They're making a ton of money. But for me, it's not healthy. So that is why I, get on the plane. And then to answer the question, I would say getting the word first is better. So Woj getting that the trade was happening is great. It's 2:30 in the morning, so, only the West Coast is really up. Maybe, morning in Europe, but certainly not on the East Coast. And then Shams being able to advance the story is great, and that's probably his reason as to why he didn't credit Woj, because he advanced the story. But we all know the score. They never credit each other, even if they're, 10 minutes apart with the exact same information. So that's, that's my take. It's all very silly. I get that there's currency. I get that there's value to it. I get that there's people that want to pay, but it's just not necessarily a world that I want to live in. And I can assure you, I could tell you this right now. If you see me break news, it's either because it's like so gigantic that it's worth, chasing, or that it just, I'll be honest, fell into my lap, that I didn't have to, it just literally fell into my lap. Otherwise, there was a time where I'm calling people up 24/7, asking questions, asking this, asking that. Please, tell me this, tell me that, tell me that. I'm not going to say anything. I would take it to the vault. Like that was exhausting. That was exhausting. That was not fun. And I think I could bring a lot more to the table than just being a newsbreaker. I always found it funny when people were calling me like the Woj of MMA, because I felt like I did a lot of different things than him. Great compliment. I understand and recognize that people are trying to compliment, but I don't think that we are the same type of person. He was very kind to me when I was at ESPN, and think he's prolific at what he does. It's just a completely different skill set. So anyways, yeah, there's a rush. It's a great feeling when you get it out there and you break the news. I can certainly tell you that. It's just not something I want to do. As far as I've never actually talked about this, but the trip that I was going on to Pittsburgh that weekend, and where I watched that event, what was that, 279? I think it was 279, if memory serves me correct. Maybe GC knows. Was it 279?
That is correct.
Wow, yeah. So it was a Real Sports trip, and unfortunately, this story is never going to air because Real Sports is coming to an end in December. and there's really only one episode left. There's an episode in November, and then there's like a retrospective in December. And I worked on this last September, guys, and it was the craziest experience of my professional career. It was about the Super Bowl of nude volleyball, and it was at a nude resort. I guess that's the best way to call it, in Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh, where thousands of people from all over the world come to this resort once a year. They're there all year round, but for this particular purpose, to compete in a volleyball tournament. And they all play volleyball in the nude. And I got to meet people from all walks of life, from all different kinds of countries, men, women, old, young, 20s, 30s, 60s, 70s. It was wild. And what was so interesting about it, like my two big takes. So I was there for the whole weekend. Me, Ariel, collar up here in a nude resort. And what was so interesting about it was, and I was praying that this would air, and unfortunately we ran out of time. What was so interesting about it was, the competition was incredible. Sure, there were different levels, but at the very high level, you watch these men and women compete, you completely forget that they're nude. And yes, they are completely nude. They practice and are warming up with their clothes. They take off everything but their shoes. They're playing on hard court, pavement. And this is like D1 athletes. This is like national team members. It was wild. Super, super, super talented volleyball players. Spiking, dive, everything. And yes, I thought the same thing that you're probably thinking. How could you do that? Why would you do that? I asked all these questions. And then the other thing that was amazing was it felt like they had this key. It felt like they had this key that we don't possess for this lock to unlock a happiness, a joie de vivre, if you will, for life that I don't possess. And I was blown away by that. Like one guy in particular told me like, oh, people think that, this place is just like one big orgy, and it's not that. I don't even think of that. I don't think of sex. I don't think of anything like that because everyone is just so supportive, so happy, so welcoming. And it felt like they had unlocked this key to happiness where they're truly comfortable. Like, I'm not comfortable in my skin. I wear a shirt, pants. I'm not parading around topless like Francis Ngannou. I would venture to say most people are like that. We all have our insecurities. These people are walking around in the nude, all shapes and sizes, all walks of life, all ages, all races, all genders, and they couldn't care less. Pregnant. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life, and I'm heartbroken that this is not going to air. Truly, it would have been one of the coolest things that I've ever put out. And I got to interview like 6-7 people. And so that's what I was doing the weekend of Diaz Khamzat, or supposed to be Diaz Ferguson. I never was able to talk about it because I thought it was going to air, but now I recently got word that it's not going to air. And I'm really bummed about that. And maybe I'll get to do that story somewhere else down the line because those people blew me away. Cancer survivors. I mean, it was just amazing talking to these people. Really inspirational, and it was a trip that I think about all the time. So that's I got on that tangent there. I apologize, but it was an incredible
I feel like
experience.
the world needs to see this.
I
Can
know.
you not ask them to let you have it?
It's a great question, and it's a question that I actually looked into, and I was told that perhaps for my internal records I could get something, and perhaps maybe a teaser or something. But ultimately, this is the issue. The issue is, there are some people who go to these places who don't want the world to know that they are there. They want it to be very private, and you have to respect that. And so it's very rare to get the film there. But because of HBO and because of Real Sports and because the producers were so good at their job, they got the okay. So there were some people that actually were wearing bracelets, and those bracelets were for the crew to know you cannot shoot them. And it was also for the editors to know that if they did get shot on camera, that you need to blur them out completely because they don't want people to know. And I completely understand that. It's a very private thing. And so what I was told was, this isn't like my piece on Dan Hurley. This is a very sensitive thing. And ultimately, if it got out that I put something out and it's someone who didn't want it to be out, then HBO can be sued. And so I understand that. I understand that.
Not only that, but the people who do get shown had a deal with HBO, not a deal with Ariel Helwani. So I could see where that is also a complication to it.
Yeah, the resort. The
That's
resort had
unfortunate.
the deal with HBO, not with me.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah, I
unfortunate.
asked, can I just take the raw footage and put it on my YouTube channel? Like I cut it up into a 10-minute piece. I mean, I feel like the world needs to meet these people because they were so happy. They were so high on life. It was like, and there were like the people I talked to, they were not high. They weren't taking drugs. They were freaking cooking. Like they were on the grill. They were having a barbecue. They were
That sounds dangerous.
They were.
That sounds very dangerous.
They were
Let's just go. Let's just road trip it.
Okay.
Get the camera and let's just go.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Next September. It's every September. Now this place is a year-round place. And I will say
September is their
September is
volleyball,
the volleyball
thing, like that.
Yeah. And I will say that there was a couple of guys who were trying to get me to, to join the party.
Join the party.
But I said I couldn't do that. So
listen, you said you wanted that secret to life. They gave it to you, and you said no. You said no.
How I could love that secret right now. That is a great secret to possess. It was just like us, and it was like me and 6 crew members who were dressed. Everyone else it was all out, and it was just amazing. Like there was one couple, they were so nice. And they had recently gotten married, and the wife was pregnant, and they were just so happy. Like they were. I mean, I guess there's like a little bit of like hippiness to it, and but like they were just normal guy, real estate guy. I don't remember what the wife did.
Do they live on site there, or
No,
it's just
no.
a gathering place?
Yeah, it's a resort. It's like
Okay.
they come in and they just hang out. It was wild. Anyway, that's what I was doing. That was a long answer, but there you go. And the others, I actually had another story, by the way, for Real Sports, while I'm telling everything now, that is not going to air as well. That's the bummer about all this. I had 2 stories in the oven, and the other one was about Olympic breakdancing. Breakdancing is going to be in the 2024 Paris Games for the first time, and I interviewed 2 of the Team USA members and 1 OG from the breakdancing world about like how he feels about breakdancing becoming a sport and it being corporatized and all this stuff. And we did that back in April, and that's not going to air either. So, F me. It's probably my fault. Weasel, liar, son of a gun, all these things.
No.
Thank you, Frank. Well, Ariel from Peter, I wanted to say how admirable it is that you won't miss your kid's birthday. I'm not a father yet myself, but what one piece of advice would you give to dads? Feel free to ask New York Rick also, and we can ask Frank as well, and Corporate Alex. Man, there's a lot that comes to mind. The first thing I would say that comes to mind is appreciate every moment. Appreciate every moment for what it is. Appreciate the long nights. Appreciate the diapers. Appreciate the fussiness and the mess, because people say this to me now about the phase that I'm in, and I could say it to New York Rick about the phase that he's in. Of course, he knows it because he just had his 3rd, not his 1st. But at some point, that mess is going to go away. At some point, there will be no sleepless nights. There will just be all sleep. At some point, you will not be asked to go trick-or-treating. At some point, they're going to move on. So enjoy and appreciate every moment. There are times where it's impossible, where you're frustrated, where you're upset, where you're distracted, where you're annoyed, but just try your best. This is something I've really tried over the last couple of years to really do as hard and be as conscious about, is like enjoy, appreciate every moment for what it is. Be present in the moment. Try not to have any regrets, and just try to be the best and most supportive father that you can be. And going back to the present, like this is why I don't want to miss soccer games. This is why I don't want to go on trips every week or even every month. This is why when I had my first child, I made a promise that I would do my best to never miss a birthday. And so far, so good. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss the cake. I don't want to miss the wake up. I don't want to miss the presents. That to me is more important. It was hard. I will admit, it was hard in the moment. I'm seeing all these legends. I'm seeing the fight play out. I'm seeing the scenes. It was hard. No doubt about it. Do I regret it? Absolutely not. I don't want to miss anything. And I will do everything in my power to not miss everything. There are times where it might happen. Thank God it has not happened just yet. And I feel bad about missing soccer games. I feel bad about missing like little things. When I went to Dublin in May, my son had like a play on that Friday. I felt horrible about that. Horrible. He couldn't, like, he was like, yeah, no problem. I felt horrible about it. So, again, the advice would be to try to be present, try to appreciate, try to enjoy every step and not take any of it for granted because, as everyone tells you, nothing lasts forever. And these moments and these connections and these memories do not last forever. So, yeah, that would be the advice or advices that come to mind. Rick, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, that's a really good one. Definitely try to live by that myself. As I've gotten older, it's gotten more clear that that's important, and live that same way myself. Mine is, and I get a lot, like there's a lot of people my age and around my age having like their first kids and asking me for advice. And my honest advice is like, you can read all the books, you can do all this stuff, and there's really not right answers. Like you can try to parent that way. You can try to figure out what the quote unquote right thing to do and what the book says to do and what all these people and experts are saying to do. In reality, as long as you are putting your children first, as long as you're truly prioritizing what they need and taking care of them, you're not going to go wrong. And putting that extra pressure on yourself in terms of like, I don't want to mess this up, or I have to do this right, or I have to do this perfectly, just never works out. Like it's just not going to be helpful to you. It's going to make you crazy, and then in turn make your children be reacting to you stressing out and freaking out over not doing things properly. There is no properly. We're all feeling our way through it. Just do what you think is best for the kids and honestly assess that, right? Like make sure that you're actually doing it that way and not thinking about your own needs and the selfish things that we all do as humans. And if you put them first, you'll be fine. And don't put that undue pressure on yourself. Just find your way through this the same way our parents did and the parents before them did. And they'll be okay. They'll be okay. Promise.
That is tremendous advice. Better said and more succinct than I. Frank, you want to weigh in?
Sure. I think it's important to be a role model, not necessarily a perfect role model. So what? You flake out on your friends from time to time. You're still a cool dad.
Frank, God bless you. It is great. It is the best. And I hope, I know Corporate Alex just became a dad, and I hope everyone back there gets to become a dad at some point, because there's nothing better. And especially now, like this particular period that I'm in, like seeing them excel in sports and have interests and want to listen to rap music and things like that, and watch sports with me and tell me about news. Like, oh, did you hear? Like, I learned that Messi won the Ballon d'Or from my son. That's freaking awesome. The thing that I'm terrified about is the phone and social media and technology. I'm going to hold on to not, like, this thing is the devil right here. This thing is not good. And it is poison for our brains. And I feel it. I feel its presence, and I wish I didn't have it in my life, honestly. Other than I wish it was like a Motorola Razr, and I bet I could find one of those. I don't, so maybe I'm a wanker for not getting one, but it's just hard to live without FaceTime and things of that nature. I'm just worried about what it does to their brains and their decision-making and all that stuff down the line. Let us move along to Olive. Hi, Ariel. I want to ask you how you feel about working with the Saudis. Will you take up the offer from Turkey Al Sheikh on the future coverage of combat sports in Riyadh? Or have your stance on sports washing changed in the context of the big Saudi money? Would love to see a proud Jew cover the sport in Saudi. My stance on that is the same as my stance on anything else. I am not going to get paid by a promoter. I will never get paid by a promoter. I made that mistake once, and it's the biggest regret and mistake of my life. I am not getting paid by a promoter. And so in this regard, I view them as the promoter. And I know there are other journalists that feel otherwise, but I can't do it. I will be honest. And I don't think that they would mind me saying this. I was asked to go there by multiple people from a just promotional standpoint. Post a couple things, do that. I appreciate it. I'm not offended by it. I'm trying not to offend any, but I can't do that. because that will compromise my integrity. So I do not want to get paid by a promoter. I have only been paid by a promoter once. As far as MMA boxing is concerned, I said that I did the WWE thing, but I don't consider myself a WWE journalist. And Lord knows it hasn't changed my stance on anything since. But as far as combat sports like MMA, boxing, kickboxing, I can't do it. Gloria's asked me to host press conferences, can't do it. MVP has asked me to do stuff, can't do it. Misfits, Matchroom, will not do it. I have to be paid by the network or the outlet or whatever. This is just a big thing for me because I just never want to be put in a position where I am being told to say X, Y, and Z or have to do something that's uncomfortable. As far as covering an event in Saudi Arabia, that's a great question. And ultimately, I haven't been faced with, I was this one, but it was, daughter's birthday, all that stuff. So like, it wasn't like this weekend. This weekend could have been a whole different set of circumstances. I think that I would do it if it is, I'm working for TNT or, what else? Like, Showtime doesn't exist really for the next 2 months. It does, but that's it. Like, if it's the network that, listen, it's not going away. They are going to change combat sports and big fights are going to be there as opposed to Vegas. And there'll still be big fights in Vegas and other places, but like, this is just a different scale. As long as I'm being paid by the network, to me, it's no different than going to some other country where you may not agree with everything that's going on there. You're going to do the job. You're being paid by the network. You're not going there to, carry water or shill or be a mouthpiece for a promoter or an entity or whatever. And then you go home and that's that. They've only been kind to me, and I know the history, and I've talked about the history on this show and other shows, and so I'm well aware. And so me saying no to that has nothing to do with them in particular. It's my blanket rule for everything. BKFC, like they want us to go to December 2nd. I would never go. I would just pay for ourselves to be there if we're not working for the network. And I don't even know if they're on a network, to be honest. I think they're on their app, which I wouldn't get paid by that as well. But everyone's different. I'm not trying to say that someone who does that is bad. It's just a different set of rules. And we all have different roles too. Like Chael isn't a journalist, so him doing that is not a breach of ethics or anything like that. He's a pundit. He's a analyst. But I like to do this show and other shows where I can sit and talk about whatever I want. I never want to be put in a position where someone is calling me and saying, "How dare you?" and all this other stuff. But I can't wait to see how this story plays out, because it's not only the story in combat sports, MMA, pro wrestling, obviously boxing, before all of them. It's also a story in soccer, football. They are obviously spending a lot of money over there. They tried to get Mohamed Salah at the end of the transfer window. It's a story in golf, as we've seen. I believe it's a big story in horse racing. I'm probably missing one or two, but you get the point. I mean, imagine if they say they want to get into basketball. Hey, LeBron, come on over here. We'll pay you $750 million. There's no salary cap. There's no rules. It's just, it's a whole new world. And that was my point with my friend Chael P., my friend till this day, till I die. You can't apply the rules of yesteryear to today. El Peruano. Hello, Ariel. Hola, Ariel. Excuse me. Question for MF and GC. Oh, thank God. When and how did your friendship start? Take us behind the scenes for what sounds like a real life and good friendship. Do your SOs know each other? I suppose that means significant others. Planning any vacations together? I'd love to know as well. Love the chemistry on the show and look forward to it every week. It's been the greatest thing. I mean, who could have imagined? I come back here, I leave ESPN, DC and Helwani, Ariel and the bad guy, nice situation. Think about it. Come back here. There's no New York Rick. There was no guarantee that he was coming back. He had a great situation. I have no idea who Frank is. Never met him before. Met him on my first day. There was no GC at the very beginning. when we started, I think I knew he was coming, but he was coming in a few weeks, and who knew how that was going to pan out? The only ones I knew were Alex and Joe from the old era, but I had no idea. Like, we could have had 3 lemons or 2 other lemons with us. I mean, it could have been. The point is, incredibly lucky, and you're right. The chemistry is the secret sauce, and I'm glad that it comes across. And truly, I don't like to like go out and because the truth is the reason why I don't like to go out is because I have horrible guilt. So I feel like show's done, got to go home, got to be there for bedtime. Don't leave, don't do that. Like it's not smart. I don't wish that upon anyone, but that's really the reason why. Weekend, have to be home. Don't miss out on opportunities and moments and memories and soccer games. I know there are other people who feel otherwise. But I live vicariously when I hear that that's why I was so excited about Saturday at the Jackmans. I was like, wow, this warms my heart. I'm living vicariously through these moments. I just want you guys to know. So it gives me, as my people say, great nachas, great joy, great fulfillment when I see the crew hanging out, when I hear they go out after the show and we're in Manchester and all that stuff. Anyway, I've talked too much. How did the friendship start between MF and GC?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously worked together. That's how we met.
And that sums it up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and then Frank was too cheap to buy a UFC pay-per-view, so he invited himself over to my house, and the rest is history.
Wow. That was it?
The pay-per-views evolved into the watch parties. And, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Would you...
Frank, you say anything differently?
Nah, I think it's pretty accurate.
A couple restaurants sprinkled in, and now we're going to Fogo de Chao this weekend for UFC Sao Paulo.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow.
Fogo de Chao or another Brazilian steakhouse.
That's the plan for now, obviously.
Yeah, until I'm, half a T-bone deep and Frank hasn't shown up yet.
Have you guys been to Fogo de Chao? I remember you talking about it. You have, yeah.
Not for a Brazilian card, though, so...
There's a place in Manchester, an Argentinian steakhouse that someone told me to go to that said it was incredible.
Would have been nice.
Yeah, well, we went to some good spots.
Yeah, we did.
Frank, you okay with that assessment of the friendship?
I think it's a fair assessment.
Significant others do know each other.
Right. Yeah,
that is a thing.
Friends? Do they like each other as much, or
they're friendly.
Is it a force? Oh, friendly. Okay, so they're not actually friends.
Well, I mean, my girlfriend lives in Connecticut.
Yeah, I know, but they've hung out.
Frank's wife lives in Brooklyn. Tough to get together. But yeah, anytime they hang out.
Texting? Yeah. Is there a group chat?
No, I don't think there's a group chat.
I don't think he knows about it. The buttons. Sorry about that.
No group chat. Are there like, hey, let's do dinner, double date? Is there anything like that going on, or it's not quite that type of friendship?
There was an offer 1 year.
1 year?
Valentine's.
A double date on Valentine's? And you flaked?
I mean, not at the moment of. I just said no.
Oh,
do you remember this, Connor?
That's not a flake. That's a omakase. I love it. Wait, Sasabune? You were supposed to go?
That's when you guys went.
Yeah.
I asked you to go to Sasabune?
Wow.
I would just make that up because I'm crazy.
Yeah. I actually feel I invited you to go to Sasabune for a Valentine's double date.
Well, the way you frame it, now I'm like, oh, maybe it was a fever dream.
I just don't see myself doing that. Valentine's Day of all days.
That's how I remember it. I could be wrong.
It is an odd one to double date on.
May have been. I went there for no.
When I say I don't remember this, I have zero recollection.
You know what?
Happening.
I think it was before you went on Valentine's Day.
Not only do I feel like off about it, I feel like if I presented this idea to my girlfriend on Valentine's Day, she'd be like, "Oh, they're coming too. Like, isn't this Valentine's Day?"
Something's not adding up now that we've.
I feel like you tried to pin me in a corner here.
Yeah,
Frankie.
that's weird.
I had to push back a little bit.
Would your girlfriend be upset if you brought Frank to Valentine's Day dinner? Because let's be honest,
because that would have been the first time they met.
Valentine's Day dinner means more for non-married couples.
For sure. Let's say I just brought Frank too, and Frank's wife isn't with it. Now we're talking about it. This is
super weird.
This is really getting weird.
Oh my god, that'd be incredible.
I have no recollection of this at all.
Have you guys gone on a double date?
No.
Wow. Okay, so
I'm not a double dater. I'm not a double date.
What we've established is you guys like each other, but maybe the significant others don't, or is that me?
I think that's completely false.
Okay.
I mean, the four of us have gone places together.
Many times, but I would
think
never
you went to Taylor
characterize it
Serrano
as a-
together.
Like, as
no?
soon as someone
As a double
said this
date.
is a double date, it would end the night.
Taylor Serrano with other people as well.
Okay, so it wasn't just the four. Have you gone anywhere just the four?
Yeah.
Where?
Luke's.
What's Luke's?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Luke's Lobster before the Boston card.
The one right
Yeah.
here?
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Like literally
from the
across the
Atlanta.
street?
Yeah, we had to get a lobster roll before the Boston card.
Wow.
Got to stick to the script. Yeah, that was nice. Every time I've went out with Frank and his wife, it's been a very pleasurable experience.
That's
You could tell that he's not lying.
Yeah, that sounded very,
yeah,
very
that sounded very genuine. It has been wonderful. We have always enjoyed each other's company.
Just reading off the PR script
Yeah.
there. Keep the show chemistry up.
Also, you forgot to mention the hockey game. I saw you and your girlfriend in this shot, and I saw Frank. There you go. I don't know who that other woman was.
Me and Frank have done many things. This hasn't been a small handful of things.
But it's been
Frank and his wife have been migrated into my own friend group.
Wow.
That all my friends know him too.
Oh, the way you characterized it is that we invited ourselves into your friend group.
No, I didn't take it.
No.
I
You
didn't take it that way.
invited yourself to the first UFC pay-per-view. You said, "Can I come watch the UFC pay-per-view and I'll bring buffalo chicken dip?"
How would
I was
you?
like,
By the
well,
way, scale.
pay-per-view's $60. Buffalo chicken dip costs what? Like
It's made with
seven-
love.
$7.64 to
You can't put a
make.
price on
I mean,
Did he offer to chip in?
Yeah.
no. He did
This,
the.
okay, you know what? Now that we've gone this far, I am going.
Ariel,
it
you say the
actually started with
dinosaur arms
WrestleMania.
thing? You say dinosaur arms. I get the I'll Venmo you for the pay per view, man. I'm just like, yeah, all right, cool. If it's, just send me over like
Literally
$20 or
started with
whatever.
WrestleMania. I was like,
He's like,
hey,
oh, yeah, for sure, I got you, man.
2.5 years later, no Venmo.
Yeah, still no Venmo.
I don't even know his
I actually have
Venmo.
several requests in the barrel that he still has not.
How would you rate scale of 1 to 10? How would you rate the dip?
I mean, that's putting me on the spot because Frank didn't make it, his wife did. So
Oh.
a 10.
Okay, all right. That's all you have to say. I didn't know.
not 11.
Yeah, seriously. What the fuck?
Wow.
Oh, this is good.
WrestleMania? Didn't you bail on the WrestleMania?
No, I asked you, and I don't think you took me seriously.
Oh, wow.
I remember that WrestleMania because it was the first one I watched, and I was chilling on my couch. You were free to come over, man.
Which one was that? Was that that was Dallas, right?
Yep.
I think so. Yeah, because that was 2022. We started working 2021. Yeah, it was Dallas.
Dallas, Texas.
That was Stone Cold and Kevin Owens, McAfee, Vince McMahon.
I mean, we went to the
Speaking of
Thanksgiving parade
Dallas,
together.
yeah,
I
we did
guess,
the.
you know.
Oh, we did Thanksgiving.
My wife
We
is
did-
literally
oh,
texting
just
me
us
to
four.
correct the-
Just
my
us
God.
four. We did Thanksgiving together.
We
It
could
was
have
the
saved
worst.
10 minutes. We could have saved
There
10
it is,
minutes.
right there.
I-
Macy's Day Parade back to my house.
Oh,
we had a
my
huge
God.
feast.
That
Fell
is-
asleep watching.
That is a huge deal.
Charlie
Brown.
You did wait? Was it
That's a great one.
actual Thursday Thanksgiving or was it Friendsgiving?
Real deal
Actual-
Thursday Thanksgiving. We
Wow.
were stuck here. You know, we
Frank,
got the Wednesday
I mean-
show beforehand.
Frank, you're in.
I thought
Back
so.
up and at 'em on Thursday.
By the way, this is like the fourth time that you've mentioned the Wednesday show, Thursday stuck here. Is this not a thing?
I'm
Do
just
people
saying.
not work on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving? Like you take off Friday.
Typically a Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, get out of
really
here!
is.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Wait, are you saying on Thanksgiving we
saying.
should do a Monday,
We're not
Tuesday?
thankful that we had to work the day before.
Wow, I've always worked on the Wednesday. Rick has been in the corporate world. Rick, is Wednesday an off day?
No.
What
to
is
work.
that? What is that? If we had a Friday show, I would do it. Well, since when is Friday the holiday? But this is like the fifth time you've mentioned
Friday's always been the holiday, man.
it. What for? What to go buy stuff at Best Buy?
Leftovers, hanging out, enjoying family, being thankful.
Does your
How we-
family?
how we-
does your
How are we
family?
celebrating this year, boys?
Wait. Does this family criticize the fact that you have to work on? Does your family criticize the fact that you have to work on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, the group chat, several. Well, we all know Connor won't be attending. He's stuck
Wow.
because
First of
they're
all,
showing the day before
there's
Thanksgiving.
Wednesday night flights.
So
It's
expensive.
a late one.
Stop.
It's a late one. You know?
And there's a Thursday morning flight. Take a 6
Even more
a.m.
expensive.
We're flying
Yeah.
on Thanksgiving now. What's sacred anymore? What's sacred
Take
anymore?
a 6 a.m. You're in Atlanta at 7:30. What are you talking about?
Just in time for the turkey trot.
Yeah.
The parade on TV.
Just in time for the cornucopia to be. Look at how. See how we tied it all together?
The Macy's Day Parade in person, though, was fantastic, I have to say.
Too cold for me.
Oh, no, shut up.
Last question that we didn't answer. Any vacations planned?
Rick alluded to it.
Oh.
Potentially, though it feels like a house built on sand right now. DC PFL World Championship.
Wow, the whole crew? But I think Rick's involved in that one too, no?
Yes, Rick is going. It's taking some hits.
Rick, you taking the wife too?
No.
No, now my girlfriend can't go. So
this is not the vacation that we all thought. Are you guys sleeping in DC?
I was actually wondering. Rick feels like the type of guy to get in the car for 4 hours after the PFL
1,000%.
So
Yeah,
100%.
Want to wake up in my bed? Want to wake up in my bed, guys?
Yeah,
Rick, it's 1 a.m. Are we really going to make the drive right now?
Yeah.
It does not matter what time it is. I'm getting in that car.
So what is the plan? Drive Friday morning.
But here's the thing.
Come back?
Here's the thing. I'm a considerate person when it comes to that. You will never hear me be the one like, oh, can you stay up with me? Can you keep me awake? Can you do like
You got
you
autopilot.
do
You're
it.
saying we pass out in the back of the Tesla.
Pass out?
I'll wake
You
up.
don't even have.
You'll carry me
You
up
don't
my
even have to get in
apartment
the front
stairs.
seat.
Put me in
Yeah,
my
you don't
bed.
even have to
I'll
get in the
wake
front
up. I'll be
seat.
like, what happened? Rick
Hop
must
in
have
the
tucked
back.
me in.
Hop in the back, pass out, and when we're back, you'll know, and you'll be home and happy.
That's a big Black Friday. 8 hours of driving, 6 hours of fights.
I did that one time with a friend, my good friend Jason Tackefman. We drove to Toronto from Montreal, which I think is like 6 hours. Maybe it's 5.5. Drove in the morning to watch Blue Jays versus Cleveland, Sky Dome. Drove back that night. Why we did that, I'm not quite sure, but I've done that. Tough. Also, last year with my good friend Raj of TNT Sports social fame, well, I took the train to Nottingham. No, I took the train to Manchester to see Forest City, and then we drove back from Manchester to London, which took 6 hours after the game because there was so much traffic and they were shutting down all the roads. So that was pretty brutal too. Luckily, I was on New York time, so getting into the hotel at 5 was really like getting into the hotel at midnight. He was struggling. I wasn't driving. I can't drive. Gilbert, good day, Ariel. I have a bit of an odd request if Sir Frank allows it. I love the power that is being conceded to Frank. Would you ever consider having a slapper on your show? I'm aware that a lot of people criticize Power Slap. I have just always considered you to be a guy to listen to other perspectives. I'd be interested in hearing from one of their athletes. I'll never say never. I mean, especially like imagine freaking Anthony Smith goes into Power Slap. There's this. Here is the absolute truth. And you may want to believe it or not. And I hate to break the bad news to a lot of people. I've said this recently, and I don't know how many more times I have to say it. People mistake sometimes criticism and, any type of chatter that comes on this show that may be viewed as negative as like some sort of grudge, this axe to grind. I have no axe to grind. There is no axe left to grind. I have no relationship with Dana White or, well, it's really just him because everyone else I'm cool with over there. And so, like, I don't need to shit on anything that he does purposely or, spin the truth or do whatever Chael was suggesting because that guy won. He's sitting on a pile of dough from now until eternity. He won. Anything I say doesn't change any of that. And so the power that I have here is that I'm not beholden to anyone. I don't have to mince words. I'm allowed to say the truth, and I'm allowed to say the good and the bad. Recently, I was like, hey, great job. You went into the cage during the thing with Johnny Walker and Ankalaev, and I could show countless examples of where I've praised and criticized. Now, the Twitterazzi will say, oh, you've got an axe to grind. Oh, you've got this. Oh, you've got that. Oh, you want that. Like, nah, as I've said recently, I don't want that cancer in my heart. I don't want that poison in my body. And so I have, as the great Logan Paul said just a couple of weeks ago, oh, people will love that. I have forgiven everyone. It is out of my heart. Are some of these people my best friends? No. Am I going to Sasabune with them? Absolutely not. But I have unloaded all of it because after today's show, it could be over for me. In 5 minutes, it could be over for me. Nothing is guaranteed. And so are there moments where I'm upset where I'm mad, where I'm angry, where I'm frustrated, where I'm, "Argh." Yes, but I've really tried. Actually, they're not a sponsor today, but through therapy to not hold on to that and let that all go. And I would suggest that anyone else do that. And so that is why, I mean, do I even go down this path? I don't even know why I'm going down this path. That is why I've let go of a lot of the tension and the whatever you want to call it, the negativity and the beefs and the grudges. I really have. Like if Brendan Schaub walked in here, I would say, let's have a seat. And it wouldn't even be like, let's have a seat on the show so we could get views. Let's talk it out. If Patty walked in here, I'm not saying on camera. I don't care to profit. I don't care for people to see it. I don't want to have beefs with anyone. I really think it's important to let some of that stuff go. And it's not easy. Trust me, it's not easy. Especially like what a few people have done to me and to my family and have said to me and have threatened and have physically done. It's not easy, but you got to let it go. You can't hold on to it. And so I hope that most people watching this show don't think that I have an axe to grind. And I hope that they just view what I'm saying as my truth. And regarding Francis, yeah, it was great because no one actually beats the house. So that's a great story. I will always root for fighters to win. I will always root for fighters to win. And in this case, from a business standpoint, he won. And so that's why we took the victory lap on his behalf. And that's why I reminded people that it wasn't Francis versus boxing. It was Francis versus the establishment. And this establishment, the MMA establishment. Anyway, I'm going on a diatribe here. To answer the question, sure, if there was an interesting guy out there, I'm in the business of talking to interesting people. And is slap my thing? No. Am I covering it on this show? No. But I'm also not covering curling, and I'm not covering golf, and I'm not covering... there's a ton of things that I don't like. I don't think that that's a sport. It doesn't interest me. I think it's pretty lowbrow stuff. It's like a human car crash. It's not my thing. But if it's your thing, God bless you. If it's your thing that you like to watch or play a video game, great. It just ain't my thing. And sometimes I think it's a little bit weird to like mix that with the world of MMA and the great empire that they built, but that's their thing. So great. You don't see me coming on here and shitting on it because I don't watch it. I don't know what's going on. The only time I've shat on it is when I've said, you know, like we don't do that sort of thing here. We don't do gimmick fights. We don't do Anthony Joshua versus Francis. When you do that, like you can't say that you're above Joshua Francis when you do slap fighting. That's really the only time that I think we've truly poked holes in it. Gilbert, good day, Ariel. I have a bit of an odd request. Oh, no, sorry. I read that one already. Whoops. Cole, last one. Well, this is the one you told me not to read. Should I not?
I mean, you already did. It's the first question. When I pasted it, it copied.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is literally the first. It was Cole. Got it.
Correct.
All right. All right. So I don't have to read it. What's wrong?
Nothing.
That I didn't listen to you?
I mean, yeah.
It's okay.
I feel like you should read it now.
No, I read it already. I thought, truth be told, I thought you meant it was a similar question, like it's redundant.
Oh, no,
I didn't realize that it was.
As soon as you started with that, I'm like, that wasn't number 1. That was supposed to be number 12. And then I saw what happened.
I didn't realize that you literally just posted it. It's okay. Great questions. And I even went on the Substack page this morning to thank them. What a community. I love that community. I've never seen a more positive, and like those people don't pay to go on there. They don't pay to ask questions. They are incredible. And I appreciate them very much. And I will, what's the word? I will pay them back in the future. Let's get to the picks. Thanks to everyone for the questions. We've gone way too long. First, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, we've got the UFC back this weekend. There's one championship. I think that's it, right? That's the big one. Is there one on DraftKings? Sometimes
Sometimes, not right now, though.
Okay. Well, we've got the big one back in Brazil, and of course the other big one at Madison Square Garden next weekend. Big Joe Cordina fight in Monaco this weekend. So looking forward to that, and a whole host of other things going on in the world of sports. Perhaps the World Series is your thing. I'm sorry, Shaheen. It looks like the Diamondbacks are in trouble, but people have come back from 3-1. Perhaps the National Football League is your thing. Perhaps the NHL is your thing. In fact, I was told that on Monday it was sports. What do they call it? Sports Haven? No. Heaven? No. Sports something.
Sports Equinox.
Equinox. Thank you so much. All 4 major sports in America. MLB, NHL, NBA, NFL all had regular season games. Well, of course, MLB, not regular season. World Series. You get the point. All on the same day. I think they said it was just the 29th time or something like that. Something great. No, maybe it was less than that. Maybe it was 7th time. Who knows? Anyway, a lot to like at DraftKings Sportsbook, and the NBA is back, of course. What? Oh. Is Rick still there?
I'm here.
Yesterday there was a hoops game.
Oh, are you talking about the one where Darius Garland and Jared Allen didn't play? Are you talking about basketball?
Yes. No, so
yeah, okay.
It was the 2 teams.
That one? Yeah.
First game since, when was the last time they played?
I don't recall. You tell me.
Angel got a dub over the Hawks on Friday.
What?
Keep that.
Don't say
keep that energy.
Don't say keep that energy. I didn't even text you about it. I didn't even
keep that. There's nothing to text about. You're playing the bench. You're playing the bench. There's nothing to talk about.
I didn't even say a thing. I could have spiked the football. I didn't say a thing. Anyway, Frank, you want me to give you a clean in here?
I think we're all good.
Okay. NBA fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association, is celebrating with an unbeatable offer. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets for throwing down $5 on the National Basketball Association. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You'll start the season with an instant dub. And with DraftKings parlays, everyone's got a shot at even bigger basketball wins. String together multiple bets from the same game or build your parlay across multiple games for a shot at making your payday even sweeter. Basketball is more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEMMAR. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code THEMMAR. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available. Problem gambling, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please pay responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Silver Resorts. In Kansas, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana. 20 and older, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com. Ability and deposit restrictions by terms and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. I do have breaking news, guys.
Oh, yes.
Hit us.
Chael has texted me.
Wow. I'm nervous right now. I'm actually nervous. Did you get a little nervous when the phone lit up?
No, because it was like this.
Oh.
And I saw it like 30 minutes ago. I'm just going to send him this.
I'm a little bit nervous.
What is the?
What did he say?
I'm not going to read the text.
Could you?
Okay, just give us a
sense of where things stand.
Yes. Come on. You're asking these people what France is going to do next. You know, we got to do our jobs.
Oh yeah.
Here, right?
No, we're good.
Shit.
Okay, I'll take your word. Okay.
Or are we?
Yeah. Just blink twice.
I mean, I think we have to have Chael back on Monday. No.
I do believe Chael will be in New York City next week.
Oh my God! Come on. I mean, this is too good. This is just too good. Ariel, I'm putting in a request for Chael Sonnen in the studio.
My God.
Things need to be.
I think
things need to be rectified.
Do you think he didn't like that one?
Do we just need to pull the? Do we think he didn't like that one?
Can't let you get close.
Yeah, I'd say.
What gave you that? What gave you that impression? Was it when he said, "Oh, you're going like this and telling me to come"? What?
I can't let you get close.
I'd say.
Legendary moment. Iconic.
Oh my God. By the way, can I just say, like, Rick, you look fantastic. I mean, what are we at?
Oh, thank you.
What are we at? I mean, I can't believe the transformation of your face. What are we at?
Yeah, listen.
Do you have no idea? I feel like people need to know this. I feel like you're depriving us of this number. We need to know how much you've lost.
I'm not truly, and I don't say this to
Don't
be
be that
like one of
guy.
those people. No, I am going to be that guy, but I truly am not doing it for that intention. That doesn't motivate me. That doesn't motivate me.
I know, but I just want to know. I just want to know, like, what is the number? What do you think the number is? Can you give me like a
Don't care.
ballpark? Are we talking
No
20,
idea.
30? I mean, I feel like this is me and Chael again.
a lot more than that.
Wow.
A lot
What's
more than
motivating you?
Yeah, what is motivating you?
that. Health, truly.
Did you feel like you got to
Health.
an unhealthy point?
Dude, I was like okay, so as you know, like I've been up and down. It's not like
No
this
one
is not the first
fluctuates
time.
more than you. You're unbelievable.
And this is not like since you've known me, this is even prior to that.
Okay.
High school, like I've always gone up and down. It's because I'm a very black, white, on, off, yes, no personality, addictive in certain ways. So when I'm eating shit, I'm just eating only shit because that's what I want to do and that's what's making me happy and I lean into it. When I'm eating healthy, I'm only eating healthy. I'm only disciplined. I have a very good ability to switch into the mode and stick with it. So that helps me when I'm motivated to do good things and it hurts me when I'm motivated to do bad things. And right now I'm super motivated to be healthy. But when I was eating right, not exercising, I was having heartburn. I was just like uncomfortable. And I just, at a certain point,
headaches too.
I was getting headaches. I've eaten all the possible crap I could eat. And I was just like, okay, I've done it and I've done it long enough. So now I'm switching to the other way and I feel a lot better and I feel healthy and I'm just going to keep riding it as long as the discipline allows.
You think it's more than 40? You think it's more than 40 pounds?
Yeah, almost undoubtedly. Like it's probably
it's like
60 pounds.
60? And not that long. Like when did this start?
I've kind of plateaued, so maybe like 3 months it took.
You think you've plateaued? I feel like you keep getting thinner and thinner every time we see you. I mean, just your face. Your face.
I'm maintaining.
I need a side by side.
I'm pretty consistently.
Yeah, did you take it before and after?
No, but there's probably pictures that we can grab.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I don't know if you did that like classic, like your boxers.
Again, honestly, I truly, and I'm not trying to be pretentious. I don't. That's not what it's for, and I'm not tracking it that way. And I've done this a bunch, and it's never been the motivation.
What's the secret
it's
for someone out there
health.
that wants to lose 50 to 60 pounds?
I see. That's the thing. I can't. If you don't have the mentality, the kind of thing that I have in terms of like I'm all or nothing, then I don't know if you can maintain the discipline for that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't do cheat days. I don't do like, if I do this a little bit, the like
any Halloween
straightforward
candy.
No Halloween candy.
Wow.
And I just talked about how much I love sweets, but I'm super disciplined right now.
Not one.
Super disciplined.
Not
right
one.
Now.
Not you didn't pop a single M&M.
No, it's not my mentality right now. Now, let's talk again in 6 months when I decide, you know what, I really want to just eat crap for 3 months and I'll eat all the M&Ms.
Fit era. Remember that?
Not because I was the regimen of exercise I was doing then was so intense. Like that Dolce thing that he laid out was
but only someone with your
intense.
mentality and discipline could actually pull that off. That was insane. Yeah. I remember you were going like, I'm going to the bodega to get like quinoa and all this shit.
Oh yeah.
And like, what is this? Like 9 years ago now, when you're much younger.
I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it a few times. I don't. By the way, I don't recommend that. I don't think that it's good to do what I do to be all one way or another. I think the moderation, if you can do the moderation, that's what I would definitely encourage. It just doesn't. I can't do it. I can only be one or the other.
Could we also talk about the fact that, like you do this, so like I feel like it just like melts off of you.
I have a good body to put it on and a good body to take it off. It happens quick when I do it. I get fat quick. My face, like, you know how I think it was Chris Weidman. I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about like a week after a fight, they see it in their face immediately. I get that. Like my face will puff up right away. But I can lose it quick too. For now.
I need the side by side.
I'm starting to realize I'm getting up there. I'm 36 years old. I may not be able to keep going
that is true
up and down so frequently. So maybe it's time to keep it pretty consistent.
Well,
but look, impressive. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the that you guys are encouraging it and all that stuff.
Oh,
but
it's
truly,
amazing.
like it's not for that. I just want to be around for my kids.
No,
I mean,
I just want to be around for my kids.
Amazing. I mean, you would not eat anything bad in Dallas. It was impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, not even a birthday cake.
When I eat shit, I only eat shit. Clip's going to be good. I'm going to go back to that at some point.
It's true. It's true.
All right, picks.
All right. The great Juliana Pena has already kicked it off with the over in the Angela Hill Denise Gomes fight. Let's run the randomizer here. Bam. I will be going first, Rick second, Frank third. I mean, you guys know where I'm going for this one. Do we even need the music?
Oh, there it is.
You see the shirt. Shout out to my guys at Full Violence. I mean, look at the back on this thing.
Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's great.
I mean, it's a fantastic shirt. Shout out to them. Always dropping new merch. I think they just dropped an Alex Pereira line today. I mean, they're killing it, but I will be going with the man, Jailton Almeida. Inside the distance, minus 450.
Love it.
Jingle. Huh.
No, nothing.
I did it while you turned away.
Oh.
Wait, did you actually do it? Oh, okay. I thought you did.
There it is. All right, that brings us to you, Rick.
Yeah, I'm deciding between two right now. Let's go Caio Bahayo.
Minus 298, bam, taking on Abus Magomedov, the former main eventer.
Oh, yeah.
Big stuff.
Sean Strickland, right?
Big stuff.
Frankie?
Yeah, I'm going to go Ismail Bonfim.
Oh, wow.
Money line.
Frank was practicing that earlier today.
Yeah, I saw him in the mirror in the bathroom, and he just kept saying it to himself.
Oh, yeah.
That gets us to plus 166, over 2.5, and Hill Gomes, Jailton inside the distance, Caio Baralho, and Ishmael Bonfim. Not bad. Bounce back in Brazil.
I think so. The
BBIB,
yeah,
Triple B's, bounce back in Brazil. Gonna have to will it into existence.
All right, what else?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting late in the game here. I've got several picks to go through, but I will run through them quickly here. We kick it off with the curtain jerker down in Brazil. My man, Mark Diakese. He is taking on the debuting Cal Fernandez. I think he's got more avenues to win here, and I really think the one that he's going to have to lean on is the wrestling. We've seen him use it, weaponize it in fights. Hopefully he goes back to it here. I also think he has a massive experience edge in this one as well, and competition. So I will be going with Diakese as a slight favorite. Next up, I'll be taking the dog and Angela Hill. I mean, you talk about experience and competition edge. She has a massive one over Denise Gomes, and this is coming from a Denise Gomes fanboy. Obviously, the knockout last time out against Yasmin. On that as a big dog, 20-second knockout, so she will always have a special place in my heart. But can't deny Angela Hill at dog odds here. Coming off a rough showing against Mackenzie Dern, but that is Mackenzie Dern. She's tough as nails. I think Gomes' biggest advantage is the power, and Angela Hill never been knocked out. Denise Gomes gets hit. I think Angela Hill, this is a vet lesson is what I'm hoping for here, and I like the price tag on her. Keeping it rolling. First Brazilian pick of the card, Vitor Petrino at home. Like this matchup for him. Think he's got more avenues to victory, especially if he mixes in the takedowns. I like that he's going to be much more active than Balkauskas, who doesn't really throw too much. And we've seen Petrino go the full 15 minutes, which I like here as well in case it does get extended. So I'm going to go with the Brazilian here. Next up, another chalky single, but I like this one. I mean, this is his toughest matchup for sure, but Renat Fakhretdinov has looked absolutely dominant thus far in his UFC run. I mean, in his first two fights, he racked up about 27 minutes of control time and 30 minutes of fighting. And then obviously last time out, put out Kevin Lee in the very first round early on in it too. So it's a hefty price to pay, especially in his toughest test. But I mean, he has looked like minus 1,000 or bigger in every single one of his fights. And if the takedowns are there, I think this is going to be a fairly one-sided victory. We go to Rick's pick. I'm going to actually take the fight does not go to a decision. Kind of dicey playing this one with how many decisions Baralho goes to. But on the other side, Abus Magomedov, third team his last 15, have not seen a third round. He does not have sustainable cardio. He's coming in on short notice. And I think he's either very live for a finish early or he gets worn on and Barallo finishes him either late in the second round or the third round. Though he doesn't have a ton of finishes of late, we have seen him have the ability to dominate, and he does have finishing capability. So, Abus early, Kyle late. I think someone gets finished here in this one. Next up, heavyweight bout. Big boys going in there. Matchup we've all been waiting for. 3 years in the making. Who wasn't asking for this one? I'm going to take Nascimento Mays to not go to a decision. Yes, I know they are heavyweights that have been to decisions before, but if you break down their careers, Nascimento, 10 of 12 have not gone to a decision. Mays, 11 of 16 have not gone to a decision. That's 75%. They are heavyweights. And, by the way, we have seen this fight before, and it ended in the second round. And I'm getting this at minus 160. Statistically, I like this number in this heavyweight bout. Next up, this is not, this is not like I watched tape and saw something play. If you listen to No Bets Barred, you know what I'm doing here. It's the man, the Brazilian slayer, Nicolas Dalby, 4-0 against Brazilians, 2-0 against Brazilians in Brazil. Last time I checked, Game Bob theme, Brazil. Where's the fight happening? Brazil. I'm gonna back Dalby as a big dog. He has been finished, though his record won't show that. Jesse Ronson, he has been finished before. Gabe Bonfim finishes pretty much everyone very early too. But I think Dalby can weather the storm, and I think he can make this more competitive than the number shows. Gabe Bonfim, obviously a monster favorite in this one. Let's move on to the main event, though. I mean, you guys, come on.
Yeah.
Be serious. You know what's happening here. It's just really about figuring out how to play it because Jailton is always such a massive favorite. We've seen the grappling deficiencies before from Derek Lewis. I mean, just go back and watch the fight with Spivak earlier this year, back in February. Almeida, obviously, BJJ practitioner here. I'm going to take the sub. I thought about doing the zigzag again like I did with Rosas last month, or I guess 2 months ago at UFC Noche, but I'm going to stick with the sub here. I think he's going to get the takedown. Derek Lewis, I know it's the Derek Lewis just doesn't believe in BJJ and he stands back up, but 52% takedown defense statistically. I think Jailton's going to be able to get him down to the mat. And then once that happens, I don't think Derek Lewis is going to accept just getting ground and pounded. I think he's going to be on the move, try and get back up, and I think he'll give up his back and get choked out. So played the sub, plus 110, and then I also played it in the very first round. At plus 225. Then I do have a parlay, just a chalk soup. Mora, Bonfim, and Almeida. That's Ishmael Bonfim, not Gabe. But I did have to do it just because we are in Sao Paulo, just because we will have just come from our delicious Brazilian steakhouse lunch. The big Brazilian favorite parlay.
Oh, wow.
7 of them. Chalk it up. Plus 564. And that's that. The picks for UFC Sao Paulo.
This is the one that we should have done in Canada. I will always lament.
I know. Now I'm going to chase that for the rest of my life. The hometown team parlay, and it's just never.
Has it ever? Yeah. Has it ever?
And I didn't do it in Canada. I mean, it's a shame.
That is the one.
It's a shame, but I will have my green and yellow on Saturday supporting them.
Will you have a jersey? Do you have a Brazilian kit?
No, I wish I did. I got some other Brazilian stuff though. I got a nice hat. Nice bucket hat.
You need a good Pele or Ronaldo, Ronaldinho.
I was going to say Ronaldinho's the OG for me.
Is he? Ronaldinho's OG?
For me.
For you. Not even
I'm like
the
10
original
years old
Ronaldo.
when he was at his peak.
Yeah. Neymar?
Yeah. I mean, Ronaldinho, the Joga Bonito commercial.
Oh, tremendous.
I mean, shout out.
You know yourself. All right, gents. Wait.
Wait.
Okay.
Last part. I forgot to mention it. I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention it.
We have more.
I mean, it's November. You know what it is. I just have to mention it one more time.
All right. We got this in the first 2 minutes.
I know, but we're going back to it just because I do have to explain. All my winnings will be donated to Movember. And if I lose, this is the total for November, I will match the losses and donate that to Movember as well. So not keeping a dime if we have any winnings this month.
Love it. That's incredible. And so you can put your phone up to the screen right there, and it
or you can
pops up.
or you can screenshot it and then press and hold on it. I mean, look at this. We can make it even bigger. This ain't. I mean, we've really upgraded.
Wow.
Movember sent this over and was like, "Go ahead and put the QR code up."
I love a good QR code. It's true.
All right, now I'm done. Now
I'm very excited. Anytime I go to a restaurant and there's no menus and you use the QR code.
You really are?
Oh, love it.
That happened to me this morning at breakfast.
You went out for
Hate
breakfast
it.
this morning?
Worst.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. A little breakfast on a Wednesday?
Yeah. Shout out.
Whereabouts?
La Parisian, just around the corner.
Why do you hate it? It's so great. You don't have to touch the menu, you know.
Hand me a menu.
Yeah, I
we
like
live
the
in
menu.
a civilized society. Stop.
I don't
this.
do Kindles. I need the real book.
Yes.
Okay,
Same.
I'm with you on that. I'm totally with you.
Touch
on that.
paper. Touch paper.
yeah,
Give me a menu now.
Let me touch paper that only I am touching. I don't want to touch
You ever
everything else.
not brought your phone to a restaurant?
No, you're crazy like that. You put your phone away.
That's happened to me several times.
Yeah.
You just talking about how poison they are. That's
Oh, trust
Go
me.
screaming.
But this is an addiction. I will feel more anxiety. I will go through times where I will shut it off. I'll put it in my pocket, but if I have to have it.
Sounds like Alistair Overeem's working on something that can help you, right?
Yo,
like maybe he can.
I was very interested when he was talking about it. Very interested. No glory picks, huh? Interesting.
Do they have
I
odds?
actually look for odds to bet on Rico.
I think they do end up putting odds, but they come like you know how it is. They come later in the week.
We all watching
I do
Black
think-
Lotus tonight?
I thought, is that a joke about me calling it White Lotus?
No. I would have just said.
No,
remember when Ariel called it White
honestly,
Lotus. The guy's freaking blockbuster premiere. That's a White.
I
Lotus.
watch.
What is
I
White
watch
Lotus?
all straight to streaming and DVD action movies, so there is zero doubt that I will eventually see Black Lotus.
He's like the star too. I think White Lotus is
Yeah.
a TV show.
What? There is a show on HBO.
Yeah, a little bit. Popular.
Yeah.
It's like a 92% Rotten Tomatoes. So
Yeah. It's
I was
great
actually
reviews, big time.
I was actually giving him the utmost respect and credit, thinking that he was on White Lotus. That's how highly I think of his acting skills.
I just can't believe he's the star. It's incredible.
King of kickboxing, baby.
Just a brief update, by the way.
Give us an update. I was actually going to ask for this.
I did respond with that somewhat obnoxious picture of me doing the thumbs up.
Oh no! Did it
Wrote
worsen our
a very
skin?
nice message in reply to his message. I won't say what either of us wrote. I got the double tap on the picture, which is a very unlike a double tap heart, but it's chills. So either he's writing a diatribe right now to me, or that's like the acknowledgement. I don't know. So like I'm leaving you guys on a cliffhanger.
Who wrote the long message? You or him?
I didn't really write a lot. He wrote first. I wrote back.
Yeah.
And I included a picture.
The picture.
Now, was the picture perhaps saying like, hey, it's between us friends, you could acknowledge that this nerd won? I'll let you guys decide. But
I mean, we're going to find out Monday when he's in studio. So or he's not in studio, and then we definitely found out.
Was the text, what does it feel like to lose to this weasel nerd?
Stop.
I'm not saying it is. I'm asking the question, was it? I guess we'll find out.
All right, see you Monday.
Did you, when you said say it to my face, did you think that Chael would not say it to your face?
I mean, which part, I don't remember when that was said, actually. Was that about the Dana dancing around?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was dancing around. He was not saying it, so say it.
I know, but he did come back pretty solid and be like,
yeah, after I called him out.
You mentioned a beef with me and Francis, and like I said it to his face. You don't think I would say it to yours?
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
he's basically saying like, I'm not scared of Francis.
Got it.
Like,
okay.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, I think he's more intimidated of me than Francis. Yeah. No, I because I think he really likes me, and this relationship.
I see what you're saying. He's trying to maintain a real relationship as opposed to what Francis Ray is like.
Not that he thinks I could beat him up. No, I think the consequences, the verbal warfare.
How would that have
what
gone
you're saying
if it
is
was in studio? We actually posed that question. How would that have gone in studio?
This argument, if you want to call it that, this work shoot, this work gone wrong. I think it would have been fine. Wait, like, are you implying?
I actually think it would have. I think it would have de-escalated, if I'm being honest. I think seeing somebody face to face, especially somebody you like and have a relationship with, I think it would de-escalate it. I think it's a lot easier to text people that you like kind of snarky things, or
also
say
hang up.
Over the thing.
It wouldn't have ended on that note unless he would have walked out.
Exactly.
Can't believe he hung up.
That would have been crazy. If he had
what about the dude, like the guy, manning the situation over there. Like at some point, he has to decide when he's actually going to pull the trigger on the hanging up.
Yeah, when Chael's like, I'm hanging up, that guy has to decide, like, is he serious?
Yes.
Do I press this button right now and hang it up?
Oh my God.
I wish we had gotten the
I didn't
visual
do
of
that.
him like actually like closing a laptop.
Yeah, no,
That's
but
the Ally Quinta special.
no, you remember Chael used to do that too. Kaboom.
Chael, yeah, but Al, come on,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
disrespect
No, I know.
Al. Al's the originator of that move.
All right, gents, it's been a fun day. There's too much friction out there in this world. Okay, let's not.
I like that. Let's end on a positive note.
Yeah.
I like that.
Chael and I cannot go down that path, so I refuse to acknowledge it. Look, sometimes you win arguments, sometimes you lose. It's fine, but I'm not going to let our relationship deteriorate. Okay, we cannot let them win. All right, Chael, don't let the bad guys win. On that note, Frankie, you can give me any reply? No. Oh, maybe. I guess we'll find out. Frankie, you know the song? The look of love is in your mind.
Oh, yeah.
You know that song? That's what I felt.
That's good.
When he was sweating, when his forehead was sweating and like the chest, that's what I felt. That's what I felt. But I've seen that before. I've stared at that beast before. And more often than not, I come out victorious. And in this particular case, do you think I wavered at any point? Do you think I like got off kilter, or do you think I was pretty?
I think you guys are pretty both stubborn is the word that comes to mind.
Wow, okay.
But I mean that in a positive way.
Stubborn, huh? Interesting.
I mean, you definitely didn't waver. I feel like it just escalated. I don't think there was any wavering.
You think I did? Like, did I hold my ground?
Yeah, I would say so. I feel both of you held your ground.
By the way, I didn't ask this question, but like, who won in your opinion?
Oh, wow.
Frank, I'll start with you.
You know, the thing about that is no one really can win.
Wow. GC?
It got to a point where I was just kind of like, is Chael actually gonna like just hang up on this? Like, it started where like I wasn't even hearing anything.
So I'll take
I was
that.
just hearing yelling.
That
I was
sounds
just
like I won.
I was like, these guys are both just screaming over each other.
Okay.
Then when the insults came in, I was like, oh wow, these guys. In my own head, I was like, wow, this is going from a work to a shoot.
Okay. All right. Thanks to all our guests, Marquel Martin, Eric Nicksick, Rico Verhoeven, Chael Sonnen. Thanks to you, them. Back on Monday, same time, and please. I'm out of here.